Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I invite you to take your seats. Welcome to the Richard Nixon Foundation's Grand Strategy Summit. My name is Jim Byron, and I have the honor of serving as the President and CEO of the Richard Nixon Foundation. Today's conversations represent the third convening in an ongoing annual series that looks at, models, and updates the elements that should comprise and make up a plan for America to succeed and lead internationally, otherwise known as a grand strategy. This morning, I'd like to begin by welcoming or acknowledging representatives from 41 countries that are here with us today, which I think speaks volumes, including 14 ambassadors to the United States. So thank you for being here. I also want to acknowledge a few members of the Richard Nixon Foundation's Board of Directors, especially Christopher Nixon Cox, who is the eldest grandson of President and Mrs. Nixon. There he is. And Commander Everett Alvarez, who, if he's not here, will be showing up shortly. I also want to acknowledge the Nixon Foundation's partners in this effort, including the America First Policy Institute and a special acknowledgement of James Carter, as well as the Vandenberg Coalition. So thank you for all of your efforts. President Nixon possessed a far-reaching and strategic mind that enabled him to look at the world and consider and weigh options while connecting all the pieces together. This strategic planning and execution resulted in some of the most impactful and longest-lasting foreign policy changes in U.S. history, including ending the Vietnam War, his historic opening to the People's Republic of China, his initiation of détente with the Soviet Union, and his efforts to broker a more lasting peace in the Middle East. In a few minutes, I will invite Ambassador Robert O'Brien, the most recent National Security Advisor and the chairman of President Nixon's Foundation, to join me on stage to kick things off. But I'd like to show a video, which happens to be narrated by Ambassador O'Brien, that explains why the Nixon Foundation is uniquely situated to convene this conference.
From his earliest days, Richard Nixon was an instinctive grand strategist. Born in Southern California in 1913, there was little in Dick's humble background that presaged the worldly statesman and global thinker he would become. But the young man on that small citrus farm that would become his home was a diligent student of history and geography. He had a logical mind with a visionary bent. He was intuitive. Dick had an extraordinary capacity for study and hard work. Over a career spent almost half a century in Congress, as vice president, as president, and as a private citizen, Richard Nixon traveled the world. He corresponded with and met many of the world's leaders. He was particularly interested in those who also thought in grand strategic terms: Yoshida, Adenauer, Ben-Gurion, Lee Kuan Yew, de Gaulle, and of course, Winston Churchill. In 1947, his first year in Congress, Nixon made dozens of speeches to convince his isolationist constituents of the importance of the Marshall Plan. That effort carried with it significant political risk. While he failed to change public opinion, Nixon was widely admired for the courage of his convictions, and at the next election, he ran unopposed. In 1967, Nixon wrote an article for Foreign Affairs, Asia After Vietnam. In it, he projected and analyzed a bold new grand strategy for America in the post-Vietnam world. In the summer of his first year as president, he outlined a comprehensive new strategic basis for American involvement in regional conflicts. This became known as the Nixon Doctrine.
What made Nixon a great grand strategist is that he was not, he of course was perfectly willing to address the problem of the day. But what occupied him most in the conversations that he and I conducted practically every day on what was supposed to go on was the definition of how we could be both strong and visionary. Too often our domestic debate is conducted as a debate between people who want to do away with weapons and others who think you can do everything with weapons. And Nixon's great strength was his determination to link the two together. In fact, he sent in the third or fourth week of his administration, he sent out a memorandum to all departments concerned with foreign policy to tell them he wanted to link the various objectives almost like an artistic measure.
In 1972, his transformational trip to China and his groundbreaking trip to the Soviet Union opened new strategic vistas for American foreign policy. In October 1973, Nixon saved Israel during the Yom Kippur War, and he checked Soviet expansion in the region. The next year, he became the first American president to visit Israel. Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Jordan, making possible a new footing for U.S. policy in the Middle East. During the last 2 decades of his life, Richard Nixon traveled and spoke and wrote, urging the importance of grand strategic thinking for American foreign policy. In his last 8 years alone, he wrote 4 books describing and refining his strategic vision. In 1985, 18 years after writing Asia After Vietnam, Nixon looked back in strategic terms.
It's true that dominoes, when we normally play the game, one falls and the others fall in order. But when we speak of dominoes internationally, when a domino falls in one part of the world, it affects, through reverberation, dominoes in other parts of the world as well. Let me put it more precisely. In addition to Cambodia and Laos, which have fallen, we have a situation where, as a result of what happened in Vietnam, the American defeat there and withdrawal, the victory by the communists, that the Soviet Union was emboldened, and the United States, in terms of its policies, was discouraged. And around the world, in Angola, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Nicaragua, the dominoes fell. And I say that was a direct result of the failure in Vietnam.
In 1992, Nixon's analysis of the strategic situation in the new post-communist Russia was prophetic.
Well, Russia at the present time is at a crossroads. It is often said that the Cold War is over and that the West has won it. That's only half true, because what has happened is that the communists have been defeated, but the ideas of freedom now are on trial. If they don't work, there will be a reversion to not communism, which has failed, but what I call a new despotism, which would pose a mortal danger to the rest of the world, because it would be infected with the virus of Russian imperialism, which of course has been a characteristic of Russian foreign policy for centuries.
In 1993, he analyzed Asia after the Cold War. The 80-year-old elder statesman traveled to Russia and met with President Clinton on his return. He also visited Ukraine, Poland, the Czech Republic, Japan, Korea, and China that year. At the beginning of 1994, Nixon returned to Moscow. Back home, he made a long private and personal report to President Clinton. He gave a general description of the situation in a New York Times op-ed. Sadly, less than a month later, he was gone. His last book, outlining a grand strategy to take America beyond peace, would be published posthumously. Richard Nixon's legacy as one of America's foremost geopolitical strategists endures today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 27th National Security Advisor, Ambassador Robert O'Brien. Well, Mr. Ambassador, welcome, and thank you for joining me here at the Grand Strategy Summit. We have a lot to cover, and we only have 30 minutes, and I want to keep this conversation focused on the future and on
Jim
solutions.
Says 30 minutes because he knows my first answer will be 30 minutes, so that'll cover the whole thing.
Well, let's see what happens. But I want to start with an analysis of the state of the world today. Your predecessor, Henry Kissinger, who was the first speaker at this summit 3 years ago, wrote, "An important school of thought maintained that stability and peace were the normal state of international affairs, while conflict was the consequence of either misunderstanding or malevolence. Nixon's perception was more dynamic. He viewed peace as a state of fragile and fluid equilibrium among the great powers, a precarious balance that in turn constituted a vital component of international stability." How would you assess the balance of power in the world now among the world's great powers?
Well, thanks, Jim. I'm going to take the chairman's privilege just for a moment because I won't see much of you today. I've got a fair number of bilateral meetings. I have to go up to the Hill. But I want to thank Jim and Chris and Jameson for putting on this conference. They do a terrific job, and the fact that we're full. And if you look at the lineup of speakers that we have coming after me, it's just terrific. So thank you, Jim. I was waiting to see a head of state 2 days ago up at the UNGA in New York, and I happened to be with the Deputy Treasury Secretary for President Biden, who until recently was the president of the Obama Foundation, and he was telling me about how great things are going in Chicago, and they're building, and I congratulated him, and he said we've raised $1.2 billion. Like, gosh. We're doing well with our fundraising, but I think we're on track for 30 or 40 million, which we're very thrilled about, and a lot of you are responsible for that here. So thank you.
I'd love $1 billion too, though. So if anybody wants to kick in,
I'll admit I was a little jealous, but then I thought about it for a moment, and I think we saw it in the preview in this short video this morning. We've got the legacy that we're protecting of our president, who was a brilliant foreign policy strategist. And his ideas are worth far more than $1 billion. And those of Henry, and you think of the great leaders that came out of that administration, George Shultz, Cap Weinberger, Don Rumsfeld. You look at the legacy of the Nixon administration and what President Nixon did and said. And again, the whole conference could have been boiled down to two short clips that we saw just a moment ago. Think about what he said about the American defeat and withdrawal from Vietnam. Substitute Afghanistan for Vietnam and the dominoes that fell, the invasion of Ukraine, the bullying of the Philippines by China. I mean, you could have just taken that and transported it, 25 years into the future, and it was spot on. And then his comments about Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union. And is concerned that freedom, has to prevail, or otherwise we're going to have a new sort of despotism. Well, look at what we're seeing now with Xi Jinping, with Vladimir Putin, with the Ayatollahs, with Kim Jong-un in South Korea. Again, spot on. That was 1992.
92, and then again in 93. Yeah.
So 30 years ago, you could have put Dick Nixon on the stage right now, and those words would have been totally timely. So when we think about the legacy that we have to protect and pass on to future generations with the Nixon Foundation and the library, I couldn't be more pleased to be working with you, Jim, and Hugh Hewitt did a great job before you, and all the chairmen that preceded me in keeping this library relevant. And now we've got the Strategy Summit, and you look at the folks that are speaking today, look at the folks in the audience, the students. I think we punched way above our weight, and I want to thank you and the whole team for everything you're doing with the library and the foundation, because I think we're preserving this Nixon legacy. And it's an important legacy, as we just saw, to preserve, because just as I benefited, I was lucky enough as National Security Advisor to have Henry in person and on the telephone pretty regularly. Future National Security Advisors, future Secretaries of State are going to be able to look at what Dick had to say, President Nixon had to say, and benefit from the wisdom. And so thanks for your efforts in preserving that legacy. That kind of ties into your question about great power competition. I just got back from New York. I was up at the UNGA for 2 days, met with heads of state and heads of government. I'm kind of a has-been, so I'm kind of surprised they took my meetings. Or in this case, they'll ask for meetings, and I'm not foolish enough to think that it's because I'm some sort of Kissinger figure, but they all think President Trump's coming back, and maybe will. The election's going to be very close. If you're a Republican, whatever state you're from, get out and vote early. I'd say often, but then I'd be a Democrat. But at least our foreign partners think there's a good chance President Trump's coming back, and so they want to talk to myself and Mike Pompeo and others. Keith Kellogg, who you'll hear later today, about President Trump's thinking on foreign policy issues that are facing America. But every one of them was concerned about this new axis of authoritarianism. And whether I was meeting with the Indians or the Middle Eastern leaders or European leaders, they're all concerned about this axis of Pyongyang to Beijing to Moscow to Tehran. We've got these four powers. They've got internal lines of communication between them in Asia and in Eurasia. And although there might be slight differences, China's Marxist-Leninist, Russia's imperialist, the Ayatollahs are concerned about Shia, kind of messianic Shia philosophy. But the one thing they've all got in common is they wanted to displace the United States as a leading global power. They wanted to displace the West and our values of freedom. And they think with us out of the way that they can prevail ideologically and militarily. And so we're in a very precarious situation. Kissinger always said in The Balance of Power, and when I talked to him and in his books, always making sure that Russia, China, and the U.S., the three great powers in the world, we're in some sort of balance and like three balls that you're juggling. And that neither Russia or China, Beijing or Moscow, was closer to each other than they were to the U.S. The idea is to have some sort of wedge between the two of them. Now we've got Russia and China with an unlimited partnership, and we've got the U.S. in a very weak position with weak leadership, unfortunately. Fundamentally, the country's not weak. We're not in decline. That's a fundamental misunderstanding that many of our friends on the left have. They believe America's in decline because they've seen China rise. But America's percentage of GDP in the world, our reserve currency status as a dollar, our nuclear stockpile and deterrent when it's modernized will be the class of the world. So we're not in decline. But they believe they're managing an American decline against this ascendant group of dictators. And so we look very weak to our adversaries, but also to our partners. And we need to change that with peace and strength and get back to a position where America can, balance the world and the free world against our adversaries, but also get to a point where our adversaries realize that they're better off dealing with us rather than having this unlimited partnership between each other.
Well, you mentioned peace through strength, and that's the subject of an article that you recently wrote for Foreign Affairs magazine, which got a lot of attention. And you offer a series of policy prescriptions that I would argue form the basis of what we're here to talk about today, which is a 21st century American grand strategy. You mentioned Tehran. Let's jump to Iran, because in January of 2020, when you were National Security Advisor, you said very publicly that you hoped that the people of Iran would be able to choose their own leaders someday. Should that be the West's ultimate objective with Iran? And if so, how does Iran get there?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Jim. I was at the CFR yesterday, so it was kind of like being behind enemy lines in New York at their beautiful headquarters or townhouse, and the folks couldn't have been nicer. Maybe because I published this article in Foreign Affairs, their flagship magazine. But they asked the same question about China: do we want regime change, and what do we think about the people of China? And I think the answer is the same for Iran. Look, we're not interested in I think we've gotten away from this idea of forever wars, that we can somehow use the U.S. Army or Marine Corps or Air Force or Navy to go in and impose our form of democracy on some other country. and nation build. We don't want that. But what we do want for the people of Iran and for the people of China and for the people of Russia is to see this America, the idea that Ronald Reagan talked about, that we're a shining city on the hill, that there's this beacon of liberty, and really what I call is a beacon of hope, so that even if you're in a gulag, a Russian gulag, even if you're in a Chinese Uyghur concentration camp in Xinjiang, that there's this idea, maybe America's not going to save you personally, but there's this idea that freedom thrives and that freedom's alive, and that there's hope, that there's because there's a place called America, there's hope that maybe your kids and grandkids won't end up in a gulag. And I think we've got to be there for the people of Iran. And one of the issues with Iran, we thought about a kinetic response at the end of the Trump administration to the many provocations of the Iranians. I mean, they're threatening and planning and plotting to kill the President of the United States or the former President of the United States, the leading candidate for President of the United States to take office again, which is not very smart geopolitically to tell the guy who may win that you're trying to kill him. And they've done that very publicly in videos. Unfortunately, I've been on that same list in the same video. But they're engaged in malign activity against Israel. They've attacked Israel. Make no mistake about it, this is not just Hamas and Hezbollah. They wouldn't fire a BB gun across the border with Israel without the total approval of the Iranian regime. They're now starting to find out that maybe that was a bad idea, that they focused so long on Hezbollah and building up the Hezbollah missile batteries and missile stocks in Lebanon, that they failed to realize that the Israelis were preparing as well. And what the Israelis had in store was pretty amazing. We saw that last week. But we're seeing maybe something even more impressive yesterday and today with these bombing raids by the IDF, by the Air Force, the Israeli Air Force. They've used LiDAR and radar and sophisticated intelligence to map out where all these missiles and bombs are across Lebanon, hidden in buildings, hidden in civilian homes, hidden behind Patankan villages. And they're systematically not only taking out the leadership of Hezbollah, but they're systematically taking out the arsenal of Hezbollah. And so maybe the Iranians underestimated themselves. It's a little unfortunate that we're relying on tiny Israel again, courageous Israel, to do the work that we should have been doing to protect the free world against Iran. But the two things with Iran are one, kinetically, if we attacked them, counterintuitively, we're very popular in Iran. The CIA, as many of you know, and this is public, so I'm not speaking out of school, does surveys, public opinion surveys in countries all across the world to see how America is viewed, how we're gauged, what the people of the country, not just the regime, think about the United States. And funny enough, in Iran, I remember this. We first started seeing these results when I was in the Bush administration. I was working with John Bolton up at the UN. America is the number one country that's the most popular among the populace of Iran. They love us. They're wearing New York Jets T-shirts. Maybe they don't get enough news to know the Jets record isn't very good. But don't say that to Woody Johnson, our good friend, but owner of the Jets. But we're very popular with the Iranian people. And what we don't want to do is in striking Iran, we don't want to turn the populace against us and have them rally around the regime. So that's a big issue. And then the second issue is if we use up all our strategic weapons, and we're doing this to some extent now with the Houthis, which is not smart on our part. We're using $1 million anti-aircraft missiles to take down drones that cost less than $20,000 to the Houthis. That's unsustainable. But we're also using the exquisite weapons and capabilities we have against these low-tech weapons and taking them out of the China fight, taking them out of the fight for Taiwan. So for every SM-6 missile that we use, it costs over $1 million of your money, of your taxpayer money, to take down a homemade drone in Yemen or in the Red Sea. That's one Chinese ship that's going to survive an invasion of Taiwan. And so we got to think very, very carefully about how we're using our weapons. If we hit Iran hard, we're going to deplete that stockpile. We've already depleted much of it with Ukraine, and we're going to have a situation where we may not be able to deter China from Taiwan. So regime change is problematic in Iran for those reasons. But having said that, we for whether it's China or Russia or Iran or even North Korea, we've got to be that the idea of America has to penetrate through the firewalls, through the regime media, and get to the people of Iran that there's a place called America and that they have a brighter future someday down the road.
To your point about American popularity in Tehran, for those of you that follow the Nixon Foundation on social media, on Instagram or Facebook or X, our number one constituent geographic group of followers that are the most highly engaged is from Tehran, which is very interesting. So sort of underscores your point.
I think we got a fair number of Persian Americans who are in L.A. So if you grew up in Southern California, you know a lot of Persian Americans. You know they're great Americans and
absolutely
and great people. And you kind of understand how sad it is for Iran with the wealth of that country and the geography that's so similar to Southern California, the Mediterranean climate, the diversity of geography there, the minerals, the oil. That could be such a rich, great country. And was with some problems. I'm not excusing some of the overreach and the authoritarianism of the Shah, but think of Iran with all the people you know that are Iranian Americans. Think if they were back. It's kind of like Cuba. Think if they were back in Iran, running that country, and it had a modicum of democracy, and it wasn't wrapped up in the Shia extremism and the sheer corruption of the Revolutionary Guard that's taking all the money from the middle class and sending it to Hezbollah and the Houthis. But think of the prosperous, wonderful influence Iran could be on the world if it had some of these folks we have in Southern California back running things in Tehran.
Absolutely. Well, we're talking about Israel and America's alliances. Let's keep going on that topic because it's such an important element. But you wrote in the Foreign Affairs article, quote, "Of course, Washington should keep open lines of communication with Beijing, but the United States should focus its Pacific diplomacy on allies such as Australia, Japan, the Philippines, and South Korea, traditional partners such as Singapore, and emerging ones such as Indonesia and Vietnam. Is this essentially a Pacific version of NATO, and what should the overarching objective of this group be?"
Yeah, so I just returned. I was in South Korea 2 weeks ago. Actually went into, it was the first time I've been.
Do you get any sleep?
No, not enough. So I was in South Korea. It was the first time I'd been there, and having been in the Army and in government service for many years, I had plans on various occasions to go to South Korea, but had never made it. And so it's an amazing country, great ally of the United States. And I got to go up to the DMZ, and in one of the blue UN huts, my team and I walked over, and Lomri was with me. We walked over to the North Korean side, so I've technically touched a toe into North Korea, into the DPRK, so I can check that off the bucket list. And in conversations, I had a long conversation with President Yoon, who was very different than President Moon, who was in office when I was in office and President Trump was in office. It went from a very leftist government in Seoul to a very conservative government, much more pro-American, much more attuned to the threat from the North and the threat from China. And we talked about this idea of how we behave in the Pacific, Indo-Pacific region. I still call it PACOM, but I've got to get used to Indo-PACOM. And how we have what Prime Minister Abe called a free and open Indo-Pacific. And this idea that it's not just freedom and democracy, but that sovereignty prevails. So, all the countries you mentioned are democracies with the exception of Vietnam. But Vietnam's a partner and a strong partner against China. Again, counterintuitive, thinking of what we heard from President Nixon and what we all remember as younger people. You're too young for it, Jim, but the Vietnam War and the withdrawal and the way we think about Vietnam. Vietnam is very concerned about its own independence and its sovereignty, as we saw in our war, as the French saw in their war, and as the Chinese saw in 1978 when they invaded Vietnam. They're tough people. And although they don't share our values of rule of law and democracy, it's run by a communist party, tempered by capitalism. They do care greatly about their freedom. And so when you look at the various alliances that have developed in the Indo-Pacific, the first one, and perhaps the most important alliance, and I give the Biden administration, which I really do some credit here, is this trilateral alliance between Japan, South Korea, and the United States. The capability of the South Korean Army, and especially their Navy, is incredible. They've come a long way. They're actually now supplying 1,000 tanks to Poland. They're able to build warships almost at the same clip as China. They've got a great industrial base. The people are industrious, innovative. Then you combine that with Japan, and as President Trump used to say, The Chinese better be careful what they ask for, because we saw what Japan can do. Granted, it was a few years ago, but the Japanese are, when they're motivated, they can be pretty tough themselves and very capable. And then you take the United States and you put those three together. So the Camp David Accords that President Biden, when he pulled together Prime Minister Kishida, President Yoon, and himself at Camp David and got this deal signed, was very important. Now, I don't want to claim credit for it, but I can say that the foundation for that was laid in the Trump administration. We had a very contentious relationship between Japan and South Korea at the time, because we had Prime Minister Abe, who was a conservative and wanted to move forward and confront China. And we had President Yoon, who was a leftist and wanted to be very accommodating towards China. And our key intelligence agreement, the GSOMIA, was about to collapse. And I think it was my first or second week as the National Security Advisor. I had the South Korean National Security Advisor and the Japanese National Security Advisor in the Roosevelt Room. We were trying to negotiate the complete renewal of the GSOMIA, which didn't look like it was going to happen for many historical reasons and historical grievances that the South Koreans had against the Japanese, who've been the colonial overlords in Korea for over 50 years. You heard things like comfort women and that sort of thing, which the Japanese believed had been settled 2 or 3 or 4 times, and they'd have to settle it again, and they didn't want to. But the good news is they both wanted a picture with President Trump, who I had over in the Oval Office. We give him the deadline. No pictures unless we get this deal done. And this was in the heyday of Twitter. And so we got the deal done and the pictures were taken, and the foundation was laid for what happened. But you've got the Trilateral Alliance, you've got AUKUS, the UK, Australia, US, which most of us think of as a nuclear sub-deal, but goes beyond that in cooperation. And then you've got a very important diplomatic arrangement. I spent a lot of time yesterday in a bilateral agreement with Dr. Jaishankar, the bilateral meeting with Dr. Jaishankar, the Foreign Minister of India. This quasi-alliance, it's a diplomatic arrangement right now. It's not a military arrangement yet, but maybe it'll become one. We're doing a lot of exercises. We've got India, Australia, Japan, and the U.S. And so between the trilateral agreement, the AUKUS agreement, and the Quad, and our bilateral treaty arrangements with the Philippines and Thailand, and then the old ANZUS agreement with Australia, New Zealand, and the U.S., although New Zealand's kind of taken a pause from that since the Reagan administration for nuclear reasons. We have the infrastructure in place. I don't think we need a new NATO. I think we've got a lot of capability and alliance capacity that's already been built and structure that's already been established in the Indo-Pacific to keep China at bay. And China's worried about that and is trying to drive a wedge in all of those organizations. I don't think they'll be able to, and I think that our partners in the Indo-Pacific want us there. They know the value of having America, a strong America in the region. And I think we're doing pretty well on the alliance front. Where we're not doing well enough is on the capability front. The U.S. Navy's literally falling apart, and America looks weak after the withdrawal from Kabul and the kind of this green light to Putin to invade Ukraine, with President Biden's comment about it. A minor incursion might not engender a U.S. response. So our allies are a little bit worried about America's resolve. But the structure is there, and I think it's pretty strong.
Well, you just brought up the fact that we have some issues with the Navy, and Congress has not made investments in our Navy a priority. You've also identified in the article sagging recruitment numbers for the military, problems with readiness, slow, antiquated methods for weapons procurement. How do we get Congress focused on the need to build? I think you call for a 355-ship Navy. What more needs to be done to increase America's military capabilities and readiness?
So another great question. I'm going over to the House Study Group on the GOP side today to talk to them at lunch and do a Q&A with them. And this is one of the issues: is how do we get our military readiness back in shape? I mean, number one, the fact that we can't recruit for the military. I mean, we need some more. We need more Top Gun movies. We need more Officer and a Gentleman movies. The kind of movies we grew up with and I grew up with that. Where you had Richard Gere and Tom Cruise and Deborah Winger, a few good men. We need to start making the military something that's great. Instead, we've gone on this woke experiment in the military. I mean, the kids that are joining the military are young men that play football. Okay, they don't want to be counseled on being woke. I mean, they play football in rural Idaho and Utah and Alabama, Mississippi. They're young women who are on the volleyball team. You know, they're young women who ran track, you know, in the inner cities. You know, they're tough kids and who've kind of made it on their merit and learned teamwork. And you know, some of this goes back to England when you know Wellington was asked how he defeated Napoleon at Waterloo, and he said it wasn't one at Waterloo; it was one on the playing fields of Eton and Harrow. You know, the teamwork that was learned, those kids playing rugby and getting toughened up. So we got to get rid of the wokeness. And then on the procurement front, it's a disaster. I mean, we've got to fix procurement in the Navy. And we're the idea that it takes 10 or 15 or 20 years to put a new platform in place, that's not how the world works anymore. And we're seeing this with the Ukraine war. I remember in the first week or two of the war, I happened to be in D.C., and Jake Sullivan, the current national security advisor, very graciously invited me to come over to the White House and talk to him. And we were chatting, and he said, "You won't believe it. We've got these homemade drones with nothing but a hand grenade that's attached to them." I mean, of course, the Ukrainians have gotten better now, but the drone would fly over the tank would open its hatch, the drone would drop a hand grenade down the tank's hatch, blow it up. And so for, you know, $1,000, a million or plus Russian tank was being destroyed. We can't wait, you know, the way we used to for these platforms. Now, part of that problem, which we're going to fix, but which gives me hope, is that it's not going to be the government that saves us on this front. It's going to be our private industry. I mean, our space program was in disarray. We were getting killed by the Chinese. We couldn't put a man in space or a woman in space. And along came Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and others with their ingenuity and their innovation. And all of a sudden, we're killing everybody in the space race again because of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and others. You look at in Intel, it's been totally, which is, you know, calcified. We've got too many people and unclear missions, and Palantir comes in, and Strider from Utah comes in, and Palantir changes the way that we target and uses AI to change the world, and puts us back in the game on the Intel front in a way that the Chinese can't match. Again, because of a guy like Alex Karp or the Levesque brothers in Salt Lake with Strider. You've got these American, this ingenuity of the Musk and the Peter Thiels and the Palmer Luckies at Anduril. I was at Anduril the other day in Costa Mesa, and you go down and look in their showroom, and the drones that they're developing, the UAVs underwater, above air, airborne aerial UAVs, space-based UAVs. It's incredible, and they're doing this on their own budget. They're coming up with the ideas. They're building them. There's no program of record, and so it's going to be, these guys are like rocket men, you know, in the Marvel movies, and so it's going to be the Elon Musk and the Palmer Luckies and the Alex Karps that are going to really fix our procurement and save us. But we've got to embrace it, and the Pentagon has to embrace that entrepreneurial spirit that brought us the Googles and the Apples and the Microsofts. When we embrace that in the defense sector, and when the big contractors realize that that's the way to make money and to prevail against the Chinese and to deliver to our warfighters the platforms they need, that'll change. And the last thing I'll just say, on the Navy, you know, you probably just saw we had the oiler that ran aground in the Red Sea, and we can't get a commercial oiler. We can't supply oil and gas to our carrier battle group in the Middle East. I mean, it's just an embarrassment. There was a Babylon Bee headline that just said, the Navy's giving up, it's just too hard. And, we'll just have admirals. We won't have any ships because it's difficult to go to sea. It's salt water. It's, corrosion. It's, you pack all this, ammunition in a box and put it in with nuclear power reactors, and then you send it out to sea. That's too dangerous. So we got to get the fighting spirit back. We got to figure out how to maintain our subs, maintain our ships, sail them properly. And again, this kind of ties back into the whole woke thing and getting the right kids who've always blessed this country with their willingness to sacrifice and serve us. getting them back on the bridge and in the engine rooms of these ships and go back to kicking butt and taking names.
That's a great way to conclude. Mr. Ambassador, thank you. And do go on and read the ambassador's article in Foreign Affairs. I think it's one of the best explanations of truly the beginnings of a 21st century grand strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And again, thanks to all of you for being here. You honor us with your presence. And please tell your staff, the whole team, how grateful we are on the board and me as chairman for putting on this conference and all the great work you do at the library, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are going to roll right into our first group session now by looking inward. President Nixon said and wrote many times that America cannot exert herself strongly abroad without being strong at home, and vice versa. Today, our nation faces a host of domestic challenges, if not outright crises. Our children are falling behind with a one-size-fits-all educational system. Unchecked illegal immigration is changing communities and exacerbating racial divisions, while fentanyl and dangerous drugs come into our country and make their way to the most vulnerable. And burdensome inflation saps the buying power of every American. Any cogent discussion of a 21st century American grand strategy must, as a prerequisite, start with looking inward. And here to lead us in that discussion is Matthew Continetti, Director of Domestic Policy Studies, and the inaugural Patrick and Charlene Neal, Chair in American Prosperity at the American Enterprise Institute. Matthew, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. It's a pleasure to be here at the Nixon Grand Strategy Summit. I'd like to introduce my fellow panelists for the next hour. To my right is the Honorable Robert Wilkie, who serves as a distinguished fellow in the Center for American Security at the American First Principles Institute. Mr. Wilkie was nominated by President Donald J. Trump to serve as the 10th Secretary of Veterans Affairs. He was confirmed by the United States Senate after previously serving as the acting secretary of the VA. Before confirmation as VA secretary, Robert was the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. He also previously served as Assistant Secretary of Defense and Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs. He is a colonel in the United States Air Force Reserve, and he holds an honors degree from Wake Forest University, a Juris Doctor from Loyola, a Master of Laws in International and Comparative Law from Georgetown, and a Master's in Strategic Studies from the United States Army War College. To his right is Mr. Alex Wong, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. Alex's research spans U.S. national security policy and foreign affairs, with a particular focus on U.S. strategy in the Indo-Pacific region and the future of the Korean Peninsula. He's also the former chairman of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, a bipartisan panel appointed by Congress to examine the national security implications of the trade and economic relationship with China. He most recently served in the executive branch as the Deputy Special Representative for North Korea and the Deputy Assistant Secretary for North Korea at the Department of State, and he's a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania and of Harvard Law School. So welcome, gentlemen. I'm now going to introduce a non-panelist, but the namesake of this session, and I believe we have a video clip of former President Nixon that we'd like to play right now.
You can't have a strong foreign policy without a strong domestic policy. And you cannot have a strong domestic policy without a strong foreign policy. For example, we cannot be at peace when the world is covered with wars, small wars. We learned that in the Persian Gulf. And most important, when people are concerned as they are and should be about the recession here, you cannot have a healthy American economy in a sick world economy. And so it is in our interest, in the interest of our people at home here, to do everything that we can to see that the economy of the world moves up, because we will move up with it. If it goes down, we're going to go down with it.
So that's President Nixon. I thought I might just set the stage for our discussion about kind of the sources of national power, in particular the domestic sources of national power, by talking a little bit about President Nixon's legacy in the realm of domestic policy. I think that one of the most perhaps neglected aspects of President Nixon's career is, of course, his time serving as vice president to President Dwight Eisenhower. And I think from that experience, he took one of the lessons of the Eisenhower administration. The Eisenhower administration, its tenure in office was termed by one historian as the crucial decade of the 1950s, because Eisenhower essentially continued much of the New Deal programs that FDR had instituted during the Great Depression. And so the basic structure of government that we have today, which extends backward to the FDR presidency, was preserved during Eisenhower's tenure. Nixon, as vice president, I think, took from his experience the lesson that the federal government has a role to play, that there is a role for an active federal government, that government shouldn't ignore social problems. But, of course, the government needs to be realistic, it needs to be conservative in its means, and it needs to take a tough-minded approach to domestic and political problems. And so when we look at the Nixon administration, once he becomes president, we tend to always focus on foreign policy and foreign affairs and grand strategy. But there is a domestic legacy, I think, that's worth commenting on just briefly. We heard in the biographical video that opened the morning from, of course, President Nixon's chief foreign policy advisor, Henry Kissinger. But it's worth noting that Kissinger was not the only Harvard academic that Nixon brought onto his administration early on. One of his other major appointments at the outset was Daniel Patrick Moynihan, then known as a neoconservative. It meant something very different than it means today, but a liberal Democrat who was very tough-minded about what social policies could achieve and who had very creative ideas about how the federal government could address entrenched poverty. So this domestic aspect of Nixon, I think, is often overlooked, and in particular, Nixon's attempt to address the welfare system. You know, it's a very important speech that President Nixon delivered in August of 1969, talking about the plan that he and then advisor Moynihan had worked out to reform welfare. Now, that plan ultimately was unsuccessful, but looking at it the other day, I was struck by how Nixon anticipates much of the successful welfare reform of 1996. In particular, in his speech in 1969, Nixon addresses work requirements. And, of course, the idea that welfare benefits should be attached to a requirement to work and to participate in the economy and to at least look or train for a job continues to this very day. You know, in the idea of an active federal government, we shouldn't ignore the fact either that Nixon was a civil rights Republican. And that is something else that he took from the Eisenhower experience. And so he did believe that the federal government could use its power to create opportunities for underprivileged communities. And so he did work to increase minority participation in American life. He did end the segregation of Southern schools. He did increase opportunities for women in the federal government, and that was a large part of his domestic legacy as well. Other aspects, again, it's interesting. You think about Nixon, this idea of an active federal government, he, of course, began the cancer moonshot, which we call it today, that President Biden still talks about. That began with Richard Nixon. The DEA, the idea that the federal government has a role to play in addressing America's drug crisis, again, an issue that continues to haunt us. That's something that President Nixon was very, very involved in. And then also in his presidency, I should note, the issue of energy in particular came up, especially after the Yom Kippur War and the Arab oil embargo. In a remarkable speech that President Nixon delivered in July of November 7th, 1973, in the midst of the conflict in the Middle East. President Nixon talked about the energy crisis. And while he did kind of subscribe to some of the ideas at the time that because of the constraints on our energy supply, we needed to cut back on our use of energy, he also laid out, and it's pretty remarkable looking at it today, a very detailed plan for energy development. He talks about how we have abundant coal resources. He talks about our abundant natural gas resources. He talks about oil. He wants to explore and develop these domestic sources of energy in a way kind of anticipating the hydraulic fracking revolution, which would come some 40 years after his presidency. And also of interest is his reliance on nuclear energy in that speech. And he proposes a real investment, again, in developing nuclear energy, an investment that was kind of cut short by the crisis at the 3 Mile Island plant, some other incidents. But I note that just the other day, 3 Mile Island was reactivated in order to provide for the energy needs of artificial intelligence, among other things. Just one last comment about Nixon's domestic policy, and this is in relation to his post-presidency. One of my favorite Nixon books, and there are many, is a book that he put out called Seize the Day in 1992. It's his penultimate. It's the last book he published while he was still alive. Beyond Peace came out after his death in 1994. But in that book, he devotes the last chapter, and the book is, if you haven't read it, I recommend it. It's a classic Nixon Toward Horizon. Right? He takes you through the world and about everything and gives his insights, his experiences. But he devotes the final chapter to America, and in particular what America needs to do in order to renew itself, in order to prepare for the post-Cold War world. And here again, he talks about the need to address our welfare system, right? The need to rethink how we approach the problems of urban poverty, rural poverty, and how we can change attitudes. It's very interesting, the emphasis on attitudes and culture and values, not necessarily writing a big blank check. In fact, he remarks, the Great Society was nothing but a blank check, and the check bounced, right? So we have to do something different, Nixon says. We have to have kind of a national movement in order to change behaviors and attitudes and values in these areas that are racked by endemic poverty. But he also, and I think this struck me as someone who works with scholars heavily involved in domestic policy, he devotes several pages of this book to education policy, education and America's education system as a source of national power. And among the proposals he lays out there are proposals to improve teacher quality, to increase educational standards, to look at how we best motivate students, how to get students involved and interested in education. He lays out very cogently and persuasively, in my view, his support for educational freedom, for school choice, for delinking school funding to the schools and funding students, not these school systems which often fail. He also talks about non-college career pathways. He says and this is in 1992, remember, he says we need to free ourselves of this myth that a college degree is required for every job. And so we need to explore apprenticeships and other ways to credential people who don't need the 4-year college degree, don't need the cost that it imposes, and of course don't need the indoctrination that often comes with spending 4 years at a college or university. And then he also says on that note that we need to demand more from our universities. And it was just striking to me, rereading this passage the other day, how many of these points that Nixon makes are current, whether it's the movement for educational freedom, which is very successful at the state level and continues to make inroads, whether it's the embrace of the non-college career pathways, which, as a colleague of mine at AEI pointed out, is really one of the only bipartisan domestic issues. We now have governors of both parties who are opening up jobs to people without college degrees, who are trying to create ways that you don't need the 4-year college degree to move ahead and to seize the opportunities. And then, of course, when we think about demanding more from our universities. That is a central issue that the Congress of the United States has been playing a very key role in recent months as we're combating the rise of anti-Semitism and anti-American ideologies on campus. So once again, Richard Nixon's prophetic voice speaks to us, and not only his presidency, but his post-presidency, I think, both anticipates and can inform how we approach these domestic sources of national strength and national power. So with that, I'd like to turn again to my distinguished guests. And I'd like to begin with you, Secretary Wilkie. You remarked that you were just recently abroad, and you were talking about American culture as a source of national power. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that subject.
Well, let me go back in time with Richard Nixon. First of all, traveling around Eastern Europe, I just delivered a keynote address at the Danube Institute. He still casts a giant shadow, particularly in Eastern Europe. And if you look at his history, he was the emissary from President Eisenhower to those who were behind the Iron Curtain. And he was always preaching the values of not just American society in general, but of the American family. And as the VA secretary, I was always fascinated with Nixon's approach to, and prior to that, Undersecretary of Defense, his approach to foundational national security issues, because they all started, as Matthew just pointed out, with the individual American. So what do I mean by that? When Sputnik goes up, Nixon sees a deficiency in American education. He makes a presentation to President Eisenhower, said, we need to unleash the American mind. We can provide assistance to the young people who want to pursue a career in science and engineering and get them on the track to get us ahead of the Soviet Union. And that National Security Act of 1957 was the act that turned out hundreds of thousands of scientists and engineers. And it was the first part of Nixon's program, which we saw when he was president, to do two things in American society: lift up the American family and also make American youth diverse in terms of their talents and giving them opportunities to excel. And what Matthew said also struck me about an experience I had at VA. I ran, obviously, the GI Bill and its benefits program, and I was in a constant tussle with the United States Senate, certain elements of the United States Senate, who demanded that we ignore vocational education and force young veterans into a 4-year college program. Now, I don't know about you, and I apologize if someone has pursued this career, but if a young man wants to be a NASCAR certified mechanic in Fayetteville, North Carolina, the last thing I want to do is push him into an Ivy League anthropology degree. And that was Nixon. Now, the other side of this, in terms of culture, Nixon believed in the innate goodness of the American people. And in my part of the world, the Deep South, Nixon was really the first Republican, Eisenhower to some extent, but the first Republican not to treat the South as a pathology. And with all the divisions and horrors that took place in the post-Civil War era, Nixon found a venue to appeal to both white and black Southerners, and that was the American family. I mean, the South has traditionally been, on both sides of the racial divide, a matriarchal society. And Nixon's policies aimed to take those traits and bring people together. I saw it as a youngster. My father was a senior officer in the 82nd Airborne Division when I was a little fellow. And I was open to a new world by seeing senior officers of America's most decorated combat division, the All-American Division, who happened to be from the South but also happened to be African American. And I remember one exchange that I had with in one of my confirmation hearings. And this really goes back to Nixon's vision. I was being attacked because the individual considered the South to be a pathology. And I said, well, I grew up in the age of Nixon. And every Thursday when my father had command at Fort Bragg, a Jeep would pull up. It was the only time he didn't depart for his headquarters at 2 a.m. in the morning. The Jeep would pull up at 6 o'clock. And his driver, Sergeant Johnson, happened to be black. And you could see the senators starting to form their attack that I was putting out some sort of stereotype. And I said that sergeant drove him every Thursday to the headquarters of the 82nd Airborne Division to meet with the commanding general of the division, who under Richard Nixon was also black. And that Nixon did. What he did was to change the very structure of Southern society. And if you look at my part of the country today, it is the most vibrant. It is the one where you have the most solid family structures. It is the one where people are fighting and dying to get into. And we have a society that, on the military side, 60% of the officers in our armed forces come from 11 states, from Virginia to Texas. And I attribute much of that, not just to the fact that the South has a martial heritage that began in Cavalier, Virginia in 1603, but because of Richard Nixon's vision to bring the country together. And that's why I have been privileged to address the age of Nixon several times at the library in Yorba Linda. And as the VA secretary, I was able to see that vision play out in bettering the lives of young veterans. And it was essentially a Nixon model, to use the federal government, not to abuse the federal government, make it an abusive force in society or a limiting force, but to lift up people who were put in a situation, first in the South, that was no fault of theirs with the African American community. Lift them up, but also with veterans, to give them the opportunities that they deserved from the battlefield service to use their talents. And that is why Nixon was a visionary, and every time I'm back home, I do think about everything that he did to change the trajectory of one large part of our society.
Thank you. Alex, let me ask you, picking up on that, I think what we found in the recent period of kind of social disturbance, lack of purpose, missing purpose, is that social cohesion can be a very important source of national strength. This is something you've been paying attention to as well. What have you concluded?
Yeah, that's correct. And I enjoyed your compendium of the sources of national power at the beginning of this discussion. And I really come at this from a evaluation of what are and what is the status of the sources of U.S. national power in our competition geopolitically with other powers, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, whether it's Iran, whether it's our overall ability to maintain our alliances and our presence in the world. And in that discussion, in this debate, when we're talking about national security and geopolitical competition, I think rightly a lot of the conversation goes to defense industrial base, supply chain security, hard military power. Those are all important things. But I don't want to miss, and I don't think President Nixon or any of you are missing, this idea of social cohesion, of commitment to the American ideal, the American experiment. You know, one thing I think many of you in this room know, in the intelligence community, in our intelligence community, we have truly an army of analysts that are charged with looking at other nations, their economic power, their agricultural power, their energy mix, their military power. But a part of it, too, is understanding their political systems and understanding the level of social cohesion in these other nations. And it's not a secret that the intelligence communities of other nations are looking at our own society. What is the confidence of the American people? What is the level of commitment of national confidence among the population? And because it is a measure of national power, it is a measure of influence. It is a measure of can we rise to compete in the 21st century. Now, a lot of the discussion in recent years, particularly on the conservative side of the political spectrum, particularly on trade, really does focus on how trade policies of the past 25 years, in particular with China, opening up to China, inviting them to the WTO, has hollowed out or moved manufacturing jobs, moved manufacturing industries and sectors to other parts of the world. And again, that affects our supply chain security, our defense industrial base, our manufacturing power. But we can't miss the fact that it also has effect on social cohesion. When you have employment displacement, when you have people and populations and communities unable to find the same meaning in work that they did before, that does diminish social cohesion. I think that's without question. And it does, therefore, diminish an element of our national power. A lot of this discussion, I have a friend, a dear friend named Orrin Cass, who many of you may have read. We both worked on the Mitt Romney campaign together. He worked domestic policy, I worked foreign policy. But he's reintroduced this idea, and others in his intellectual mindset, that our trade policy, our economic policies, the idea of manufacturing, is not just about the economic power. It's about ensuring that among key parts of the population, that there remains a commitment and a belief that America offers that opportunity, that they can find meaning in their work, which is a significant part of how people find meaning in life. That's been reintroduced in the conversation. I say reintroduced because it's actually quite an old idea, a communitarian idea, one that President Nixon elicited in his policies, in his remarks. But that's a welcome reintroduction of these ideas into the conservative side of the debate of how do we boost American confidence, how do we boost dignity, how do we boost commitment to the American ideal, again, as a source of national power in this new age of competition geopolitically.
Let me add one other thing, Matthew, if you don't mind. I probably hinted that I was born in khaki diapers, and I'm very, very proud of that. But one aspect of Nixon's thrust, not the elevation of the family, the elevation of American education, and when I say that, imbuing an understanding of America's special place on the planet as the indispensable nation. I mean, Nixon understood that unlike even the brutish and sclerotic Soviet Union, there was not a change of government on any place on the planet that did not escape the national strategy of the United States, did not impact it. And through his vision for education, he understood that in order for the United States to continue its role as defender of the West, defender of that continuum that began in the Judean desert, that went to Athens, to Rome, to London, to the United States, we needed an enlightened population. He also hated America of the flabby waistline. In fact, that was a term that he used. And the reason I bring these two things up, we have a crisis right now because we're not following the Nixon model. We have the lowest recruiting numbers since Richard Nixon and the blessed Creighton Abrams created the all-volunteer force in 1973. You can now pass the Army physical fitness test with 10 push-ups and 2 miles in 25 minutes. The average 65-year-old American can walk a mile in 12 minutes. what we are seeing is the need for an approach that Nixon would have approved from the ground up, reminding our young people that they live in a special place, that they have been given this endowment that stretches back 3,000 years, that physical fitness, and he was the one who really empowered the Council on Physical Fitness, in fact, pulling one of the most famous coaches in the National Football League, George Allen, of the Redskins, to be the head of that. He focused on that because he understood that that was not only the key to having a strong pool of recruits for the armed forces, but it was also the key to improving the minds of young people and improving America's standing when it came to competition with the world. He saw this symbiotic relationship not only impacting the domestic side, but being crucial if America was going to maintain its military might. We have sadly lost that at a time when we face a three-headed, well, 3.5 if you include little Kim, a three-headed monster that is much more potent and flexible than the Soviet Union ever was.
Thank you. Alex, I want to pick up on another kind of hot-button issue, but one that relates to American strength and American dynamism and development, and that's immigration. Obviously, we're focused a lot on the crisis at the southern border, the remarkable influx of migrants over the past 3 years across that southern border. But we also have this legal immigration system that I think demands we address. How should we go about that when we think about building an immigration system that would enhance American power in the next century?
Yeah, you're right. Immigration, I mean, for as long as I've been in politics and policy, is a, I wouldn't quite call it a third rail, but a sensitive topic that I think policymakers, members of Congress, don't take seriously enough as, or are not willing to politically look at in a rigorous fashion, in a strategic manner. Maybe I'll put it this way. Every year, the United States accepts roughly 1 million, issues 1 million immigrant visas, people who are coming in to be permanent residents and are on the path to citizenship, 1 million. Of that 1 million, about 14% are devoted, allocated, designated for employment visas or skills-based visas. But of that 14%, actually less than half of the visas are going to the actual employee or skill-based immigrant. The remainder are for children, spouses, family. So we're really only getting perhaps 6% of all of our immigrant visas are going towards what can be deemed strategic skills-based immigration. And when we're talking about sources of national power, when we're talking about major technological advances that we are trying to push and lead on, when we're talking about building an economy that works for all Americans, the question has to be asked whether the legal immigration system, the way that we've had it now, which has been in place, I think, for 40 or 50 years in the same form, is this the right mix of skills-based immigration? Are we thinking strategically about the workforce that we need, about the skills that we need to bolster our economic competitiveness, our technological competitiveness? I think the answer is that question is not being asked. You know, I used to work for Senator Tom Cotton in the Senate. And when I worked for him, he introduced, together with President Trump's endorsement, in fact, a bill that would reform the immigration system to introduce more skills-based visas, but also flexibility to modify and change the categories and the types of skills that we would welcome and prioritize, to modify that based on need and on strategic need. Now, that bill didn't go anywhere, given some of the political hurdles and sensitivities I had mentioned before. But as a nation that is on a more competitive footing now, as a nation that, again, is looking at pushing the technology forward with the right workforce, we really have to look at that. And on illegal immigration, this is not ignored by people in the debate, but it's worth repeating that a major effect of illegal immigration is pressure on wages at the lower end of the salary scale. And this goes back to that social cohesion question. When we are undermining the ability of those at the lower end or lower or early part of their career to earn wages, build up wealth, advance in the workforce, that affects their commitment to the American experiment, their faith in it, and affects that negatively, that social cohesion that we do need in the United States, again, to enhance our power.
Yeah, and I would go back to Nixon's time in California. He was friendly, actually a confidant of Cesar Chavez. Cesar Chavez is viewed as an icon of the left, but if you read his speeches, you see someone who agreed with Nixon that the key was assimilation in the American ethic. And Nixon and Chavez both saw, as Alex was saying, uncontrolled immigration as a threat to those Americans who are at the bottom of the American pay scale, who are at the bottom of society trying to work their ways up. And what Chavez and Nixon and Pat Moynihan, before he went to the Senate, they actually believed in increasing the numbers of immigrants who came because of skills that they could contribute to American society. But separate and apart from increasing that, he wanted a time where they could, as a community, fully embrace American society, American ideals. I think he would be appalled today to see the balkanization of many of our immigrant communities. And what we've seen on our college campuses, although he certainly experienced dissension and riots amongst the elite universities of the country. Of course, his solution was to go down to the Lincoln Memorial and wade right into the thousands who were calling for his head just to talk to them. But I think he would be very sad to see what is happening when people who have come here, as we have seen in some instances, do everything they can to destroy the society they've come to.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, and I'm glad you mentioned the social disorder of the Nixon era, and of course his reaction to it. I left out in my kind of catalog of Nixon domestic policy while he was president, of course, his efforts to combat violent crime. And, of course, one reason he was elected in 1968 was the sense of growing social disorder and rising crime. In a quite remarkable essay that he published in Reader's Digest in 1967 called What Has Happened to America, he says, "The first responsibility of government and a primary responsibility of the judicial system is to guarantee to each citizen his primary civil right, the right that he be protected from domestic violence." That is the primary role of government in his view, and it's why the phrase law and order became so integral to his candidacy and presidency. And it's also another striking reminder that the themes and issues of the Nixon era are prevalent today, right? As we talk about whether crime has increased, whether it's decreased in the last year, whether that's, of course, still much higher than it was when the Biden administration took office, it's worth keeping in mind Nixon's lessons for us. And another issue I think that has emerged in the campaign, and one that I've been a little bit surprised that it's become so important, is the issue of veterans. And Secretary Wilkie, you mentioned Nixon's creation of the all-volunteer force, shepherding that along in 1973. Of course, he was a veteran himself of the Second World War. And I can't think of a better person to ask about the role that veterans are playing in this current moment, but also what needs to be done to better help veterans make that transition to the civilian workforce than you, Secretary Wilkie.
Well, it was very much Nixonian on our part. I mentioned changing the trajectory of the emphasis of the GI Bill. But this goes back to what we talked about at the beginning, our basic education system, uplifting military service, uplifting the notion of Americanism as Nixon would have understood it. We have not followed the path, and this is a good thing, of some of our Western European allies, particularly in Great Britain, even though you see the ceremonial aspect of British military service. The Black Watch cannot march through most British cities without being pelted with refuse. Most British military units in the major cities, including London, have to stay in their barracks, and they're not allowed to go outside of the barracks in uniform because, and this is an immigration issue, people have come to the country with the purpose in Great Britain of completely changing society, and they are at war with British traditions, etc. So we don't have that problem. But we do have to go beyond the thank you for your service bromides that we see in everyday society. We have to imbue the country with the notion that young veteran, and Nixon would understand this because he was in the same boat as a young man coming back from the Pacific. That young veteran has probably made more life-changing decisions by the time he or she is 23 or 24 years old than the average American will make in a lifetime. So that is an avenue that we need to continue to open up. The other thing that would appall Richard Nixon right now, and I say this guardingly, I think there is one side of the political divide that looks at veterans of the armed forces as victims, believes that they were somehow dragooned into service, they had no choice. It's the old World War I aphorism about lions led by donkeys, donkeys being all of us. That is an attitude that needs to change, and it needs to change right away. That Richard Nixon created a force of volunteers, people who stepped forward. They were not impressed by press gangs. And to treat them as upstanding citizens who have made important decisions in their lives to serve the country. The other side of this is that Nixon himself, and I said this in Yorba Linda, he did more for veterans than any president in the post-World War II world. His focus on vocational education for veterans, his focus on making sure that every veteran had the avenue to, if not follow an educational track or a vocational track, was given access to corporate America, small town American business. And it was something that you saw throughout his presidency. But for me, is giving veterans choice. It is treating them as citizens who have made important decisions in their lives, not as victims of an oppressive state, as free people in a free society. And then, again, it all comes back to, with me, we have to change at the grassroots that educational system that begins in kindergarten, elementary school, secondary school, and then the colleges will come around.
Thank you. Alex, I want to move to one of the hot topics, especially in relation to the strategic competition against the People's Republic of China, and that's R&D. You made reference to some thinkers and policy analysts who think that we're running behind in the technological competition with China. Certainly in the past 4 years, there have been a major legislation, right, the Chips and Science Act, that's meant to address some of these shortcomings. How should we think about research and development? Is it simply a matter of making sure the tax credit is high and sustainable and shoveling money at tech projects? Or is it a more broader conception of how we can get that qualitative technological edge against our adversaries?
Yeah, this is the hot topic. One thing I have a feeling on is we're actually paying too much attention and are over-indexed on funding of R&D, basic research, elite institutions working on cutting-edge technologies like whether it's AI, quantum, et cetera. Those are all important things. Research is important. The fact that America has to lead on these technologies and win is important. But we also have to look at how do we connect that research, those cutting-edge technologies, to national power? How do we – and there's this concept, and this is not my thinking. This is actually – there's a scholar named Jeffrey Ding working out at GW. He's a brilliant guy. He's written a lot about this. But technology only enhances national power if it is diffused throughout the society, if it's widely adopted and embedded in industry, by consumers, by other businesses. For instance, let's take the internet, for example. When it was invented, really by a DoD program 40 years ago, it was the United States, through our commercialization, through our free market, through an educated population, not at the high-end cutting-edge PhD level, but a population that could take a technology and apply it, whether it's in manufacturing scenarios or in consumer products. They took the internet and applied it throughout the society. And what happens there when you do that is you enhance productivity. And we become the leader in productivity. We produce more. We're more economically efficient. And then those innovations throughout an economy lead to more innovations. So for instance, let's take AI. If we win AI in achieving the best large language models, the best applied narrow AI, if we could apply it throughout our economy, that then leads to more breakthroughs in material science, or it leads to more breakthroughs in genetic research and medical applications. And this is something that America has always actually been quite good at because of the free market system that we have, because of the entrepreneurial spirit. Generally, at least relative to other countries, incentives for capital expenditure, for entrepreneurship, tax incentives that enable this type of flexible adoption of new technologies. Compare us to China on this. China, a lot of analysts will say, is pouring tens of billions into R&D. You have Xi Jinping talking about these and naming these technologies, quantum, AI, et cetera, in his 5-year strategies. But the question is, can China take all of those research dollars and all the research coming out of some of their elite universities and apply it throughout their society where they're increasing their productivity, their GDP, and then therefore setting standards on technology for the world? I think there's a big question there. China has a lot of great universities, but their primary, secondary, and less elite university system is actually quite sick. They have a problem training up their population to have the skills, and again, not cutting-edge skills, but the ability to take these technologies and diffuse it throughout the society. They have a huge youth unemployment problem. They, in fact, stopped reporting the youth unemployment number for a period because it was so bad. Because their youth that are graduating from their vocational schools, from the universities, are an ill fit to their developing economy that has to adopt new technologies. So this is an advantage for the United States, and we have to press it. We have to make sure that our economic system, our entrepreneurial spirit, our education at the vocational level, at the state school level, at the engineering and applied level, continues in a way that we can take these new technologies that are coming out of the Stanfords of the world, et cetera, and is applying it throughout the society. And if we can do that, we will then, by pure market force, set the standards for the world where we remain the leader in these technologies in the same way we've been the leader in past technologies over the past 100 years. But this takes policy, and this takes focus.
Yeah, I would just add, I think we, in many areas of policymaking, we're making the same mistake that we made during the height of the Cold War, which Nixon and Reagan certainly warred against, and that was that the Soviet Union's model was inevitable. It was peopled by 10-foot-tall Slavic giants. I mean, remember with China, you've got 900 million people there who are living about the same level of subsistence as their ancestors did 2,000 years ago. And the imposition of Maoist policies back on the Chinese economy. We have all the tools here to prevail in this competition. And one thing Alex has preached, as part of that competition, is making sure we are much closer than we have been in the past to Japan, Korea, Singapore, India, and some of our allies in Western Europe, to create those alliance systems that not only provide a military buffer against Chinese imperial ambitions, but create a more fluid exchange of intellectual capital that we need to prevail in the rest of this century.
Thank you. Just a historical note, of course, President Nixon was an advocate of high tech. He was an advocate of the SST, the supersonic transport, which was much fought over during his presidency. He, of course, presided over the Apollo missions that landed Americans on the moon. And in that energy speech he gave in November of 1973, he said a really striking quote. He said, "The lessons of the Apollo project and of the earlier Manhattan Project are the same lessons that are taught by the whole of American history. Whenever the American people are faced with a clear goal and they are challenged to meet it, we can do extraordinary things." So Nixon, of course, always thinking in terms of goals, purposes, having in the back of his head the football metaphor, right? Are you going downfield or are you on offense? That applies to policy areas and the technological competition as well. We're nearing the end of our panel, so I thought I would address this question to both my guests. And that is, we're talking about making a more just society at home, or we're talking about the sources of American strength. There is a tendency to kind of pile on what we think of as sources of American strength, what is absolutely critical to creating a more powerful, a more prosperous and peaceful America and world. And so I guess I'd just ask the two of you, starting with you, Secretary Wilkie, how should we prioritize our policy making when we're talking about the sources of American strength? Is it an all of the above plan, or are there specific areas that we should focus on?
Well, let me start with General Powell. And it's something that has stuck with me since I first heard him use this description of the American soldier many, many years ago. He said the American soldier is the only soldier in the history of the world who didn't go abroad in search of treasure, plunder, territory. The only thing he asked was a place to be buried. That is a very profound way of looking at the United States through the eyes of those upon whose shoulders our liberty is carried. And to me, the sources of that American strength are pretty simple. That's faith in the ideals of America. On the foreign stage, I'm always happy to say that the United States of America is the only country in the history of the world to offer a helping hand to all the peoples of the world, including our enemies. That probably says more about us than anything else. But in order to maintain that, we really must do everything we can to lift up the American family. And lifting up the American family through getting government out of the way in terms of allowing them to prosper. And you can go off into areas of deregulation, what have you. But also from the ground up, restoring an educational system that produced someone like Harry Truman, who finished high school and was a failed haberdasher, and in the first year in the White House probably made more important decisions than any American president, with the exception of Lincoln, made in entire terms, administration terms. Those are the kinds of people that we need to elevate and honor. But it's going to take a lot. And I'll just make one harsh cultural statement. Having been in Eastern Europe, talking to them, it was made clear to me that they didn't understand how Chinese youth are studying the potential for quantum computing when America's teachers' unions are telling our young people that men can be pregnant. We need to go back to the old verities. Nixon understood that. His father was a small grocery owner. He came from the communities. As even Chris Matthews said, that the key to Nixon's strength was that everybody who saw him knew that he was one of us. And we have to get back to that feeling of community. You can have all the government programs in the world, but without the strength of that family and the strength of the systems that promote the family and protect it, then I think we're in for a very rough ride.
Thank you. Alex?
I'll answer perhaps with a general recommendation and then more specifically on a policy area. My general recommendation would be that policymakers, whether in Congress or at the agencies, and really the culture of all of these career civil servants at these agencies, the policy mindset has to not just be on their narrow policy area, but on a strategic evaluation of each policy they push. Whether you're at the Department of Energy or you're at the Department of Education or Treasury, 30 years, what type of economy and policy regime are you building? And after 30 years, is America stronger? Is America more secure because of that policy mix, because of those decisions, or is it weaker? So, for example, if you look at I mentioned trade before, the trade policy decision to bring China into the WTO, to grant China most favored nation status 25 years ago, has had enormous strategic implications with regard to U.S. Sources of U.S. power. If you look at Germany, the decisions Germany has made on energy, on its energy mix, on nuclear power or de-emphasizing it, these decisions were made 30 years ago, and it put them in a very bad strategic situation now, and in particular with the Ukraine war. So these decisions have to be made in the everyday with a strategic long-term mindset, because they're very hard to undo, very hard to fix after 30 years has passed. Now, specifically, one policy area is energy that I think we should look at, because energy really is systemic. In order to have the economy that we want, in order to have the ingenuity and the innovation, in order to have the strength abroad, what we need is abundant energy, energy that is dense and that is affordable for the economy. So whether it's looking at LNG, whether it's looking at oil, whether it's looking at coal, whether it's looking at nuclear and renewables, really all of the above. How can we make America more energy secure? And on top of that, not just producing it here, but what relationships do we have abroad with what are called swing producers? In order to have energy security, we need to be able to regulate the international price of energy. And we, right now, are not able to do that, because even though we have lots of fracking and we have lots of LNG sources, we can't ramp up that production in a quick way, in the way that the Saudis can. So our diplomatic relationships, our alliances to ensure energy security and stable energy prices is very important. So that type of energy policy, where we're looking strategically at, are we providing this general source of American power, and what decisions we're making now in terms of our alliances and our domestic policies for the next 10, 20, 30 years, that is something that I think we should prioritize.
I'll give you one last thought. just came back from Hungary, and I addressed a gathering of scholars, defense ministers, foreign ministers, and of course, looking at the remnants of the Habsburg Empire, I was loath to bring up Bismarck. But when Bismarck was unceremoniously dumped by the vainglorious Kaiser William, he granted the New York Times an interview. It was actually Winston Churchill's grandfather, Leonard Jerome, who was the owner, publisher of the New York Times, and he asked the Iron Chancellor, what do you see for the coming 20th century? And first thing he said was, well, the North Americans speak English, which meant that the might of the British Empire would be transferred to the American Colossus. And then he said, well, my Lutheran faith tells me, after much study of the plans of the Almighty, that the Almighty does three things. He protects fools, drunkards, and the United States of America. And I think the Iron Chancellor is right on that.
We've come to the end of our time today, and before I conclude, the Iron Chancellor is hard to beat, but this is Nixon's day. So I wanted to end with a quote from Richard Nixon contained in Seize the Day, that book that was published in 1992, 2 years before he died. Writing in that book, at one point he says, "We now have a cause even greater than the defeat of communism, the victory of freedom." And it seems to me that that cause endures and the fight continues. So please join me in thanking my two distinguished guests. And I hope you have a wonderful day here at the Nixon Foundation.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Nixon Grand Strategy Summit's first panel. Our second panel will begin at 11 a.m. after this short break. Hey, 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 1, 2. You got me over there? Hey, hey. 1, 2. Doing a quick little microphone check for our Zoom. Hey, hey, 1, 2. Good morning from Washington, D.C. Hey, 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to take your seats, our next panel is about to begin. Our next panel, Theaters of War and Great Power Competition, is about to begin. If you could please make your way to your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to take your seats as we get started on our second panel. We're going to explore the impact of regional conflicts around the world on the great powers. Right now, the world is watching wars take place in the Middle East and in Ukraine and Russia. And there are other battles and skirmishes in other parts of the world, including in Africa, in the Sahel, and as the Houthis wage war on international shipping in the Red Sea. We might call these proxy wars in a sense, but how does what happens in Ukraine affect what happens in Beijing? And how does what happens in Lebanon affect what happens in Moscow? What are the most likely outcomes for each of these wars? And then what? Here to lead us in this discussion is Eli Lake with the Free Press and host of the Re-Education with Eli Lake podcast. Over to you.
Thank you all for coming. And now I think we're going to be playing a short clip first of President Nixon.
Looking at the fundamental responsibility of a president of the United States, responsible for the security of this country, failing to have a rapprochement with the People's Republic of China at that time would have been inexcusable and unacceptable because, frankly, we needed them just as much as they needed us. And if we didn't have that rapprochement today, I repeat, we would be in an impossible position vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. You take the Soviet Union, you add the billion people that are in China with its enormous resources, and the whole balance of power in the world tips irreparably against us. And that is what we are helping to prevent.
Okay, well, I want to start off by introducing our panel. From my far left, former Deputy National Security Advisor and a star of Washington's strategic class, Matt Pottinger. Then we have from the Vandenberg Coalition, Carrie Filippetti, and the lead author and architect of the 2017 Grand Strategy for the United States, Nadja Shotlow. And I am Eli Lake of the Free Press. So I want to start off with that quote, and I want to start with you, Matt, and ask, what do you think? Do you think that Nixon's idea that we have to have a balance of power with totalitarian states is still applicable today, as it was in the height of the Cold War?
Eli, it's good to see you, and good to see Carrie and Nadia. Great to be with you. Look, I think the logic of the quote that we just heard made a great deal of sense. What Nixon was seeking to do was to ensure that we weren't facing an overwhelming competitor in the form of a combined Sino-Soviet axis. The part of the quote that we didn't hear, he went on to talk about how it's only when you have a balance of power where one state is not significantly more powerful than others that you have peace. I think that's the only part of the quote that Nixon uncharacteristically got wrong. And I think it was because of the context of the time when he said that quote. That was really at the height of the détente period. We had just lost the Vietnam War, and the U.S. was starting to think about whether we could manage even usher in a more multipolar era where we hoped having equal power between the United States and its adversaries would somehow add up to peace. I think probably in Nixon's later life, since he made that quote in 1977, his later life, I suspect that Nixon would have revised himself in light of the fact that history has shown that a balance of power, a true balance of power, is actually a very dangerous thing. It's often the prelude to war. And in fact, it is when you have a very lopsided difference in power that peace tends to prevail. And so that's why it's so important for the United States and its allies to be perceived as having a significantly lopsided advantage over the new axis that's formed. Again, this time with China playing the role that the Soviet Union played back in the 1970s, Russia, North Korea, Iran as the primary members, but I would even add Venezuela at this point, since all those powers are mucking around in Venezuela right now and have just stolen an election from the Venezuelan people.
Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Matt, and I would say that this is all further complicated by the fact that in Nixon's time, or in our time as opposed to in Nixon's time, we're not really looking at regional geography as being as critically important as it was back then. With cybersecurity, with the cyber sphere, it is no longer really possible for us to think about balance of power in the same way, because people are able to influence us here at home through disinformation and propaganda. So I think that adds a very unique new element to how we think about these issues that wouldn't have been as true in Nixon's time.
Nadia, what do you think?
I think I agree with Matt, but I think maybe I have a slightly different take. So yes, I agree with Matt that essentially you want U.S. preponderance of power in these three regions of the world. But is that possible today? I'm not so sure. We have to strive for it, but our relative power is declining and has been declining. And the National Commission on Defense, actually, if the audience is interested, it's worth looking at. There's some alarming language in there. But having said that, I think what's important about the concept of balance of power is that it's a constant effort to keep it in play, right? And we need to remember that. And so I think Matt would agree with me. It's not that we're necessarily going to achieve preponderance at any given moment, but we have to strive for that, and we constantly have to do that. The status quo is not static. To maintain a status quo, to maintain U.S. power, means a constant set of activities, and I think that that's important to keep in mind.
And I would add that the United States right now is not striving sufficiently to reclaim or to sustain that preponderance of decisive power that Nadia was just describing. We've seen a decline every single year of the current administration. We've seen a real decline in defense spending. It's exactly the opposite of what we need to be doing.
Exactly.
Well, let me kind of continue on this and pose a challenge. Oftentimes, American leaders of both parties have talked about a rules-based international system. Is a rules-based international system possible with aggressive totalitarian states like China or the former Soviet Union, or states that exist in many ways that outside of what we would consider to be sort of whether it's the laws of war, the laws of trade, or for that matter, trying to come up with the new rules of the road for something like cybersecurity? Is it possible to have both, which is to say, can we have a balance of power with totalitarian states and also have that an international system ruled in some ways by international law and not just simply by terror and the balance of fear?
No, I mean, I think it's more accurate to say, first to ask the question, whose rules? And if we want them to be our rules, then we have to actively fight for that. We have to actively shape. We have to actively influence. But having said that, we need to acknowledge that we might need to shift more toward a multilateral system with coalitions of like-minded countries. If you compare Biden's speech at the UN, which was the most, it was just filled with one trite phrase after another: multilateralism, human rights, everything was chock full in there. And look at Meloni's speech, the Italian Prime Minister's speech, in which she acknowledged that Western values matter and that I think it's a very interesting and important comparison. So ideally, we want a system that reflects our rules. We want a system that advantages us and our allies. We have to fight for that through the system, but acknowledge that other powers are seeking to change that all of the time. And we may need to end up with a different sort of order in which we're building coalitions, creating positive alignments, and maybe keeping some out of the system.
Carrie?
Yeah, so to expand on what Nadia has said. So first of all, I hate the term rules-based international order only because as a conservative, there's a lot of words in that I don't love, like liberal rules-based international order does not necessarily, that is not the combination of words that I am drawn to, but the theory behind it is essentially what I would call the American-led system. So to Nadia's point that this is about whose rules are we talking about. You know, when I was growing up, my mom used to always say the same G.K. Chesterton quote, which is you should be open-minded but not so open-minded that your brains fall out. And that's kind of how I would describe the multilateral system, which is that back in the past, and Matt can share even more details on this, China saw entities like the United Nations as essentially purveyors of this American-led system, and therefore they didn't want to engage actively in it because they felt engaging within that system meant that they were inherently providing more credibility to the American-led system. What they subsequently discovered in the early 2000s was actually we can take advantage of this system. We can take advantage of the freedoms that the Western world is trying to promote and try to manipulate it and sway it closer to our worldview. This is, we see them getting involved in campus protests to try to undermine American social cohesion, for example, and trying to benefit off this idea of freedom of speech and all of that. So I think it really depends, and it relies on the West to be willing to actually stand up for the very principles and the purposes of those principles that initially formed these things. And we haven't been doing that. You can see this very clearly with how China manipulated the entire international system through the World Health Organization during the onset of COVID. You also see it in the resolutions that are put forward in the UN on Russia, which typically don't talk about the egregious Russian invasion of Ukraine, but instead condemn things like American sanctions for causing food insecurity and things of that nature. So it's not that the system is the problem. The problem is that we're not willing to stand up and defend the original purposes for that system.
Matt?
Yeah, I would just say that I think that the small number of aggressive, autocratic, even totalitarian countries that we've been talking about have shown that they are vandalizing the American-led system. They every day they make a mockery of the founding charter of the United Nations and the four freedoms and the things that we were pulling them into. But that doesn't mean that the whole system burns down. It means that we should, that these countries are in a sense excluding themselves, and so they shouldn't have the benefits of free trade with rule of law countries. They shouldn't have the benefit of having so much of a vote in UN bodies and the like. But look, one thing I want to lay out is that even as you have this totalitarian axis, I like to call it the axis of chaos, because Xi Jinping famously, maybe not famously enough, gave a speech in 2021 where he said the most important characteristic in the world today is chaos, and that trend's likely to continue. And he goes on in that speech to say that these trends favor the Chinese Communist Party. And then he went to visit Putin last year in the Kremlin, and he said, "You and I are the ones driving these changes that we haven't seen for a century." So by his own admission, I think really Xi Jinping is an agent of chaos. We know that's true of Iran. We certainly know that's true of Vladimir Putin's Russia. Therefore, we should be mindful of the fact that the United States and our allies together account for about $60 trillion GDP each year. Okay, $60 trillion. Russia is maybe $2 trillion. Okay, even if you add China and Russia together, they are of a little less than 20 trillion. So that means that they're about a third of the size of the United States and its defense treaty allies. It's simply that we are not showing the will and focus to bring our superior might, economic might, political might, technological innovative might, military might together to really contain this axis.
Okay. I want to move on, and it sort of leads into the next topic, which is, I mean, we see right now a new front opening between Israel and Lebanon, and we've seen in Gaza. And I want to just play on this point before we get into the nuts and bolts of this conflict. We've seen a jiu-jitsu move in some ways by the axis of chaos, which is to say that Hamas, which is a proxy of Iran for all intents and purposes, and Hezbollah, certainly even more of a proxy of Iran, exist outside of international law, and yet it is Israel in its response to their aggression, which is literally in the dock of the International Court of Justice, and I think the ICC too. And so in some ways, I just want to sort of ask, like, what is the strategy for dealing with this inversion of international law in some ways? You have one side that no country is perfect, but one side that it aspires to live under and to abide by international law, and another side that seeks to flagrantly exist outside of it. And yet it's the party, the country that abides by international law that finds itself, under the microscope of these international institutions. So what is the best strategy for countering that? And I can start with you, Nadja.
Well, I think I'll start by what I think has been a problem from the start, which is identifying the problem. And this administration did not identify the problem as a problem between Israel and Iran. It did not characterize the war as a war between Israel and Iran, which is effectively what it is. It began in a very narrow way, that this is a war between Israel and Hamas. And if you look at the region and consider it as a war between Israel and Iran, all of a sudden you have a whole set of options that aren't, maybe they're being discussed between closed doors. But strategy making begins with an assessment of what is the problem. And that would have been the beginning for me, looking at it as in that light. It creates a whole bunch of different strategic options for you, operational options, different approaches to the problem. Now we're getting to that, mainly because we can't avoid it as the war is expanding, but that's not how we started to look at things on October 7th. But you're an expert too, Eli, on this region.
Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, I would answer this in a couple of different ways. One, it is important to me as an American and as a Jewish American and as a Zionist American that the United States and our allies, especially Israel, do try to adhere to the highest possible international standards. And I think, by the way, that's not a criticism of Israel. I think it is. I think the problem the problem is that we're not holding non-state actors accountable to the same things that we're holding Israel accountable, or rogue states. And part of the reason we're not holding rogue states accountable is because there seems to be this consensus position among both the Biden administration, but then also some of our European allies, that essentially accountability equals escalation, right? If you hold a country accountable for its crimes against humanity, then that equals escalation, and that will lead to direct war. And what this administration wants to do, above all else, is avoid a direct confrontation with Iran.
Let's put a pin in that, because I do want to get back to the escalation question.
Yeah.
But
so
Matt,
I think that's the sort of guiding factor here.
But Matt, I want to just kind of go to you and put a point on this, which is that if institutions like the International Court of Justice are manipulated by countries like South Africa and others to basically, scrutinize and potentially penalize a country that was just attacked in a horrific way, that is our ally, do we have an interest in an International Court of Justice at that point? Or, is there a way to reform it?
No, I think we can never be a party to an organization that supersedes American law.
Okay.
In our own revolution and through our Constitution, we'd be surrendering our sovereignty, and frankly, we have a more perfect system. We strive to have a more perfect system, but it is a much more perfect system than what you're seeing with the ICJ today. So we can never really be a party to it. I still think we should try to shape some of these international bodies from the outside.
Okay. All right. So this leads to the next question. I mean, the Middle East is sort of the big front right now. We'll get to the other great power conflicts soon, but let's talk about the approach of de-escalation, which has been the buzzword since October 7th, nearly a year ago. Nadia, you mentioned that the administration has failed to understand Iran as the actor behind this, and the conflict's really Israel and Iran. But what is your assessment of this idea that at every turn, it seems like the message has been de-escalate, de-escalate, de-escalate?
Well, I think it's a view of how you see power and how you see the demonstration of power. And if you see power and the demonstration of power as also potentially stabilizing, really to go back to Matt's point early on, that a preponderance of power can actually create stability, that's sort of the way I see the world, but it's not the way the Biden administration sees the world, right? It's just a flip side view that a show of power can be escalatory. Sure, everything comes with risk, but we've seen what weakness also does, right? The world essentially is in flames, and America's perceived as quite weak.
Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, and it's a message that's being communicated not only to the American people, but also being communicated to our adversaries. And I think what's important is that when we consider what our approach should be to our adversaries, we understand what has been effective in deterring them in the past. And frequently, with the adversaries we're speaking about, specifically Iran, what has been most effective in deterring them has not been sanctions relief and negotiations. It has been maximum pressure. It has been a combination of sanctions, a combination of credible threats. A good example of this, and we're going back a ways, but is the tanker war, right? During the Iran and Iraq war, one of the major battlegrounds, as we're seeing now with international shipping, but the Houthis was obviously over shipping lanes as well. And when the United States finally decided to come in and get involved and basically destroy the Iranian naval fleet, that was when they ultimately decided that they were no longer going to pursue their aggressive actions. Up until that point, we had failed to deter them. We saw it as well in 2012. Strong sanctions against the Iranian regime is what forced them to ultimately come to the table to negotiate. So we need to understand what they respond to. And the Iranian regime right now knows that the Biden administration is so terrified of escalation that we're not going to hold them accountable. And that in and of itself is increasing the probability of that escalation and increasing the probability of a larger, more kinetic direct confrontation.
Okay, as the moderator, I want to steel man that for just a second and come back to you. What about the argument that the mullahs don't care about whether their people are miserable? The Chinese communist regime doesn't care if their people are miserable. Certainly Vladimir Putin doesn't care that Russia, absorbed all these sanctions after he invaded Ukraine. So maybe we're not really pressuring these regimes because the regimes themselves don't have the same relationship to their citizens the way that open societies do. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, so it's a couple of different things. So one, it's not just, when we talk about maximum pressure, I don't think we're only talking about economic sanctions.
Okay.
I think when you look at some of the things that the United States has done, they have been the kinetic sort of actions, whether it was the killing of Qasem Soleimani, whether it was the tanker war that I mentioned. So I think there needs to be a combination of those things. What the sanctions do is it reduces Iran's ability and adversaries' ability to use funds to pursue the things that broadly will threaten the United States and others. So I think it constrains their resources, which is very beneficial to American interests. Okay. And then the other thing I would say is I don't think it's true that they don't care about what their people think. When you see the instability that China is concerned about, when you see the instability that the Iranian regime is concerned about after the Mahsa Amini protests, these are all things that they don't care until it becomes a potential internal threat to the regime, and that's what they're most worried about. And so I do think they care a little bit. It's just a much different bar and standard than we have in democracy.
Matt, I want to get to you because I want to get your assessment of something which is very much related to this. We've heard so much about this new axis. I love that phrase, the axis of chaos. We've seen all kinds of agreements. We don't really know exactly what it means between China and Russia. We've certainly seen the Iranians providing drones and other kinds of arms to Russia for their Ukraine war. So we've seen a lot more cooperation. Can you give me an assessment of exactly how strong this new alliance or axis is between, the biggies, Iran, China, and Russia?
Yeah. Look, I think people were slow to recognize how powerful this axis could be, mainly because it's such a weird mishmash and mismatch of ideologies. You've got a theocratic, pro-terrorist state in Iran. You've got Vladimir Putin trying to recreate the Russian Empire like he's a czar. Back from the grave. Xi Jinping is still running the last major Marxist-Leninist dictatorship, and yet they have some things in common. They view the United States as the primary obstacle to them achieving their regional and global aims, and so that turned out to be enough of a cause for them to start cooperating. You mentioned a couple of things. Look, there were a couple of headlines this morning I saw. One was Al Arabia had a story about how Iran is brokering a deal to provide the Houthis in Yemen with advanced anti-ship missiles from Russia so that they can, completely, work around the U.S. Navy's missile defense systems. There's another headline. Reuters had an exclusive this morning that Russia is secretly building long-range attack drones in China. So they are working closely enough together that we've got a serious problem on our hands. Now, what have we done to actually impose costs other than on Russia itself by providing some of what the Ukrainians need to bravely defend Europe and Ukrainian sovereignty? What have we done to impose costs on China? Nothing really, other than we had a very important statement at NATO. A transatlantic alliance went out of its way to say that China is now the decisive enabler of the largest war in Europe since 1945. But there have been no costs imposed on China. Iran has not had costs imposed on it for all of the Shahad kamikaze drones that are killing so many men, women, and children in Ukraine. So this is a problem of focus. It's a problem of a lack of will, and it's also a problem of this ideology that you started your question with, this fraudulent ideology of de-escalation. I would add that it's now bankrupt, just in light of the fact that all of our claims that we just want to de-escalate. It hasn't worked. The paradox that President Biden has struggled to grasp is that you have to show that you have the means and resolve to use force in order, paradoxically, to achieve some stability and peace. But we're just not seeing that from the Biden administration, unfortunately.
I think I would just add that it's something that our adversaries are also looking at and watching and writing about. So if you look at the Russian press and at the Chinese press, I haven't looked at the Iranian press, they're noticing our weaknesses. They're noticing that we're stepping back. They're noticing that we are not taking concerted action against this axis of chaos that they're creating. And I think that that's kind of an interesting dimension to this too. They're writing and noticing. They're perceiving American weakness. They note what our press says about that weakness, about our inability to supply when we need to supply. So that's another element too that I think we should look at.
All right. So this is a kind of a wild card. I want to start again with Matt, but then I'll go through the panel. Is there an opportunity for creative diplomacy with regard to this new axis of chaos, or is that just a John Kerry fever dream?
Well, look, of course, there's always opportunities for diplomacy, but diplomacy works best when it's backed by credible military capabilities and demonstrated resolve to use them to defend our interests. I would like to see more work to build a coalition for trade and technology that excludes the People's Republic of China. I think there's more that we could do on that front. I credit the EU's president, Ursula von der Leyen, in trying to actually build up tariffs. They're still far short of where they need to be to actually make a dent and to begin protecting European jobs and industry. I mean, European industry is going to get wiped out by the People's Republic of China if they're not careful. The United States is already moving ahead. Even President Biden, who had campaigned against President Trump's tariffs, ended up embracing them and even increasing them in the area of electric vehicles. So we need to. I would like to see that tariff wall open a big gate to Europe, but only if Europe's willing to build a bit of a fence to protect their industry at the same time. Then we can actually enhance our trade and technology ties with our friends and allies.
All right. Well, Kerry, let me put a finer point on this. If you just look at the even recent history going back 200 years, there's no good reason why Iran and Russia should be allies. Russia humiliated Iran in the 19th century during the Great Game. Is there a potential at some point to try to maybe throw a wedge into that alliance?
I think there's certainly a number of spoilers, as you mentioned. I think it's possible to look into those spoilers and try to exacerbate them. The problem is that right now we have seen that the unity of those three nations in their objective of antagonizing and undermining the United States is way more important to them and way more unifying to them than any of their other disputes. So you would have to shift that specific calculus in order to do that. I think one of the ways to do that, by the way, is through, once again, establishing credible threats to deter them from, if Iran is penalized for its direct support for Russia, if Russia is penalized for its support for the Iranian nuclear program, that is part and parcel of their calculus going forward. So is it possible? Yes. Do I have a huge amount of faith that the United States and our allies are going to come up with what that can look like? At this stage, no. Okay.
Nadia, is there an opportunity to make American diplomacy devious again?
Well, the adjective's important, right? Muscular diplomacy. We have to think about what our objectives are,
yes.
Right? So what are we striving for? What objectives do we want, and how do we use our diplomacy? I'm probably much more of a fan of that muscular diplomacy, to Kerry's point, of looking at how we can create internal problems in some of these regimes. Iran is very, very weak in terms of its ethnic groups. We don't probe enough into that area. There are many ways that we could create problems for all of these regimes. So there's always room for communication. There's always room for keeping channels of communication open. You don't want inadvertent war. I agree with that. And organizations, UN bodies can be useful for keeping channels of communication open, but they're not so useful for actually operationalizing solutions and getting to where we need to be.
Okay, I want to move that's a great answer, by the way, and I want to move to great power competition and kind of remind of Machiavelli's great dictum that there's always a crowd, everyone's always watching, and I'm thinking of the disastrous execution of the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Matt, are we still watching the ripple effects of that humiliating withdrawal?
Certainly. I mean, look at the timing. Why did Vladimir Putin choose, early 2022 to launch a full-blown war? It was 6 months after the United States had its ignominious retreat from Afghanistan, and this is the same pattern we saw back in. Remember, I think it was it 2014? 2013 is when President Obama failed to basically enforce his red line against Bashar al-Assad and the Syrian regime using chemical weapons against its own people. Guess what? It was exactly 6 months after that in early 2014 that Vladimir Putin began his invasion of Ukraine, starting in Crimea. So I think there's a direct correlation. Someday we'll have access to the Russian archives, one hopes, and I think that we'll find that was a watershed moment.
Can I just add? Yeah, I'll add something onto that, because what Matt says is really important, and it's not just a coincidence of this 6 months. If you look at there's a figure that those of you who follow Russia know. There's a figure, Nikolai Patrushev, who is now an aide to Putin, who was up until earlier this year the secretary of the Security Council in Russia. He said 6 days after America's withdrawal from Afghanistan, 6 days after, he said, "Look, did the fact that Afghanistan was a major ally to the United States outside of the confines of NATO mean that the United States was willing to support its democratic partners there? No. They abandoned Afghanistan, and they're going to do the exact same thing with Ukraine." He said that publicly. So what Matt points out is not just this sort of coincidence observing from the perspective of here in the United States. This is how Putin and his team specifically see the Afghanistan withdrawal. And I think that continues to inform not only Putin, not only Iran, but also obviously China as well.
And we're continuing to support the Afghan. We're supporting the Taliban government. We're providing millions and millions of dollars of aid to a government that just burned all of the musical instruments in a country that has nothing, to a government that is now preventing women from speaking. It's actually horrific. We are continuing to support that government.
Not one person lost their job in the United States for the Afghanistan debacle. It reminds me of an Army officer, Yingling, who years ago said, a private will suffer worse consequences for losing his rifle than a general will for losing a war. So this was a disgrace for the United States, and we're still paying for it right now.
And we need to watch how the Afghan Commission on the Hill now unfolds, and I think it's important for people in this audience to watch that carefully.
Absolutely. I want to move to Ukraine. There has been some, what you might call boastful remarks from the Republican candidate, Donald Trump, that he would end the war before he even took the oath of office for his second term, if he won. But what is, I'm not going to ask you, I understand it, but what is a realistic strategy for the United States if there was a change in the administration for either supporting Ukraine? Is there an opportunity maybe for a deal? Is there, let me start with you, Matt. What would you do on day one if you were back at the White House in terms of how to deal with this Ukraine war? Well,
look, if I were advising President Trump, I'm not. But if I were, I would say, look, let's test Vladimir Putin's bottom line. You can open up a conversation with him. If he disappoints us, and I think you'd have to give him a pretty short timeline to show whether he really does have much of any interest in ending this war on sustainable terms. If he disappoints, then I would advise President Trump to significantly increase his support and aid for Ukraine. So the less peace-minded Vladimir Putin is, the more war he'll get on terms that are increasingly favorable to the good guys.
Carrie?
Yeah, I would say a couple of things. I think number one, it's critically important that we remove any existing restrictions that we have on the use of American equipment, to go into Russian territory. Because, of course, the only thing that we'll get, if everybody's speaking about a negotiation as being the ultimate end to this, obviously the number one principle is you want your side to go into that negotiation from a higher position. The only way that we can do that, the only way that the Russian government will feel that they have to give up anything is if they feel that they are being threatened. So I think we need to remove those restrictions. I think we have seen how throughout the history of this war, there have been specific moments in which delayed American equipment, once it reached the theater, was able to decisively change the outcome of significant battles there. And so we know that it's critically important. I'm grateful that this Congress was able to unite to provide assistance to Ukraine. I think that obviously needs to continue. And I think it'll be interesting to see how the Ukrainians continue with their sort of counteroffensive into Russian territory, and what factor that plays in. So I agree that this probably does not end in a decisive military defeat of Russia. I think it ultimately ends at a negotiating table. Our objective needs to be that we get it to the point where Ukraine is in a high negotiating position such that both Putin and Xi, who is an audience to all of this, understand that invading a sovereign nation will not redound any benefits and, in fact, will only provide consequences.
Nadja?
I'd say I agree with Carrie's point. Battlefield conditions matter. And so going into a negotiating discussion, it matters where you are on the battlefield, and that's what we're now setting up. 2, I think Trump basically likes to say things to achieve leverage, to get leverage, to seek leverage. The media, tends to go crazy, but fundamentally, that's the way he thinks. And 3, we're not talking about the Europeans here, right? Trump's often criticized for creating problems with the Europeans. The Europeans, their sustainment of support for Ukraine is, depending on the country, questionable. Look what's happening in Germany. The percentage that the European countries are giving are anywhere from 0.1% of GDP to 0.7% of GDP in terms of aid. So it varies quite dramatically. So Europe matters here too, and creating that sense of a coalition vis-a-vis Russia, I think it's lacking on the European side too.
Okay. I want to move on to China, and this is Matt's, I'm going to start with you, Matt. One of the great, I would say, achievements of the Trump administration was turning the enormous battlefield carrier, air carrier of the American ship of state around in terms of its overall engagement and strategy with regards to China. And part of that was a recognition that we need independent supply chains for critically important industries. We're now, I guess you could say that Biden has continued that. How would you grade our progress on that longer-term strategy of securing our supply chain so that we are no longer so economically linked with China when it comes to important things like medical supplies or computer chips?
Yeah. So, look, it's notable that the Biden administration sustained the majority of President Trump's approach on China. That is really what showed that we do have something of a new baseline and a new consensus that is supported by the American public. Poll after poll shows that. I think that the Biden administration did something very well that shows a template for what we need to do more broadly. What they did was, in the area of high-end semiconductors, they imposed even more stringent restrictions than we had put in place in the final year of the Trump administration to ensure that China cannot acquire the equipment, both the chips, but also the equipment for making high-end chips that they would need to achieve their stated goal of dominating all the high-tech industries that depend on cutting-edge chips. So that was a really good move. The problem is that it has not been replicated across dozens of other sectors of the economy where Beijing has a similar plan of achieving domination by their usual game, stealing intellectual property, subsidizing businesses, pricing things low enough that no real market players can compete and they end up going out of business. And then China uses that as leverage to dominate our economies. And so I would grade the Biden administration very highly on what they did on high-end semiconductors. I would not grade Washington, D.C. as a whole very well right now on our supply chain approach overall. We are still heavily dependent on China for many of the most critical inputs into our national defense. This is a really grave oversight, and it's going to really hurt if China decides to turn the screws.
Nadja, I want to get your thoughts on this.
Well, I agree with Matt, but I would even go further and say the problem has been across the board in implementation. So even on semiconductors, we've taken, in a sense, defensive action, slowing China down. But if you look at the CHIPS Act and the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and other efforts to revitalize manufacturing here, the ideas are right. The ideas are correct in many ways, not everything in the IRA, of course. But it's implementation that's continuing to be the problem. What has actually been built? Where has ground actually been broken? It's very, very hard to get that information. In addition, there's a real disconnect of this administration not being willing to make trade-offs. So it doesn't want to do more mineral processing here. It doesn't want to do more mining here, even though the United States has a lot of these critical minerals here. It's unwilling to make those trade-offs of between climate and between national security. I think that will change in a Trump administration, but even a Trump administration will run into this problem of implementation. I did a study recently on critical minerals. We've been talking about this problem not for 10 years, not for 20 years, not for 30 years, but for 40 years as a government, since 1980, and I probably could have gone back to the 70s. Where our Department of Defense identified vulnerabilities in critical minerals for that long. So this is a problem across the board. An executive order is a hope, it sets a direction, but it is not implementation.
Carrie.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, obviously I agree with Nadia and Matt. I would say when it comes to China, one of the biggest things that I always try to focus on is that this is not just, a lot of, at Vandenberg we try to work with sort of everyday Americans who are not necessarily tracking national security as closely as all of us are. And often when we speak about China, we're speaking about semiconductors and all of these things, which matters astronomically. We speak about Taiwan, which matters astronomically. We also have to remember and acknowledge everything that China is doing against our homeland right now. This is not a question of, is China ultimately going to start killing Americans if we have to go in to defend Taiwan? It's China is actively killing Americans every day right now through the supply of fentanyl precursors to Mexican cartels that make their way up. And then we've had almost, over 100,000 deaths every year because of opioids, of which fentanyl is sort of 70 to 75% of those deaths. So it's important that we understand that when we're talking about countering China, so much of it has to do with our foreign policy, yes, but also our domestic policy, because everyday Americans are being affected by this. Any of you who have children, the CCP is consistently funding not just higher education, which the China Select Committee just came up with a fabulous report about what the CCP is doing to fund education and what dual-use technologies they're receiving as a result of that, but also K through 12. So an organization, Parents Defending Education, has done remarkable work identifying what China is doing at the high school level, including here in Washington, D.C. and Northern Virginia. So I think we have to, when we rate the Biden administration, it's not only rating them as it relates to the foreign elements of this, but also as it relates to all of these domestic elements where we've seen an increase in Chinese influence, a decrease of sort of American control over not only our energy supply chains, but also over pharmaceuticals and other things that China controls. So that needs to be a factor of the discussion as well.
All right. Well, I want to stay on China, but move more to the kind of hard power decisions. At this point, is America doing enough, Matt, to make sure that Taiwan is taking the steps to defend itself, to become that, unswallowable porcupine? And is it doing enough in terms of its diplomacy to try to make it so that we do not get to that point where war breaks out across the straits?
Matt just wrote a book on this, so.
I know, that's why I started with him.
I did. Thanks for the ad. I just wrote a book that really uses the metaphor not of a porcupine, but a boiling moat. Taiwan has this beautiful advantage in that it's got 100 miles of ocean separating it from this would-be aggressor. And I just imagine what Ukraine would have given to have had 100 miles of ocean between it and Vladimir Putin. So my co-authors and I lay out a bunch of steps, but I think it really starts with hard power. we've looked at how even incremental improvements both in Taiwan's and the United States and also Japan's capabilities designed to deter, hold at risk Chinese naval and other capabilities around the Taiwan Strait. Incremental increases in capability have outsized effects in terms of the problems they create for Chinese war planners. So the advantage of being a defender, especially a defender that's got the benefit of 100 miles of ocean between it, is that you don't have to match the Chinese military ship for ship, missile for missile, airplane for airplane. You simply have to deny Beijing the ability to achieve dominance, naval dominance, air dominance around there. And you could do that in a cost-effective way. So anyway, I could talk for a long time about what those specific steps are, but they're all laid out in the book.
All right. Well, we'll have to check it out.
I mean,
Nadia.
A quick add to that would be to watch, and I don't know what Matt thinks about this, but the Replicator Initiative, which is an important initiative that DoD has undertaken to essentially create thousands and thousands of drones to be used in a Taiwan strait situation. However, again, let's watch the implementation. Let's see if that's successful. I want it to be successful. I'm a patriot. I think DoD should be doing that. But the key is whether or not it will be. And if it fails, that also just sends a bad signal to China. I don't know, Matt, what you think about the initiative.
I fully agree with you. Look, we should have great empathy for Admiral Sam Paparo, who's the American commander of our Indo-Pacific Command. He's going to be the top warfighter in the event that we go toe-to-toe with China. I want him to have multiple different options for how to win a war. And then I want us to advertise some of those capabilities and options so we don't have to fight the war. And some of those would be things that are in tune with this Replicator Initiative. Again, Nadia's totally right. It's all about implementation. Do we have real programs in place? Have we settled on the right drone technologies for undersea, on the sea, in the air drones and missiles and things like that? But then also making use of our legacy systems that we've already invested huge amounts of money in, and which are still very formidable. We have a long-range heavy bomber fleet that is only now finally being incorporated into more scenario planning around Taiwan. Remember, our submarines, which can carry, however many torpedoes to sink Chinese ships, when they run out of those torpedoes, they've got a long, long trip back where they've got to leave the battlefield, and they're going to be out of the fight, and that could be decisive. Heavy bombers can fly in a matter of hours into theater, launch anti-ship missiles from a standoff distance that would give the Chinese Navy a really, really bad day. So there are these legacy systems that can actually be incorporated in more creative ways, and it doesn't require massive new investments. It requires some new investment, and that's why I've been so gobsmacked to see the Biden administration cutting year after year our defense budget. It doesn't make any sense.
Carrie, any thoughts on this?
Matt
we defer
and
to the
Nadia
master.
Are the total, yeah,
okay.
exactly.
All right. Well, I want to close out in our last 10 minutes here, staying on the question of China, which I think we all agree is the biggest threat that America faces right now, and that is a kind of two-pronged question. And I'll start with you on this, Carrie. One, for the sake of argument, just as a steel man, is the juice worth the squeeze if it came right down to an actual shooting war with China over Taiwan? And then the flip side of that is, I don't know, Matt would know, the last time the PLA fought a war, but is there a potential here that sometimes that we are maybe treating the Chinese like they're 10 feet tall, and we should always be aware that they have their own problems, including one where they haven't had the experience of an actual fighting a war in, I think, 2 generations. So, Carrie, let's start with you on that. Sorry, Matt. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no,
Go ahead,
I was just going to say very, very, very quickly that you're right. The PLA has not had experience in combat really since the late 1970s, a couple incidences in the South China Sea in the 1980s. The paradox, though, is that militaries that don't have much real-world experience in war are sometimes more willing to fight because they've forgotten a lot of the realities of how unpredictable warfare is. So it doesn't make it makes me think that Beijing might be less capable in war, but also more willing to fight.
Okay, that's good. Carrie, what do you think? Juice worth the squeeze, 10 feet tall.
Nothing. There's nothing I like more than being asked a controversial China question and having Matt protect me by jumping in to answer first. Look, I think at the end of the day, there are certainly vulnerabilities that China has. And there have been many scholars who have spoken about what they are, whether it's the economy, whether it's their demographics, whether it's the fact that they don't have that much experience in fighting wars. I think what the United States has historically done very poorly in our foreign policy is understanding the significance of ideology in our adversaries' actions. And so when we look at, this question, and I'll go back to Russia, but I will pivot back to China, because I do think all of these things are interrelated. There was this question, we were getting all of the signals, we being the United States, specifically the intelligence community, was getting all these signals that Russia was preparing to invade Ukraine. There were a lot of scholars in Washington, D.C. that still said up to a few days before the actual invasion, there's no way that Putin would actually do this because, why would he? What would be the potential, benefit? And he's a realistic actor and he's a rational actor. And he is a rational actor, and a rational actor in his position with his ideology would have done exactly what he did, which is invade Ukraine, particularly given the signals we talked about before with America's retreat from Afghanistan. The reason I bring this up is because China is as ideological, if not more so, than Russia is. And so I think what we need to look at is there a possibility that China does not end up going into Taiwan? Well, they've certainly indicated in all of their behaviors, which are laid out in Matt's book. I feel like I should be saying, which is now sold, which you can find wherever books are sold. But at the end of the day, us being prepared is not a bad thing. And us being prepared is also one of the things that would potentially deter China. So I think our foreign policy leaders need to be behaving as if we would be prepared to counter a Chinese invasion, and potentially through that very preparation, through reigniting the arsenal of democracy, through clear and competent diplomatic messaging, we can prevent that very outcome.
Nadja?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I think it depends on how you define the squeeze. So I would define it as deterrence, as the measures that you need to take to deter. We want to deter. No one wants war.
Obviously.
It would be disastrous for all of us.
Yes. Okay, but I want to get back. I'll give you the last word here, Matt. The first part of my question, what would you say to, I don't know, let's call them, like we have in both parties, people who are skeptical of what they call the forever wars, and they certainly think that, well, it would be bad, but it's not worth it for us to get in a war with China to defend Taiwan. What would your response be to that?
If we don't want to fight, and I don't want to fight a war with China, right, we have to show that we have that preponderance of decisive power available and that we have the resolve to use it. So it does us very little good to engage in this weird debate. I don't mean that you're weird, but I mean I am seeing a lot of discussion on Twitter about sort of us sort of questioning whether we really want to be a major power in the world anymore, and maybe it's just not worth it anymore. I mean, every time we've indulged that kind of logic, most notably in the 1930s, we ended up having to fight a much bigger war at much higher cost than if we had simply taken some action, in the early phases. I'm thinking of the Rhineland move by Hitler.
Right.
If the UK and France, with some support from the United States, had taken action, then we might have avoided World War II and the tens of millions of deaths that followed. We now know, that Adolf Hitler was terrified. That he was never more worried than he was in those 24 hours that followed his move into the Rhineland. He thought that could end up spelling the end of his new Reich. Instead, the world said, geez, I just don't think it's worth it. And then it was only a few years later that tens of millions had to die and suffer. So that's my answer.
Is that before we talk about whether we would or we wouldn't, we should just prepare as if we will. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
Show that Japan, look, Japan is a swing state in this, right? I mean, Japan has a formidable navy. It'd be like adding a whole, another Seventh Fleet to the United States. Japan should be training more closely than we are with the United States. We should be involving Taiwan, Australia, showing that we are building muscle memory to be able to decisively and confidently win an engagement. Xi Jinping is not insane. He's incompetent in many ways, but he's not stupid and he's not insane. If Xi Jinping sees that rolling the dice is going to result in snake eyes and in him and maybe even his old Marxist party going the way of the dodo, he's not going to attempt a war. And so we should give him every reason to doubt the utility of war, because I think he is deterrable.
All right, I got 2.5 minutes left, but I got to ask, what do you say to the Elbridge Colbys who say, exactly, and that's why we need to appease Russia, because we really need to make the point in China, which is, sort of, he would agree with you. He said, like, well, you're right, we need to deter Xi, but we can't really deter Xi if we still act as if all of these other conflicts are in our interest.
Sure. Well, look, Bridge is right that the essence of strategy is prioritization and deprioritization.
Right.
I think where he and I have some disagreement is what is the thing that we need to prioritize. I would argue that it is deterrence across the board, and that you don't need to make a choice right now. Remember, we're not committing troops to fight in Europe. Europe is fighting its own war. They're just asking for some support for that. I think that is an economical sort of proposition for us to support Europe in its fight, namely the Ukrainians, so that we don't have a collapse of deterrence more broadly. If Ukraine does fall because Europe, other European nations besides Ukraine and the United States showed insufficient will, I think the cost will be even higher for us, even in terms of the military outlays we're going to have to make to now defend a much harder border with this bulge of Russian-occupied Ukraine stabbing right into the heart of Europe. That's going to be an even bigger draw on our defense spending and on troop levels and on equipment, having to go shore up the NATO line. The cheaper way to fight this thing is to win the war that Putin gave us.
All right. Well, with that, I want to thank our panel, Matt Pottinger, Carrie Filippetti, and Nadia Shadlow. Thank you guys so much. This was great.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Nixon Grand Strategy Summit's second panel, and lunch is now being served in the ballroom's foyer. The next panel will begin at noon. Nope, I'm sorry, it is noon. My bad. The next panel begins at 12:15 and is a luncheon keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about 2.5 minutes from starting our luncheon keynote at 12:15. Again, we're about 2.5 minutes from the start of our luncheon keynote. If you have your meal, please make your way back into the ballroom and take your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you are making your way back into the room, I invite you to take your seats as we get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge three members of the board of directors of the Richard Nixon Foundation that are in the room with us. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Callista Gingrich, who is, of course, accompanied by her husband, former House Speaker. I'd like to welcome Marlene Malik. Thank you for joining us, Marlene. And, of course, Commander Everett Alvarez, who was an all-American hero. He's around here somewhere. So thank you, and thank you for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure now to introduce General Keith Kellogg, the former National Security Advisor to Vice President Mike Pence and Executive Secretary and Chief of Staff of the National Security Council. He retired as a three-star general in the United States Army after a distinguished career of service, which included serving in the Vietnam War in the 101st Airborne Division and as an Army Special Forces officer advising the Cambodian Army. During Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm, he served as Chief of Staff of the 82nd Airborne Division and then its Assistant Division Commander. He was selected as Commander of Special Operations Command Europe. He took command of the 82nd Airborne Division in 1996 and retired in 2003. The General will appear this afternoon in conversation with Katie Pavlich, a Fox News contributor and editor at Town Hall. She is a New York Times best-selling author, a member of the White House Correspondents Association, a Foundation for Defense of Democracy's National Security Network member, and serves on the board of the National Journalism Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome General Kellogg and Katie Pavlich.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that you enjoy your lunch. It is my pleasure and honor to be here with General Kellogg, who I've gotten to know over the years. And during our discussion, we're going to do a bit of a globetrot. As we know, there's a lot going on all over the world, but I think we'll start with America's role in the Middle East. Clearly, there's been a lot of news over the past 2 weeks when it comes to Hezbollah's efforts against Israel fighting back against that terrorist organization, of course, then the broader question about Iran. So to start off the conversation in general, let's talk about how you see America's role right now in the region and maybe where you think it should be as opposed to some of the policies that are being implemented at the moment.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. And Speaker Gingrich, Ambassador, good to see you both. Right now, when we talk about the Middle East, when you look at it, it's obviously a region of war, pretty clear to most. And I think you're seeing an American policy that's kind of backed away from the region, and even though you said, well, look, we're putting military forces on the ground, we do a lot of talking about it, but talk is an action. And you're seeing a major war being fought by Israel against actually multiple opponents, against Hamas, against Hezbollah, against the Houthis, and against Iran as well, that is supporting all of those. And where I think we've made a major mistake is we haven't picked a side. And I think the side that America needs to pick is on the side of Israel and the side of a democracy that's in the region, and make it very clear to the rest of the world and to the region as well that this is who we're with and this is who we're for and this is who we're going to support. It's rather interesting to me that, we talk about American policy. They, on 7 October, remember how many hostages they took at the time? Well, among those were Americans. There was 8. Now we're down to 4 because Hirsch Paulin was killed, executed, an American, recently. And, okay, sort of like what happens? I would remind everybody that there were times when, if you were an American, you would stride the world like a colossus, and you would be unafraid to go anywhere in the world if you were an American. And now it's kind of like, well, if you're an American, you get shot. That's what happens. And so I don't think we've picked a side, and we need to pick a side and make it very clearly who we're with and who we're for and who we're actually against and who we're supporting. And because otherwise we're not going to bring that region in any type of peace. The second thing is, and I will just take it, this is a personal comment of Keith Kellogg, if anybody is out there thinking about a two-state solution, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn I'm going to give it to you, okay? It's not going to happen. Not in the near term with the enmity that you see there, what's recently happened in the last year. I would remind everybody in America, after the American Civil War, it took us 11 years to bring the South back into the North and come together. That's kind of what you're going to have in the Middle East. There's going to be some hard decisions. Now, I'm going to be very parochial about it, okay, and very partisan. During the Trump administration, we didn't have these problems. We had the Abraham Accords that were pretty well set up. We had a pretty good economic policy in the Middle East. We had the Saudis working well with us out there, and they're going to be the key to the Middle East because they're going to be basically the money bags. And we had Iran in check, and we don't have that right now. And I think you're going to have to go back to a policy like this to somehow pick a side, determine who that side is, support that side, and then push back on everybody else and say, this is the way it's going to be.
Has the lack of resolve and strategy, either from the Israelis or the American administration, drawn out this conflict? We keep hearing that they don't want to escalate, they want to de-escalate. There's also the argument that the Israelis need to escalate in order to de-escalate. But is the lack of resolve and the argument of restraint, has that been a prudent strategy in terms of bringing the wars to a close, or has that extended the situations we're seeing both in Gaza and in southern Lebanon?
Katie, I think it comes down to deterrence. And we don't have deterrence in the Middle East right now. In fact, I don't think we have deterrence anywhere right now. It's from the United States of America. And deterrence is basically based off 2 things. It's based off your capability, how many tanks, how many ships, what's your economic posture, whatever it's going to be. But the second part, and the most important part of that, is will. Do you have the will to execute a policy with either economically or diplomatically or militarily with the forces you have at hand and the organizations you have at hand? And right now we're not willing to do that. And because of that people globally and also regionally are able to take advantage of the United States of America. And this was what I was talking about earlier about, striding the world as a colossus, as Americans should. So because of that, you have this real gap that is with here in the world with the United States, because people don't really fear us or basically trust that we're going to say what we're going to do, and say, well, look, they're just kind of taking a middle road. They want to be singing in a big circle, sit in a circle and sing Kumbaya and feel good about it. It goes back let me just diverge just for a second because it's important. And I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but just put this one in your mind, and when you get done, Google it. Anybody know the name Philip Walton? Second part, Philip Walton from Nigeria. Third part, Philip Walton from 2020. State of the Union Address, 2020 by President Trump. In the State of the Union Address, he said, if you attack an American, your life is forfeit. Pull it up, near the end of his speech. Philip Walton, months later, a farmer who was in Niger, was abducted by 7 bandits, not terrorists, bandits, and taken into Nigeria. The United States of America alerted SEAL Team 6, one of our 2 counter-terror forces, Delta and SEAL Team 6, flew them across the Atlantic in the middle of the night, parachuted SEAL Team 6 into Nigeria, killed 6 of the 7, and rescued Philip Walton. Okay? Think about that. Most people don't remember that. But that's what I'm talking about, having the will to execute. And the world leadership picked up on that. And I'm not talking Soleimani or anybody else. I'm talking about going after an American citizen that was kidnapped, not one that was executed by terrorists, like what happened recently with Hirschpaul and Hamas. So I think there's a real gap that is going to have to be filled. And here's the problem we run into right now. We're coming up to election. You've all been to an arcade, and the game Whack-A-Mole, where a mole comes up and you hit it with a hammer, goes down. It's a fun game. Well, in the Trump administration, the Whack-A-Moles would come up, you knock one down, another one come up, you knock it down, you knock it down. You had to keep on all the time. Well, all the moles are up right now, and nobody's whacked one of them down. And it's going to depend on a new administration. A Harris administration will continue what they're going with, and a Trump administration will have to figure out how to knock the moles down. And believe me, there's a lot of them out there right now, and it's based on the credibility of the United States of America, which I think is seriously lacking.
So speaking of will to get justice for the spilling of American blood, last Friday, the Israelis announced the assassination of Ibrahim Akil, who was responsible for the U.S. Embassy Annex bombing 40 years ago. They did it on the anniversary, also responsible for the 1983 Marine barracks bombing, where hundreds of Marines were killed. And the U.S. response was pretty muted. The administration said, we are not going to shed any tears for these terrorists, but we also have issues with the way Israelis are going about this process, which seems to be part of just the overall appeasement strategy of not Hezbollah per se, but of Iran. You couple that now with the fact that the United States and its role in the world of keeping international waterways open for trade. The Red Sea has been essentially shut down for commercial shipping, and in many ways, attacks from the Houthi rebels backed by Iran continue. And just today, you're now seeing the news about Russia offering to do a weapons deal with the Houthis in terms of giving them anti-ship missiles to launch into the Red Sea. So we're seeing these new alliances now as a result of American withdrawal from these responsibilities. How do you think that a new administration would be able to reestablish that kind of deterrence? And are they capable of doing it given these new alliances of Russia and China coming into the region? How are they capable of doing that in a fast manner, or would it take many years to solve the damage?
Kate, it's a great question, because this is one that everybody's going to have to take a deep breath on. The only way you establish credibility is you're going to have to do something hard early on. You can't continue it. And what I mean by that is, let me just give you an example. You can take it to an extreme. You're basically going to have to respond somewhere, just not economically, because that takes so much time, and diplomatically, because that's sometimes just a lot of words. But sometimes you're going to have to take a kinetic action that's going to have to make everybody wake up and sit up. Here's an example. I'll give just a hard example. Recently the Houthis, who, as you just mentioned, were using surface-to-ship missiles. And recently we had one of our frigates, the USS Gravely, that had to actually use its close-in defense system. They call it the phalanx system, actually shoot the missile down before it hit. Well, can you imagine if a capital warship of the U.S. Navy was hit by a surface-to-ship missile and you killed 300 sailors and sunk it? We haven't lost a capital naval warship since World War II. So just think about that. Well, if something like that happens, what you need to do is what I would call, the Israelis, by the way, call it the HIA. We just call it super escalation. That's what we did when we went after Soleimani. You have to create a position where you just go a tit-for-tat escalation. You have to super escalate. You have to really hit something or do something dramatic to get just not the region's attention, but you have to get the world's attention as well. And you have to make sure that the other side knows that, because you send a message clearly what you're doing. But let me give you an example that we did in the Trump administration early on. In Syria, they used nerve gas on their civilians and did it. And remember that Barack Obama said to Bashar Assad, if you use nerve gas on civilians, you have crossed a red line. Obama said that. Well, they used nerve gas on their civilians, did nothing. So in April of the first year when we were in, Assad used nerve gas. And I remember sitting there talking to the president and the vice president, and I said, Mr. President, you have to make a response on this. By the way, that was kind of a 50-50 split, even in the administration situation room. But I said, and he said, well, why do you think we need to do it? I said, you need to send a message. And you're not going to send a message to Assad. You're going to send a message to Kim Jong-un. And you're going to send a message to the rest of the world that you have crossed a human boundary, that you will not tolerate. The use of sarin nerve gas, developed by the Nazis in World War II, so heinous that they didn't even use it. They was used on their civilians, kill them, and now I think we should respond and send a clear message. So what happens is we ended up sending 57 Tomahawk land attack missiles in on an air base that we're using, and I think the message went across because they never used nerve gas again on their civilians in the 4 years that we were in there, and it was sending a message. That's the kind of thing you have to do. That's like the super escalation. Now, I will tell you, on the in-house part of it, I remember the president saying, well, why don't we put one through Bashar Assad's front door, too? So, no, that's carrying a little bit too far, maybe. The Russian commander I'll buy, not necessarily his. But the point is, you're going to have to do something like that. And so to close the circle on your question, Katie, I think it's going to reach a point, because every time an administration goes into office, you're always tested, deliberately or inadvertently, that somebody's going to test you, and then you must respond. And the response must be really, really hard. And you have to both economically, diplomatically, and also militarily, and send a message to the rest of the world, I'm not tolerating that anymore. And there's a new sheriff in town, we're not going to do it. So it's got to be a pretty muscular kind of way America looks at the world. But we should be the reigning superpower of the world. We should fear no one. And we should make sure the world understands when America speaks, it speaks with great power and with great force. Today, unfortunately, and I challenge anybody to push back on me, I don't see that anywhere in the world today.
So what are the implications of a group like the Houthis, who of course are a terrorist group backed by Iran, but they are they're not Hezbollah, they're not that organized, they're more of a ragtag group of terrorists in Yemen, shutting down a major shipping fairway? What do countries like China think about seeing that situation and the lack of deterrence the United States has portrayed to the world? And do you think they will take advantage of that weakness, given the United States has not been able to, or not willing to, keep those waterways open?
Yeah, I think all adversaries read, like everybody else, they see what's happening out there, and they read the leadership that's in position. And I think the Chinese will take it, or have taken advantage of it. And I think, and I'll just, because you've kind of figured out by the background of my bio of the association, the political association I'm with. But, this is one of those that you're going to have to be, and we're talking specifically about China right there, is you're going to have to somehow address the economics of China and figure out how you're going to work with, what are we going to do with China, not necessarily militarily, but also politically and economically as well. What does it look like with them, so they don't take further advantage of the United States of America in what they consider to be a position of weakness. And they're supplying the Russians. They've given back to the Russians in their fight on Ukraine. They're clearly liking what they see because it gives them free rein to expand. And make no doubt about it, they are expanding power, not only economically but militarily as well. And it's something we're going to have to address. In the Trump administration, we tried to keep them separate. What I mean by separate is you try to keep your opponents apart from each other to a degree, so you have an ability to operate with each of them. But right now, we don't see that, and I don't see Xi seeing that at all. What COVID did, though, is COVID changed the political dynamic between a President Trump and a President Xi, and that dynamic was changed because they didn't own up to COVID at all. When we tried to get our CDC in on the ground, they wouldn't let us come in. For the most part, most of us believe, I happen to believe on a professional and personal level, that it was an inadvertent release from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, their BSL-4 level lab. I didn't think it was deliberate, but, we do have lab leaks. We have them here in the United States. And that started, at least they could have owned up to it. They didn't. And I remember talking, was on a previous panel with Matt Pottinger about it, when he was a DNS, Deputy National Security Advisor, and he said, look, it's clearly coming out of China. And that broke that relationship that Xi and Trump has. Doesn't mean you cannot regain it to a degree, but this is another one of those we're going to have to figure out how do we handle China, which is even a greater power than it was just 4 years ago as an emergent power. How do we handle it? But them, it's a lot differently. I think at them, we have to approach them diplomatically and economically first before we even think about anything kinetics. And I think the economic piece is going to be a massive piece.
So on the diplomacy level, over the past 10 months, we've seen a lot of U.S. allies not acting so much as allies. Egypt, for example, clearly was complicit in allowing weapons shipments from Iran into the Gaza Strip for Hamas to attack Israel. The Jordanians have been very visceral in their reaction to Israel defending itself against these threats from Iran. But how do you manage those alliances without pushing them towards China, as China is trying to gain a foothold in the region, both economically, militarily, and, of course, diplomatically?
Yeah, that's a great question.
How do you hold allies accountable to being allies and to the agreements they have made with the United States without pushing them towards China?
The reason I say that is probably most people are trying to think, well, how do you do this economically, or how do you do it diplomatically, maybe even militarily? Here's something really interesting that I sat back and looking at, and you studied it, and it starts with patterns. All presidents set patterns. You all do it. You go to the same supermarket. You go to the same service station for the most part. You walk the aisles the same way. You talk to your friends the same way. You call your family at the same time. You set patterns. Presidents set patterns. Leaders set patterns. And the reason I'm saying that is because one thing I noticed with a Trump, and that I've noticed with a Biden, and both are very predictable, and it's shocking as it may sound, especially with the President Trump, but the predictability is how do they operate with other world leaders? And you see it. And, for example, Biden hasn't talked to Putin in 2 years. Biden goes to Saudi Arabia and gets a fist bump with MBS, and Trump gets a sword dance, with MBS and McCain.
And an orb as well.
So, and what I mean by that is here's how I see it play itself out. And it actually was a result of me getting my face ripped off about the first week we were in the White House. And it was because somebody else did something. I happened to be standing there, was first in line. I got shot, said, okay, that's the way it goes in life. But what happened is a senior leader had called President Trump, and we'd forgotten to tell him. Well, bad news. Because what Trump does, and this goes back to what you said earlier, is he will talk to anybody at any time. I don't care if it's a bartender, I don't care if it's a president of a country. He will pick up the phone and call him. You know, I saw him when former Prime Minister Abe, God rest his soul, was sick, and he said, I want to call Abe. I said, sir, you can't. He said, excuse me? I said, sir, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Come on, give him a break. Can't do it. But he would call anybody and he'd talk to anybody. And that's important. So how you establish relationships, and those personal relationships, he would reach out and talk to them on an individual level. He'd kind of bring them close, hug them in tight, so he could talk to a Macron personally on a good level. It's how when he talked to the Taliban, Mullah Baradar, he talks about that all the time. When we tried to work the deal on Afghanistan, he called Prime Minister Imran Khan, Prime Minister of Pakistan, got Mullah Baradar out of jail, brought him to Doha, picks up the phone, calls him, and in the conversation in the Oval Office, talks to him, and thank God it was translated, in a level I kept saying, how is this being translated? Because he talked to him pretty forcefully. And also as a result of, for that entire year, we didn't have a single American killed after that. But the point was you establish personal relationships. Let me close that circle. What I mean is he'll pick up the phone and he'll talk to him. And he'll say, look, I'm going to bring the full weight of the United States on you, economically, politically, diplomatically, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to do it, but we're going to establish a relationship with personalities. And that you can call me and I can call you, and this is what's going to happen. We're going to talk our way through it. So you don't go through your State Department, and you don't go through the Secretary of Defense, and you don't go through USAID or anybody else. You establish that level at a very senior level on a personal relationship, and you establish this relationship, and it's remarkable what you can do on that personal level. And I saw that happen, and I was always fascinated by it, how you could do that. And he would never be afraid to talk to somebody, even with somebody like a Vladimir Putin. And I was on drop lines with him 17 different times when he talked to him, and it was a very private, it was a business-like relationship. But he would talk to him, and it was good and it was bad. It was always do it. It was always like a carrot and a stick approach. He talked to Macron like it was his brother. They had a great relationship. And he talked to Xi as well. Now, those were long conversations because they had to be translated, and they just seemed like it was forever. But, I mean, these were conversations you had. So I know it's a long answer to a pretty short question. But what it is you establish a person as a leader. You establish a personal relationship, and that lowers your temperature remarkably. But in the back of their mind, they always know that this guy, and I always knew that with the President Trump, to use an American hockey term, he would drop gloves in a heartbeat, meaning if you want to fight, we'll fight. And I used to say to people, if you don't believe me, you pick up the phone and you call Qasem Soleimani. That line's been disconnected. Okay? Or you look at, show me the caliphate, the ISIS caliphate. Not there anymore. And you go down that whole list of what he's done. And in the back of their mind, they go, I'm not sure I want to go down the path with this guy. So let's talk.
Yeah, and the Iranians were also broke, and so were their proxy groups. But staying on the issue of Russia, let's get to the Russia-Ukraine war before we have to wrap up here. This is also another situation, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on whether the Biden administration's trying to constrain the Ukrainians from the beginning in just responding to the Russian invasion, whether we are now years later at a point of no return in terms of getting to some kind of conclusion that is more beneficial to the Ukrainians and the Russians.
Yeah, well, I go back to what the president said in his first UN General Assembly, President Trump, when he said that national sovereignty is very, very critical. And you look at what happened, remember President Biden said a minimal invasion of Ukraine may be okay, kind of said it out loud. And then in Obama, they took Crimea, and then they went in heavy with Ukraine under President Biden. And look, people need to understand the magnitude of that war. It is massive. The Russian army in Ukraine today is larger than the active American army today. When you look at the casualties, you're looking over 100,000 Ukrainian soldiers dead, over 300,000 Russian soldiers dead. Russia left Afghanistan after losing 18,000. We left Vietnam after losing 60,000. The war is massive, and it's against the third largest country in Europe right now against Russia. So, and that fight has been prolonged because we have not, I believe, supported Ukraine if we wanted them to fight well with the equipment that you needed to give them. Okay, but now you reach a point of, okay, where does this thing taking you to? Remember, last year we gave Ukraine more money than we allocated for the U.S. Marine Corps last year. Just think about that, and the money that's going there. So you've got an ability of saying, okay, how is this thing going to end? What does it look like when it ends out there? How do you protect the rights of Ukraine out there with the fight they've gone on? They have fought valiantly. But I'm going to give you some criticism of Ukraine right now. Here's what I would say to Ukraine. And I also think, by the way, and I'll say this publicly, and I've said it privately, that I think President Zelensky is tone deaf. I mean, you don't come into the state of Pennsylvania, which is a swing state, 30 days before an election, with the governor with the governor Shapiro, who was nearly the Democratic candidate, fly on an airplane, and you talk bad about in an article about the vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. That's kind of being tone dead. And why would you do something like that if you want to talk to the President of the United States? And I think it's a huge mistake. But I turn to Ukraine right now and say, okay, you've lowered your draft age. You don't remember what the draft age of America was? It was 18. Remember that? It's 26 in Ukraine. Really? Okay. You have not mobilized your country. You go to full mobilization. If you want to fight this, and then we'll supply you the kit that you need to do it. But you basically have to be able to talk to both sides right now. And the only person I believe that can do that is Donald Trump. Why? Because he can talk to Zelensky and he can talk to Putin as well. But sooner or later, you're going to have to ask yourself demographically, where do you go with this fight? Because you have to go back in history and think about what happened in the First World War. And the British to this day talk about the losses they had in trench warfare in France. They call that the lost generation to this day. And you're looking at a generation now what they're losing. So the question is, okay, where do you go to? How do you draw the lines? How do you talk about it? How do you ensure the sovereignty of Ukraine long term? How do you ensure there's peace in the region out there? Because I think you have to understand, what happens here domestically in the United States as well. And sometimes when I was in the White House and other times when I worked in the military and in business as well, sometimes I used to look at foreign leaders and they wouldn't look at us, they wouldn't look through our lens. We do the same thing. Sometimes we don't look through their lens and say, what does it look like from your end? You don't see what it looks like from our end out there. And sometimes I question, I have questioned, I've talked to senior leaders in Ukraine. Sometimes you don't appreciate the problems we have in the United States. I don't care if it's immigration or inflation. Whatever it is, you have to understand what we're going through here in an election year, what's going to happen. So I think something has to be done in Ukraine. I think you can't keep this going. I think there's two options now. It's quite clear. You have a presidential candidate in President Trump who says he wants to try it and help to bring this war to a conclusion. And you have a candidate in Vice President Harris who wants to continue what they're doing long range. And what they have done is they've basically given Russia a sanctuary. As a military background, you never give an opponent a sanctuary. Never, never, never. We did that in Vietnam, big mistake. And that's what they've done by restricting the ability of them to use the weapons that we give them. If it's a war, let it be a war. It's hard, but you have to accept that. And I think right now you're going to see more of the same. If you have a President Harris, you're going to see this thing continue to go forward. And I tell you, President Trump said something pretty interesting the other day. And think about this historically. Remember, Napoleon Bonaparte didn't do really well in Russia. Neither did Adolf Hitler. But neither did the United States when we supported the White Russians. We didn't do too well either. And so you look at it and you say, understand the mass, the largeness of this fight, and what this means long term, and how do we get to an end state that brings some stability to the region, some stability in the world, and try to break up that coalition of evil that you see between Iran and China, Russia, and North Korea.
So speaking of looking through things with a different lens or through a different lens, the American people are watching. There is an election coming. When I travel the country, I often get the question about, well, what is America doing in the world? Why does the United States need to be a leader on the global stage? What does that look like? America first is not America alone, of course, but what would you say to Americans who are concerned about the role of America in the world and why it is important for Americans to be the leaders versus a country like China, for example, or Russia?
Yeah, and I'm an America First guy, and I'm in an organization. I'm in an organization called the America First Policy Institute. But there's a misconception. America First does not mean isolationism. It never has. What it does mean is you look at the Constitution of the United States, and the first three words of the Constitution in big, bold words, we the people. It means what you do is you focus first on yourself before you focus outwardly. There's a great professor in Yale University called Paul Kennedy. He wrote a book called The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers, 1500 till today. And he said great powers historically fall because he calls it imperial. I'll use the word strategic, because of strategic overreach. In other words, you fill other people's potholes before you fill your own potholes. And you take care of your citizens first. And then when you do that, then you can expand and then you can go out there. It does not mean that you withdraw from the world. What it does mean is protect your nation first, ensure your nation comes first, and then you respond as a united nation together, because the American people will then know we are together as a nation, and then we can fight anybody at any time, be it economically, diplomatically, kinetically, whatever you want to call. That's the intent behind it. That's not designed to be withdrawal from the world, is that you pick your fights, you pick them well, but you also tell the rest of the world, you have responsibilities too. And your responsibilities are to protect not only your nation's sovereignty, but actually help out geographically, regionally as well. Let me just, and I know we're out of time, but it goes back to like what we call the NATO, when we talk about the NATO treaty. I would lay you money, everybody in this room can tell me what Article 5 of the NATO treaty says. I'll lay you money. Attack on one's attack on all. Check that block. What does Article 3 say? Okay. That's the funding article. It's that each nation individually and collectively will fund for the individual in common defense of NATO. And then if there's a disagreement between Articles 3 and 5, you go to the governing article, which is Article 9, and you go to the Atlantic Council, and you say you're going to figure this thing out. That's where Trump was coming from when he talked about it. And to this day, even after 2014, when they agreed in the Wales Declaration that every nation in NATO would go to 2% spending on defense on GDP, of which 20% was modernization, there's still one-third of the NATO countries that have not honored that pledge. They haven't done it. So you ask yourself, wait a second, isn't this an agreement that we're all supposed to go? So if you take that and you move that down and you say, that's kind of what you're talking about when we talk about America First. If you're all in this together, we're all in it together. But if you're not, then we're going to talk about it individually.
So just a quick final question. What does the world look like without American leadership? And are we seeing a taste of that now?
I think if you pick up the paper and you turn on, of course, we're both Fox contributors. If you turn on Fox News, the fact is you're seeing it today. You're seeing a world potentially where you get people like a pretty renowned strategist, Jack Keane, saying we are the closest to World War III since 1938. He didn't say 39, he said 38. When we came out of Munich and said peace in our time. Because you've got two major wars being fought. You have economic issues throughout the world. I think you're looking at a world in disarray today. And I think the potential of this is continuing. So you've got to have American leadership, but it's got to be a disciplined leadership as well. And I think we don't have it today. And you can challenge me on it all you want. I would just say, pick up the newspapers and read it and tell me how many wars we were fighting 4 years ago. What did the world look like in the Middle East 4 years ago? What did it look like in Europe 4 years ago? What did your economics look like 4 years ago? What did your immigration status look like 4 years ago? You tell me, where do you want to go? And it's your call, America. Where do you want to be?
The stakes are high. General Kellogg, thank you so much. And thank you all for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our luncheon program. The Nixon Grand Strategy Summit's third panel will begin at 1 o'clock, which is about 4.5 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, panel number 3, Strengthening America's Alliances in the Free World, is about to begin. If you can make your way into the ballroom and take a seat, we will begin our program momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to take your seats as we convene our third panel. Starting with its alliance with France to win the Revolutionary War against the British, the United States has long led and benefited from alliances with both like-minded forms of government and countries with strategic benefits that employ other forms of government. Today, new challenges to the world order call for potential new alliances, investments in stable alliances, and perhaps reevaluations of older alliances. Here to lead this conversation is Aaron McLean, a senior advisor at the Hudson Institute and host of the School of War podcast. Over to you, Aaron.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am delighted to be here today. Thanks to the Nixon Foundation for the opportunity to have this conversation. I'm joined to my immediate right by Ambassador Kelly Curry. She's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. She's the founding partner of Kilo Alpha Strategies and was U.S. Ambassador at Large, for global women's issues. And to Kelly's right, we are joined by Christopher Nixon Cox. He is the CEO of Light Switch Capital. Before that, he was a lawyer focused on private equity clients and issues. Actually, both Kelly and Chris are lawyers, and I ask you not to hold that against them too quickly. So our subject today is alliances, and I was sent in preparation for this panel a line from President Nixon that I think sums up his sort of nuanced position well. He said in 1969 in an address to the United Nations, "The history of the post-war period teaches that nationalism can be dangerously disruptive or powerfully creative. Our aim is to encourage the creative forms of nationalism, to join as partners where our partnership is appropriate and where it is wanted, but not to let a U.S. presence substitute for independent national effort or infringe on national dignity and national pride. It is not my belief that the way to peace is by giving up our friends or letting down our allies. On the contrary, our aim is to place America's international commitments on a sustainable, long-term basis to encourage local and regional initiatives to foster national independence and self-sufficiency, and by so doing, to strengthen the total fabric of peace. A laudable goal and a very, Chris, I hope in a minute we can actually unpack that a bit. I think actually a very nuanced and careful position between extremes. But Kelly, Ambassador Kerry, I'm going to start with you. Alliances are a fraught topic. And we are going to go left or we're going to go right here in a couple of months. We're going to have President Harris or we're going to have the return of President Trump. How do you rate the future of America's system of alliances, for good or for ill, in the two scenarios?
Well, first, thanks to the Nixon Foundation for having me on this panel. This is such a big topic, and I feel like it's a really fraught one in this moment, as you point out. And I also was reflecting on the quote from former President Nixon and thinking, you know, the very nuanced, as you said, articulation there about the role that America plays in terms of how we engage in the world, how we engage with our friends, what that means for our adversaries, and what, you know, why we're doing this. And I think that quote encapsulates so much about that has been lost in terms of the conversation around our alliances today. The discourse on one side seems to view our allies as burdens to be borne by us, and on the other side as folks that we should be leading from behind. And so I don't think that either one of those is a particularly valuable way of thinking about our allies. But I think that we are, and I think that neither way of framing, and I'm oversimplifying both positions kind of at the extremes, but I think that neither one of those approaches meets the geopolitical moment that we are in right now, where we find ourselves waking up from a vacation from history, and as it were, that I think took place in the post-Cold War era after the collapse of the Soviet Union, where we did not face a peer or near-peer competitor geopolitically, and we thought geopolitics was done, that's in the rear view, we're not doing that anymore, we'll walk off into some multilateral future together. The European Union is going to get rid of the idea of the nation state, and we're all going to kind of evolve in that direction, where our borders are going to become less meaningful, where our nationalism is going to be considered dépassé, as it were, and not necessarily a potential force for good or a positive attribute, and that we're just going to, continue in this globalism vision in perpetuity. 9/11 was a bit of a wake-up call from that in terms of the dangers of globalism, but also an important reminder of the value of our allies, because our allies came to our defense and stood with us and went to war and lost blood and treasure with us after that attack. And then we kind of then let our allies down after that by the decision to go to war in Iraq, and I don't want to litigate that, but I think that we really tested them. At the same time, we also were not asking, I think that some people in the Bush administration certainly were asking of our allies that they needed to do more and they needed to have a more realistic posture in terms of their own self-defense and regional defenses, and were disappointed in the failure that they saw of some of our allies to meet those challenges. And I'm speaking, of course, of Donald Rumsfeld's old Europe, new Europe discourse, and some of the other frustrations, for instance, with our South Korean allies about the failure to invest in deterrence and defense. And so this is not a new argument in some respects about, what do we expect from our allies. I think that there is a justifiable resentment toward especially some of our wealthier European allies who operate under an American security umbrella and don't invest properly in their own defense. And I'm looking at you, Germany. But I think that this is a real problem, that this administration has not successfully, for all of their talk coming into this administration about America's back and we want to work with our allies and all of this stuff and the challenges of the Russian reinvasion of Ukraine, they have made almost no progress in getting Germany to invest in defense. And it's a huge problem. And Germany continues to be a big stumbling block as to why these alliances are under strain. And so I think that that's not going to change unless and until there's a change in Germany in terms of how they think about these issues, and they and there's a stronger demand signal from the rest of Europe and from other places for Germany to reevaluate their own defense posture. All of that said, I think that we are also now, as we are waking up from this vacation from history and this, that we're trying to reorient our institutions and our policies. We're, embracing economic security in ways that we haven't done since the deep in the Cold War. And this is going to continue to put strain on our alliances as well, because they've depended on, again, looking at you, Germany, looking at the United States as the market of last resort to send products over to maintain German industrial capacity. That's not going to be sustainable going forward. So I think that regardless, and I know this is a really Weasley answer, but I think regardless of who wins in November, these alliances are going to continue to face structural challenges because they are not right now fit for purpose in the geopolitical moment we face, where we have not just China as a peer or near-peer competitor and the pacing threat, but a China that is very comfortable now with sowing chaos and working with other chaos. I always refer to the Russians and the United Nations as chaos monkeys because they're very happy to just go in there and just start pulling the wires out and make a mess and not feel like there's any responsibility about it. The Chinese never were really like that, but more recently they've started to see a strategic advantage in letting the Russians pull the wires out of the machine and make a mess if it puts the United States on the back foot. And same with the Iranians. Yeah, sure, let them go in there and start, making a mess. And the Americans are stuck with the, cleaning it up. And we can just sit here and say nonsense things about Gaza and align ourselves with the global South with absolutely no responsibility. So they've realized that this is a strategic advantage for them, and they are taking full advantage of it. And we are on the back foot with it. And so we've got to reshape how we think about our alliances. We've, in some cases, got to demand more of them. And that's true, again, regardless of who's going to be in charge after January.
This panel is a safe space for both condemnations of the CCP and of Germany. So feel free to keep both going.
Hey, I was worried before.
No, you're among friends. So, Chris, first of all, feel free to comment on any of that you would like to in my original question. But my specific first question for you is, you had 15 years with President Nixon. You've obviously retained admiration and some fascination since then. That quote that I read illustrates something that I think is widely known about the man, but not necessarily understood in its details, which is, if we imagine the two extremes of the discussion on alliances, on the one hand, there's sort of these religious things that are up in heaven to be venerated and never questioned. And on the other hand, they're just sucks on our national energy and just do nothing for us. It's us always doing things for them. He clearly, on the evidence not only of that quote, but really his whole career and certainly his presidency, is somewhere very carefully in the middle of those two things and sort of conscious of and balancing both things. Help us understand a bit the Nixon view of alliances.
Well, thanks. That's a great question for me because it's about my grandfather, so I can go on with what I want to. And I apologize to the audience. It was supposed to be General Kellogg sitting in this seat, and you got me. So sorry about that. But at least we got a good presentation from General Kellogg at lunch. But thank you for the question, my grandfather. I was thinking about it a little bit. My grandfather had a healthy respect for alliances. Of course, he appreciated the U.S. allies and understood how important our relationship and historic relationship with the UK was. And, of course, the importance of Japan, giving back Okinawa to Japan was a big part of how he thought he could expand the alliance with Japan. But I think my grandfather had this suppleness of mind where he was looking at what's in the best interest of the United States. And I think he realized that alliances could be like a ship. When you christen a ship, it's big and strong and can go throughout the sea and operate well. And then the ship gradually develops barnacles, the wood rots, it slows down, it gets pushed off course, and the alliances need to be refreshed. So what worked 25 years ago doesn't necessarily work today. And my grandfather had the suppleness of mind to realize that. And he also realized that alliances that were opposing the United States weren't necessarily as strong as they seemed. And that, of course, the great example of that was between China and Russia, where automatically people would assume, well, they're both communist countries, both say horrible things about the United States. In reality, my grandfather realized that they were, in the 1960s and 70s, at the point of war, in a state of war. And he was able to take advantage of that. So I think that what my grandfather put forward first was, what's in the best interest of the United States? How can we use alliances to our advantage? And how can we break apart the alliances of those opposed to us? It's great to have this healthy worship of alliances, as you said. That's good that we like our allies that much. But we have to keep refreshing them and make sure that they continue to work for us. And when you look at China, the United States and China worked best, whether we had an alliance. We certainly ended the Cold War together. We worked best when we had a mutual interest. And when China and the United States had the mutual interest of defeating communist Russia, we could be great friends. Well, now I think with President Trump, there's been a reexamination of is that alliance working well for both of us? And of course, as we've heard today, my grandfather questioned, what should the United States relationship with China be going forward? He questioned that in the 1990s and said it just shouldn't automatically be one where we're just friends and sort of ignore our differences. We have to work on our differences. So I think he would look at alliances as something that's constantly evolving. And something that we need to keep working on, and where we can take advantage of opponents' weaknesses. And of course, I have the benefit of having grown up with my grandfather. It was the first 15 years of my life, so I wasn't talking with my grandfather when I was the age of 5 about the alliance between the United Kingdom and the United States. But at the end of my life, I remember I was sat down with my grandfather. It was 1994. And I see we have Newt Gingrich. I know he's in the house here somewhere over here, I think. But I know Newt Gingrich is here. And it was 1994. My grandfather died 6 months before the 1994 election. I was 15 years old. I thought I was a great political strategist. So I walked into my grandfather's office and I said, I called him Ba. That was what we called him. I said, Ba, I want to talk to you about politics. And I said, I have a great sense that the Republicans are going to do so well in the election. He's like, well, come sit, tell me about it. So I started talking to him, and I said, I think we're going to win this Senate seat. I think it was Alabama. Richard Shelby, I think, won that year. So we're going to win Alabama. We're going to win a few of these other Senate seats. And I said, I think we even have a shot at Hawaii. And he gave me this look like, not a chance. But I did get to talk to him a little bit about this topic of alliances. And I remember one thing that he taught me about trade in particular. So I delved into politics for a second, but the one thing I remember him talking about with trade is that he said the United States needed to trade with our allies and give good trade deals to our allies during the Cold War, because that was the way we could build them up and create economic powers that would confront the Soviet Union, offer our allies, and this is something he actually wrote down, offer our allies more than our enemies. And that's something we always have to remember. And I think we kind of lost track of that in the 2000s. And as we start thinking about trade again, we have to start thinking about this rise of nationalism again, and who's on our side, who's against us, and it's okay to make a deal that's beneficial for the other side if they're our friends, but we certainly shouldn't be giving our enemies more than we give our friends. So I remember he said that to me, and then I remember when he passed away, I found in his desk a little card where he had 10 commandments for presidents. And one of the commandments was always do more for our friends than we do for our enemies, and to keep that in mind. That was one of his commandments. So I think it was like 5 or 6. So those are a couple of things that maybe I learned from him. It's probably not a complete picture, but through the eyes of a 15-year-old child, that's what I remember about my grandfather.
That's amazing. Thank you. Kelly, I want to continue on the theme of your first answer, but zoom into Europe and to NATO. The actual title of our panel is Strengthening America's Alliances. When we talk about strengthening the NATO alliance, again, sticking with my practice here of kind of picking 2 straw men and asking you to navigate between them, there's one approach that says we should basically continue what we're doing. We'll continue to guarantee the security of our allies in Europe against Russia. We'll complain about their lack of defense spending, but we're not really going to actually do that much about it in practice. The argument would run there'd be more liabilities in doing more about it than in just continuing to complain. So that's one approach. Another approach is actually you're going to strengthen the alliance through a kind of shock therapy by putting these guys on notice that, look, we care about the security of Europe, of course. America's security has been tied for some time to the security of Europe. We're not leaving. But you people need to understand that we have major problems elsewhere in the world. We have a major problem with China and the Western Pacific, and you need to stand up for yourself. You need to quote Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance, you need to stand on your own 2 feet when it comes to our NATO allies. Talk to us about those 2 broad options. What is it going to take to strengthen NATO?
Well, I think actually it is a little bit of a straw man, but actually not that much, because I don't think the current situation is sustainable. I agree with, as much as I believe the United States should be robustly supporting the Ukrainians in their fight against the Russians, and in fact, I would argue for taking off the handcuffs and letting them win this war, make that the actual objective instead of just giving them enough weapons and capabilities to just stay in the fight. Give them the capabilities to win and really acknowledge that that's the objective instead of trying to, manage escalation, which I see as the current policy. I think that's a huge mistake. And I think that our allies especially the allies who have committed more to the defense of Ukraine, who have committed more to building their own capabilities, the allies who have joined the alliance in the past 3 years, in Sweden and Finland, you see that there is still a robust demand for allies who are willing to pull their weight and who are willing to do their share, and they should be rewarded for doing that. They should not be punished for the bad behavior of their other countries that are not willing to do the needful things. Where this becomes a problem, especially with Europe, is the kind of lack of the incomplete and imperfect overlap between the European Union on the one hand and the project of Europe whole and free that is represented by the European Union versus the project of Europe whole and free that is represented by NATO. And the misalignment between those 2 fundamental institutions in Europe, and how the misalignments within those 2 institutions play out with things like who decides what Europe's foreign policy is, who decides what, and the space that it creates for people like President Macron to come in and say, we need a European defense force that is linked to the European Union. And my response to that actually would be like, oh, sure, go for that. Let's see how that works out for you. Except that I do worry about the consequences of withdrawal and of us not being there to support the countries that have done the needful things and are, I think we do need to, as Chris said, we need to find ways to incentivize and reward our friends who are doing the right things and send sharper messages to the ones who are not, that there are consequences and that we cannot continue to do this. It's just not sustainable as we face the kinds of challenges that we face in the Pacific. And so I think that we need to be more transparent and clear with the countries that are the lagging indicators, whether it's the France and Germany, Hungary and some of the countries that have decided to support Russia, support China, and bandwagon with China on different things, that we need to be clear about what our expectations are as alliance members within NATO. I think this is true also with Turkey. I think we have a huge problem with Turkey as an alliance member, that they are not always operating in ways that are to the benefit of the alliance. But I think, again, going back to this trend that I see where we are more focused than, where we're like trying to realign our economic, this concept of economic security, where, for the longest, during our vacation from history, we worked really hard over the past 30 years to separate out economic policymaking from national security policymaking. This was not so much the case during the Cold War. We did not trade with Russia. We just didn't do it. It wasn't even like a thing that we said we were going to do. Germany did, but we did not. And there were consequences for Germany as a result of them doing more business with Russia than we thought was prudent. And it was an ongoing tension in our relationship during the Cold War as well. So this is not a new problem, as I said. But now we are dealing with it in a different dynamic where it's, with Beijing, where we are much more economically integrated. We do face different challenges, and we need the alliance to think, to be more self-sustaining and not be so reliant on the United States. Because we do face a different kind of challenge, and the interests are not as perfectly aligned as they were, as well aligned as they were during Cold War 1.0. So I think that figuring out how we update NATO in ways that do strengthen it will include finding ways to do more and do more minilateral things. And we're doing this already. You see us doing this, whether it's with AUKUS or the Quad or other things where we just started pulling together part coalitions of the willing and using those to drag the others, the less willing, along. And I think that that's going to be the continued strategy that you will see if when you're thinking about how we accomplish the strategic goals that we're trying to accomplish.
So Kelly, I'll ask you this as a follow-up, but Chris, I'm also interested in your take here. Sticking with NATO, what is the Asian responsibility, the Pacific responsibility, if any, for this alliance? And we can speak in military terms, we can also talk in terms of economic relationships and trade as the years go on and this problem iterates, potentially in the direction of an actual hot war. I mean, you see indicators that cut in both directions. The Brits obviously are involved in AUKUS, which is very much an Asia, China-focused strategic initiative. And you've seen European nations here and there sail naval assets, through the Taiwan Strait recently, or conduct freedom of navigation operations in the Pacific one way or the other. So that's sort of in one column. In another column, there are European voices that are very much, and European nations that are very much on the other side of this question. I'll just highlight one, which is just a few weeks ago, I think he's the chair, Wolfgang Ischinger of the Munich Security Conference, and no offense, kind of, if he has any friends here, but he wrote a piece in the New York Times where he essentially said, "America, we need to talk. I have some grievances. One, you're backing Israel too much. Makes it hard to talk about human rights when you're so in deep with the Israelis," which was kind of offensive. And then two, you've
especially coming from the Germans. But,
indeed.
Okay.
Two, he basically said, "You're racing off into this hostile attitude towards China, and where was the I'm putting this in my own words, but this is fair. Where were the consultations? Where's the coordination with your European allies?" Which again, I kind of take offense to. So there's two. This could cut either way. It may cut differently, probably according to country. What is the European role as things develop with China?
Well, there's my dream of what the European role would be, and then there's the reality. Right now, unfortunately, the European role is mostly unhelpful because of Germany, because of their insistence on doubling down on their dependence, their economic dependence on China. That is being driven largely by 4 or 5 major German companies that are basically directing the Chancellery to engage in policy approaches, both German and European Union, that undermine the economic prospects of the entire union in ways that are just unfathomable to me if you watch what Germany has been doing for the past 2 weeks to carry Beijing's water in undermining European Union efforts to put tariffs on electric vehicles to protect the European automobile market from Chinese EVs. And Germany has done, which again, what they're thinking here, I mean, it is just so short term that it is mind-boggling to watch them do this. And the idea, first of all, that we have not consulted with Germany on our concerns about their reliance on their over economic reliance on China and their failure to decouple themselves from Russia and to make their insistence on becoming energy dependent on Russia over the past 20 years is just ludicrous. Maybe Walter was not in those conversations, but that doesn't mean they did not happen. And so I think that it's extremely problematic. And I feel bad. Actually, no, I don't. I don't feel bad picking on Germany because they're such a big part of the problem. But they did, yes, they've done a FUNOP, a freedom of navigation operation and sailed in the Taiwan Strait. I think that there actually are a number of people in the German defense and security establishment who understand this and who are deeply frustrated with their political leadership and especially with the economic policy making and the decisions coming out of the chancellery on these things. And so there is actually a lot more play. But what we need to be doing is strengthening those voices within the German establishment and marginalizing and expressing our unhappiness with the others because they are really making our job harder. And if I could put in a nutshell what I would like to see the Europeans do, what I think is a realistic expectation, is that they don't make our job harder in the Pacific. I'm not asking them to be major contributors to what we need to do in the Pacific. We have Pacific allies for that who are more than capable and who are ready to do the needful things because they understand the exigency of it. Our European allies, again, don't make this harder. Stand on your own feet. Give us more operational bandwidth and space to focus on the Pacific, and by making sure that you are producing munitions at scale, that you are taking care of your own defense budgets, and putting the necessary resources into those things. These are pretty minimal requests. We're not asking them to go to war with China if China takes Taiwan. What we are asking them to do, I think, as a minimum, bare minimum, is that they join us in sanctioning China over their role in providing weapons to Russia to attack Ukraine, that they join us in doing things that, again, that are reasonable for their own security. And I don't think that's too much to ask of these countries. And I really get frustrated that we're, by these kinds of comments coming out. I mean, this sends me when this stuff comes from the Germans, especially that the nerve to really say that when given everything. And so I get a pretty strong reaction, but I think that pushing back on that, the French are actually weirdly among the most helpful here because they have territories in the Pacific. They are a Pacific power still. And so we can actually count on the French to be better on this and to work with us, especially on maritime domain awareness in the Pacific and helping to identify threats and push back on predatory Chinese behaviors in these Pacific Island countries, these poor, underdeveloped countries that are really struggling and are at the coalface of China's influence operations in the Pacific. We do get a fair amount, but again, it's not always. Sometimes it's kind of it's done in a very French way, which is not always the most helpful or friendly, but it gets done. And I think we have to meet these countries where they are in some cases. But we're seeing extraordinary things coming out of the Czechs, for instance, in terms of their willingness to engage with Taiwan and out of the Baltic states, and their understanding of the relationship between the fate of Ukraine and the fate of Taiwan. And so there are so many people in Europe who get it. They're just not yet necessarily in critical mass positions in some of the larger and more powerful states on the European continent. So it's just about trying to get them there and help them and support them in ways that are meaningful to them.
Chris, in a minute, I'm going to come to you with the Middle East and get to Israel directly. But before that, any thoughts on Europe and Asia?
Yeah, I think Kelly made some really excellent points. I would just add that it's really going to take leadership, and the U.S. has to lead. And we've, to some degree, not with President Trump, but fallen asleep a little bit after the end of the Cold War and sort of thinking history was over and democracy was inevitable. But, democracy is only as good as, the next generation. And we in the United States need to lead. What does that mean? We need to make ourselves strong domestically. We need to we need to be smart about our defense industry, and we need to be the arsenal of democracy again. The strongest way to strengthen the European relationship is to demonstrate, especially in Ukraine, that we can supply overwhelming mass to the Ukrainians. This idea that the Russians can't be defeated and that Russia has all this mass and they don't lose wars, it's a fallacy. The Russia was able to win in World War II because the United States was able to supply Russia with unlimited mass. That's a major reason Russia is able to win. We need to be in that position again where we can supply our allies around the world unlimited mass in terms of artillery and bullets and tanks and things like this. And the best way to demonstrate that is with Ukraine, that we can do that and we can win in Ukraine. And our adversaries, whether it's Iran or whether it's China or or North Korea, they're going to be watching us. And if we can prove that we can do this and be successful, that will go much farther to creating a peaceful world than anything else we can do in terms of encouraging Europeans to produce more or not. Let's lead as Americans. So that would be one, what I'd say. And then two, I think we're going through so many internal divisions within the United States now. It's projecting weakness to the world. And we really need to figure out how we can come together as Americans and have a foreign policy where politics does stop at the water's edge, where we're going to do what's in the best interest of the United States. And that's going to be good for the world because ultimately the United States believes in freedom. It believes in, capitalist economic system that's going to lift, all boats around the world. Just ask the Chinese. It wasn't Chinese Marxism that brought 300 million, now 500 million Chinese out of poverty. It was, the interaction with the U.S. and trade with the U.S. and capitalism of the U.S. that did that. So, we need to strengthen ourselves. We need to get over our differences, figure those out, and provide a unified front to the world. And the best place to do that is with NATO and with Ukraine.
Can I actually just add one more provocative thing that I think would actually help us? And it's kind of counterintuitive to some of the other things I've said. But if going back to the NATO commitment in Afghanistan in particular, we owe our NATO allies an apology for how we left Afghanistan, for the failure to consult with them, for the failure to work with them on a follow-on counterterrorism force, leaving them the way we did. And then the consequences of that debacle in terms of signaling weakness and the failure to deter that has now led, I think, I see a very clear through line from that debacle in Afghanistan, which, again, that was a NATO force. That was a NATO operation. Yes, we were the predominant element of it, but it was a NATO. They came to our defense there, and we totally screwed them in the way that we handled that situation. And nobody in this administration, as far as I know, has apologized to a single one of our NATO allies about that. And I think we owe them a profound apology for that. And we've got work to do to repair that, especially, again, the countries that came that were working with us in Afghanistan were a lot of our smaller NATO allies. And it wasn't, and so we really did not cover ourselves in glory there. And I think we do need to address that inconstancy that gives them a good reason to come back. Like if Issenor had written something about that, if he wanted to have a word about that, then I would wholeheartedly agree. I think, those are the kinds of things that we do need to address where we have, and to add to what Chris said, where we do need to, put our own mask on first in some respects to get our story straight here, but also where we do, where we did fail our allies, we need to acknowledge that failure and and be real about it with them.
Yeah, and it's not even just a question of credibility, right? ISIS-K is more of a threat to Europe than it is to us, and that's the other shoe waiting to drop.
Migration, ISIS-K, we really let them down with that, and Ukraine.
And just adding on to that, it's our adversaries who are taking advantage of our open system. Russia was the one that came up with the policy of weaponizing migration from Syria and sending Syrians into Europe, and they're working with, Venezuela to send Venezuelan migrants. So our adversaries recognize that the best way to defeat us is to defeat us from within, so that we're fighting ourselves and we destroy ourselves from within. So, we need to get our policies straight here and fix ourselves domestically.
All right, Chris, we're going to talk about the Middle East. There's a famous moment in October of 1973 where the United States has already begun. We're leaning into supporting Israel during the Yom Kippur War. And the NSC, under Kissinger's direction, has developed this Rube Goldberg-esque plan to get supplies to Israel because there are concerns about how it looks, So I can't.
World War III.
Yeah,
heard that one before.
No one, exactly. No. Only a specialist would be able to track all the details. We were to fly stuff to the Azores. We're going to put it on El Al planes. It was complicated, and as a result, it was going to be very slow. So Kissinger comes upstairs to the residence and briefs the president on the plan, and President Nixon is somewhat disgusted at what comes back to him. He set this thing in motion. He wants to hear the details now, and he orders Kissinger, to Kissinger's reported shock, and this stuck with Kissinger, and he wrote and spoke about it much through the rest of his life. You're going to get as much blame, this is more or less his exact words, you're going to get as much blame doing a thing halfway as doing it all the way. Just get the stuff there. And so the U.S. military gets involved, and we just flew the stuff there. And Richard Nixon, in that moment and through other decisions he made in those weeks, plays an enormous role in saving the state of Israel. Moreover, of course, as you know, he sets in motion a process by which ultimately the Soviet Union is really weakened in the region. America is strengthened. There's the Camp David Accords and a later administration. That all really begins arguably in that moment where Nixon gives that command to his Secretary of State. Well, that was then. This is now. Nixon, of course, is always motivated by this idea of peace, and I think that's something that's important to remember about him. The current administration would say, I think, that they are motivated by the same goal, that they want peace between Israel and its adversaries. They want peace in the region. They certainly don't want a regional war. And yet, here we are, 11 months into the latest really nasty round of things, and peace is not what we've got. What's going wrong? Why is this approach failing? What's happening here?
First of all, the Middle East is very complicated, and there's a lot going on between the various Arab countries and Iran and the Arab countries, and so it's very complicated. I would actually say that most of the Arab countries, this is where we see if the Abraham Accords are actually they can't openly agree to it, some of them, but they feel very comfortable and friendly towards Israel, of course. So that's an added layer. The real enemy of many of the Arab countries is Iran. And I think that's what you see playing out here, which is that Israel is, turning towards Iran now. And unfortunately, this is now becoming, like you said, a regional war that threatens to pull in other major powers when you consider the alliance between Iran and Russia. So I think those are some of the big issues. But I think, again, it's this idea that you sort of have to be in the middle, that, we're all for peace. The Russians say they're for peace in Ukraine. Every dictator says they're for peace. Everyone says they're for peace. That doesn't mean they're going to actually put peace into place. So it's up to the United States to, again, lead. And if the United States leads in a way where we're strong and we show that we're going to have resolve and we're not going to back down and we're going to be aggressive in terms of how we reinforce our allies and friends, which in this case is Israel, then our adversaries will back down. So I think that, the United States has failed to show the appropriate leadership. I don't know why. I know there could be some domestic concerns, for this administration as they're coming into an election year, and they need to win swing states like Michigan and states like that. That could maybe be at play, but that's where you have to put domestic politics aside and you have to focus on what's right for America and their allies. And we absolutely have to show the world that we will defend our allies, because the one thing that Russia does to its benefit that is very good is they will do anything for their allies. And they proved that with Assad in Syria when they dropped chemical weapons. that they would go as far as they wanted. They would go to the end of the world to save their allies. And we need to be doing the same thing for ours. And in a way, when we do that, we will bring peace to the world, because then people know that they can't mess with their allies because they're messing with the United States. So, I think that it was that failure to have a really strong response that has let this spiral out of control.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I was in Israel earlier this year, and it is remarkable how, to a person, you talk to people in Israel, and if they could go back to October 6th, they absolutely would. If they could go back to that day and to that pre-October 7th, status quo ante, they would do it in a heartbeat, absolutely in a heartbeat. But, the people who don't want to go back to October 6th are Hamas, Hezbollah, the Ayatollahs in Iran, and to a certain extent, Russia and China, because, again, our adversaries are benefiting from this chaotic situation that is draining U.S. resources. It's making us, unpopular because we're defending, and we're halfway doing it. We're not even doing it full-throated. I think we would, again, I love that quote, because it's like, look, we are going to get blamed. And I used to say this all the time when I was at the State Department, in a whole host of contexts where our diplomats would want to, try to be too cute and too clever and use, magic words to try to pretend like we're not saying something. And I'm like, we're going to get blamed anyway. Why not, at least have the courage of our convictions and say what we believe and what we mean and what we're trying to do. And, Beijing thinks we're trying to undermine the regime and take them down. We can't convince them by telling them that we're not trying to destroy the Chinese Communist Party. So it's like a waste of time to try to convince them of that. I think the same is true with the Ayatollahs in Iran, and giving them $6 billion in cash is not going to convince them that we aren't innately hostile to them, and that we will not, and I think that they are very committed to wiping Israel off the map. They're not trying to hide what they're doing. They're not pussyfooting around about it, to use a nice old-fashioned word. They're very serious, and they've got a plan, and they're operating against it. And we're like, we're kind of halfway doing this and halfway doing that, and getting all the downsides and none of the upsides, frankly, of being a good ally. And if you want people to be, standing with Israel right now is the best thing we can do to signal other countries that have questions about our reliability. If we can show that we're serious about standing with Israel during this really difficult time where it's not easy to be Israel's friend, then I think it really sends a strong message to all of our adversaries that we're serious, and to all of our friends and those that have questions about our seriousness. It's more important than ever.
So I want to stick with this theme of sort of being willing to go to the ends of the earth for one's allies, which is a phrase you use, Chris. Kelly, you're a human rights lawyer by trade. There's a complication here which we should address straight on, even if we're going to set it aside once we consider it, because there's definitely a Nixon legacy on this question that was a well-considered legacy, whether one agrees with it or not. Allies are often imperfect by many standards by which you might want to measure them. I want to sort of, in the theme, I want to sort of move us to the Pacific. We could pick any number of examples there. Historically, the Philippines at various points in its history has not lived up to our standards of human rights and democracy and so forth, and yet...
And neither have we. And I think that's an important point.
Yeah, it would be hard to find anyone to disagree with you on that. But here's the question. How do we handle the shortcomings of our allies when at the same time they are critical to our strategic vision?
Well, again, I think the maxim of, being nicer to our friends and our enemies should definitely be, and our adversaries should definitely be followed as a general rule. But I think that for me, our closest and best allies, decade in and decade out, are those that are closest aligned with our values. Do we argue like people in a family? Yes. And do we have disagreements? Again, all my complaints about the Germans to the side. I would rather have them as an ally. We don't want to have to fight them again and beat them again. So I think that it is important to recognize that the core strength of our alliances is with countries that share our values, and that we should think about our alliances as these kind of concentric circles, and the ones that are closest to us on our values are the ones that we are most interoperable with, that we do the most with, that they get our most cutting edge technology, they get access to our most advanced intelligence and all of our capabilities, and our trade with them is the most frictionless. I think this is how we need to think about those relationships, and then we circle out to the countries where they're struggling in some cases with democracy and human rights, more so than we are and our closest allies, and work with them where we can to help them. I think that very important lessons from our history with South Korea and Taiwan in terms of helping those and the Philippines and other countries where we have done at critical moments, important things to help those countries transition to democratic political systems, and our alliances with them have been the stronger for it. And I think people forget about those lessons day in and day out, and we're seeing this play out right now in Asia, in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, where where we're in these contested countries in South and Southeast Asia, in the Indo-Pacific, where China is making a lot of inroads with countries, and these countries have challenging human rights and democracy records. Thailand is another one where we really struggle to navigate this. But I think that we don't do ourselves or these countries any favors when we pretend like they're not violating human rights, and when we pretend like they're not violating democratic norms, and we pretend like there are no consequences to that. I think that when it comes to some of our Gulf allies that are clearly so in the outer concentric circle, we have these countries that are authoritarian and are, not really even trying to move in the right direction. And there, I think we have to be honest that, we have transactional relations with some of these countries, and we recognize that they do not meet the democratic and human rights standards that we set for ourselves. But we've made a decision, and we need to be willing and able to explain that, but it needs to be the exception, in my opinion, and we need to understand that the further the delta is between what we say we believe in and how we act on the ground in terms of how we conduct ourselves in the world, the less credibility we have with our adversaries and allies alike. Thank you.
And I think this has become such an important point. I know we're covering a couple other alliances and we're getting to the end of the time, but when you're talking about the global South, in the United States goes to the global South and is lecturing the global South about Western values and things like this. We have to remember China and Russia are not doing that, and they're making inroads in the global South because of that. So I'm going to revert back to my grandfather, which is always good for me to do, to his 10 Commandments. Another one of his 10 Commandments for future presidents was that you need to differentiate between countries that offer some human rights and those that offer no human rights. So, don't sort of lump them all together. You have to look at it as shades of gray. And you have to be willing to work with some countries that maybe don't have a perfect human rights record. And as we see what China is doing in the global South, building up a coalition in the UN to dominate sort of the UN for whatever that's worth. But, China's able to do that because of how they're approaching the global South, ignoring the human rights records and focusing on economic gifts in return for political support. So as we fashion coalitions with the global South, which we have to do, Nigeria is going to be, not quite, but almost the largest country in the world by population at the end of this century. It could be upwards of 800 million people. It's maybe the second largest population in the world. It's going to become a much more significant player then than it is today or even a decade ago. And we're going to have to figure out how do we incorporate those countries into our alliance system. And it starts with how do we look at human rights?
Well, and I think Nigeria is actually a great case study because it's been a democracy for exactly 25 years. They held their first genuine democratic elections in 1999. I happened to be there for those elections. I feel like the Forrest Gump of this conversation today. But it was really, extraordinary. I think that, yes, we do have to deal with the world as it is. And I like to, I'm not a child. I'm a real, I think I think you have to be a realist kind of day to day as you're going about your business, doing foreign policy and national security work. But if you don't have, aspirations that are more principled about where you're trying to go as you're going day by day and being a realist step by step, and those aspirations aren't rooted in some principled place, then what is there that differentiates us from our adversary? I think that China's in there cutting deals with corrupt and co-opting local elites, but they're also, again, looking at Sri Lanka as another example of where the people of Sri Lanka flatly rejected the Rajapaksa family in the recent elections and drove them out of power, in part because of them being totally co-opted by China. And the demand signal for democracy and for human rights and human freedom is strong as it's ever been. And we can't lose sight of that in the, as we're making short-term engagement with countries at the governmental level. We can't forget that there are people in these countries that may have different aspirations than the political elites that we are dealing with in the moment. And we have to be very careful about aligning ourselves with corrupt and extractive and abusive elites and how that reflects on our image with the people of those countries, because it may not be tomorrow, it may not be next week or next month or even next year, but eventually that demand, no human being wants to live their life as a slave. No human being wants to, be without freedom and human dignity. And so that's, if we are not standing for that on some level, even in the countries where we have to, hold our nose and deal with authoritarian dictatorships, then why would a country choose, or why would people choose to support us? I think it's this tension that runs throughout our foreign policy since the founding of this country, and we, sometimes we're more on one side, more on the other, but the fact that we wrestle with this is actually something that I'm enormously proud of when I go out and I talk to people in other countries, especially in the global south, and that we have the privilege of having a principled element to our foreign policy, and falling short of that from time to time is something that I'm enormously proud of, that we don't, I think, talk enough about as a source of pride and national strength.
So last question for you both, and we're going to be out of time in about 5 minutes, so I'll ask you to keep your responses brisk here. Chris, you made the point, or you made reference to the opening to China and the role that played then in the defeat of the Soviet Union, the Cold War, and so forth. There's a lot of talk today about the Axis. I actually think it's a pretty good term because the term implies that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, they don't have a shared positive vision for the future. They want different things in the long run, but they have a shared vision of the short run, which is they want us out. And I think that's a fair statement. But here we are. We're at the Nixon Foundation. We're honoring the legacy of somebody who's famous for driving a wedge successfully between two countries, for which that had been the impression for many years. He detected that it was no longer the case. As we talk about these four countries as an axis, do we run the risk of missing opportunities here for maneuverability?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if you look at China and Russia, they certainly, are maybe allies of convenience at this point, or an alliance of convenience. But China still remembers, and my dad, when he met with Deng Xiaoping, he pointed to a map and circled Manchuria and said, Russia took that from us. So China has a long memory, and if they want to get back the 9-dash line, I think they certainly want to get back Siberia and its energy resources. So, it's an alliance of convenience at this point. And I think, we should recognize that at some point there'll be areas where we can sort of start to break down that alliance. And, you look at something like China, they have a lot of food that they need to buy. They can't grow it all. We have a lot of food to produce. That's some place maybe that we can work together, and that's maybe something where we can have trade. I think that China and Russia have different aims with us. China sort of wishes that we would kind of go to sleep and, still buy their stuff. They need that for their economy. Their economy's on its back. They need us. Russia doesn't really have to interact with us. So there are differences there that I think that we have to be looking to exploit, and we shouldn't just cut off those avenues. If we can break up that alliance, because that's going to be the most important thing going forward. We can't just push China and Russia together. If China actually decided to put its full economic might behind Russia in Ukraine, that war would be over very quickly, and we can't let things like that happen.
Kelly Currie, last word.
I think that, when it comes to these three countries, I am all in favor of doing, or I guess four with North Korea, but I am all in favor of doing everything we can to make their leaders pay a higher price for bad behavior than they currently do. And whether that cost is small and it's friction within them, or whether it's big, any incremental raising of the costs through imposing consequences, I think is just a win-win, to use a good Chinese phrase. I think that and then again, going back to what I was saying earlier, the Iranian people, there's no love for the Iranian government among the Iranian people. They are deeply unpopular. I think that, when you talk to, I know that right now it seems like Vladimir Putin is very strong and powerful in Russia, but when you talk to Russian dissidents and people who are committed to a different vision for Russia, a more European, less imperial Russia, they have a very strong sense that there is that eventually the Russian people will find a way to get rid of the kleptocratic state that Vladimir Putin has imposed on them and is using coercion, and they're feeling the costs of the war. None of these countries is 10 feet tall. They all have internal weaknesses and problems that they have to deal with. In many ways, China's foreign policy is an extension, in most ways, I would say, China's foreign policy is an extension of the Chinese Communist Party's insecurity about its illegitimacy and its paranoia about the weakness of its hold on power, and that they are engaged in the kind of foreign policy that they are engaged in because of that. And so I think that all of these countries have weaknesses that we can and should be exploiting in ways that would redound to our own benefit and to the benefit of the actual citizens as opposed to the governments of these countries.
Ambassador Kelly Currie, Christopher Nixon Cox, great conversation. Thank you both very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Nixon Grand Strategy Summit's third panel. Our fourth and final panel will begin at 2:15 after this short break. Once again, 2:15 panel will begin shortly. AI and Energy Policy as Grand Strategy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just another minute or two away from our final panel of the day, AI and Energy Policy as Grand Strategy. If you could make your way back to your seats for the final panel of the day, that would be fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for our final session of the day. If you have invested in the stock market any time recently, your returns are probably pretty good, as the AI technology race is fueling the growth of American technological industries. As AI continues to innovate and transform American industry, how can the American energy sector benefit from AI? And, going a few steps further, because energy is national security, and a balanced approach to American energy production is a key part of any 21st century grand strategy, what is the right balance? Arthur Herman will lead this discussion. Our friend, Mr. Herman, is a senior fellow and director of the Quantum Alliance Initiative at the Hudson Institute, and he will introduce our panelists. Over to you, Arthur.
Well, thank you all very much for being here for our last and final panel. I think it's been an amazing conference, don't you? Just wonderful speakers, wonderful insights and discussion and so on. And what I'd like to do is for everyone to have a special thanks to the founders of the feast, as it were, to Jim Byron, to Chris Nordyke, and to Jameson Feltz for their hard work in helping to bring all this together. Our topic is AI and energy as grand strategy. Now, those are usually categories that I think most of us think about in separate compartments. AI, isn't that all about ChatGPT and about the rise of the machines and the Arnold Schwarzenegger type of takeover that generative AI is going to bring? That's sort of where the public debate on AI has centered. And in energy, we get the discussion and two very different plans with regard to energy strategy from our two presidential candidates right now. But a discussion that tends to focus on supplies of fossil fuels or liquid natural gas, or about clean renewables and wind and solar and nuclear. But what you're going to find out this next hour is that these two separate technological issues and economic issues are very much intertwined, and that to develop a grand strategy with regard to one while ignoring a grand strategy and a grand strategic approach to the other is probably misguided, and in fact, one could argue even dangerous, both from an economic but also from a national security standpoint. And the two panelists that we've got and have brought together here for our panel are expert on both of these points of intersection. And what we're going to see, I think, is a discussion about how artificial intelligence and machine learning and the nation's energy resources and energy capacity, how those two are going to have enormous impact on each other, and why they must be thought about as together, as opposed to keeping them separate in a way. About our panelists, Mark Mills is Executive Director of the National Center for Energy Analytics and is a contributing editor at the City Journal, a faculty fellow at Northwestern University School of Engineering, and co-founding partner of Montrose Lane. He's the author of several books. The one that I think is the most interesting for purposes of our discussion is The Cloud Revolution, how the convergence of new technologies will unleash the next economic boom in a roaring 2020s. But also, I can recommend Digital Cathedrals, published in 2020, Work in the Age of Robots, and The Bottomless Well, which is a fascinating and insightful discussion about the issue of energy and sources of energy and what takes place in that realm and where it's going in the future. Mark served as chairman and CTO of ICX Technologies and helped to bring that company public in 2007. If that's not enough of accomplishments, Mark earlier served in the Reagan White House Science Office, and prior to that was an experimental physicist and a development engineer in work on microprocessors and also in missile guidance. Brian Cavanaugh, our other panelist, who's sitting next to me, is the Senior Vice President of American Global Strategies, which is an international strategic advisory firm, co-founded by our distinguished speaker this morning, former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. Mr. Cavanaugh focuses on critical infrastructure and security and resilience, crisis management planning, continuity of operations, and disaster response and recovery operations. In all of those areas, he has considerable experience in talking about and understanding and implementing plans with all of those. Mr. Cavanaugh brings to our discussion today extensive experience from serving in the White House as the Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs and Senior Director for Resilience Policy at the National Security Council. While at the NSC, Brian led efforts to secure critical infrastructure and manage federal responses to domestic incidents, including infrastructure relating to energy. Now, before I got into the policy analyst business, I was an historian, still am, I think. I've published 10 books on European and American history, one of which was a finalist for Pulitzer Prize, another was a New York Times bestseller. I think I qualify as an historian and carry those credentials with me. And one of the things that I think we can say is that when you look back in the course of history, that what it is that makes great powers, what it is that makes great nations, is a combination of three factors. The first is a free flow of information. The second is a free flow of innovation, which is why open societies tend to do so much better and last longer and have more resilience than closed societies. The third characteristic is a free flow of energy. Energy both in a material sense, but also, I would argue, in a spiritual sense. And it is the confluence of energy, of information and innovation that really is the philosophical foundations for what we're going to talk about today. Now, as it happens, President Richard Nixon was someone who had really far-sighted views about this aspect of where American society was going and where American future lay. And in the aftermath of the Arab oil embargo in 1973, it was President Nixon who launched Project Energy Independence with a long-term goal, which today I think still resonates with where America's energy policy needs to go and what technologies we both support of it. And we happen to have, to start our panel discussion, a video clip of President Nixon talking about and announcing the launching of Project Independence.
It can be summed up in one word that best characterizes this nation and its essential nature. That word is independence. From its beginning 200 years ago, throughout its history, America has made great sacrifices of blood and also of treasure to achieve and maintain its independence. In the last third of this century, our independence will depend on maintaining and achieving self-sufficiency in energy. What I have called Project Independence 1980 is a series of plans and goals set to ensure that by the end of this decade, Americans will not have to rely on any source of energy beyond our own. As far as energy is concerned, this means we will hold our fate and our future in our hands alone.
Mark, I'm going to start our discussion with you. You have, in fact, today just come from keynoting a conference at the American Petroleum Institute, which is one of the major pillars of talking about energy policy. And I'm hoping that you can give us some idea about what the mood is like there pre-election at API and with the discussions taking place there. But I'd also like you to talk about the testimony that you recently gave to Congressional Committee on the relationship between AI and America's energy policy. So do you want to get us started by talking about those two things?
Well, sure, Arthur. I do want to say first that for those who are not appropriate fans of your books, that your most recent book about the heart of a Viking is a must-read. It's not just the history of Vikings in Norway, and of course you're a Viking. But just want to make sure we get that out there. Promote your book. My book is much drier. It's the cloud. So the feelings, the mood at American Petroleum Institute, well, I would say they're worried. Yeah. That would be the right word to use. Trade associations have to thread the needle because they deal with not only diverse members who have different opinions, but also they deal with the fact that they have to attempt to be bipartisan in forging policy or opposing policy. But they're clearly worried that the current administration's policies and plans are foundationally and deliberately, and not secretly, antithetical to expanding domestic oil and gas production, even though in the political season we're in, the rhetoric seems slightly different. The actual execution of policies or the attempt to execute policies have been counterfactual to the claim that, the support for the future of American oil and gas production. So I think you're worried. They're worried for good reason. I mean, the way you impede an industry in the United States, rather than just by diktat, is by creating friction, by how you slow walk permits, and in addition to, the administrative state is very powerful. An example that I use that's illustrative is if you note that the time it takes to get a permit to drill in Bureau of Land Management controlled lands for oil, in this case would be for hydraulic fracturing and shale, under the Obama administration, averaged somewhere in the 300 to 800 days. And then the time, no change in law occurred between that and then the Trump administration, and the permitting times were a zero was taken off, typically 30 to 40 days. Same laws, adhering to the same rules, a different
Just
behavior.
faster.
Yeah. So those things matter, because if your capital's at risk and you face 1 to 2 years delay in getting a permit, never mind building, you'll steer away from those domains. Anyway, I think the fact I would throw out is that what was interesting about President Nixon's observation and call for project energy independence was driven, of course, by oil and oil markets. The fact is that since he said that, the consumption and production of oil globally has increased, in fact, dramatically. So the world doesn't use less oil now than it did then. It uses far more oil. And that's been true every year except for grotesque recessions and great lockdowns, which were temporary. And the only change that's significant in that time period is that we have essentially achieved his goal of independence because of the, quote, shale revolution, which also reset the price of oil. It changed the geopolitics of oil. But what's interesting to me, and is an amateur historian, is that while the president laid out a goal for independence as a Republican, what the Congress, in fact, did to execute the goal of independence, and he was talking about oil and gas because that's what the embargo was about, was oil. What the Energy Policy and Conservation Act that was enacted by Congress did was almost entirely focused on not increasing oil production, not finding new oil, not providing technology and incentives for oil, but to avoid using oil, to conserve oil, to find alternatives to oil. So if we had, since he was president, roughly a half century of attempt to replace oil. That's essentially what DOE has been doing. And that was, of course, created later by a subsequent president, as you know, the Department of Energy. So it was again, I will say it was a misguided execution of a goal. I would only add one other thing to President Nixon's objective, which was to be independent. 12 or 14 years ago, before the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, I proposed that independence was a bad idea, with all due respect to President Nixon, that I wasn't a believer in independence because isolation in the world doesn't work well. And it's what independence implies. I think what he meant, if I had been around to ask him at the time, was that we wanted to be in a position of strength. And so I maybe unfortunately created the idea and the testimony of energy dominance, that if you're in a geopolitical negotiation, implicit or explicit, you really have one of two postures, one of subservience or dominance when you go into the negotiation. I prefer the latter. And so what the United States has now done is achieved a position of dominance by being the largest producer of oil and gas on the planet, an increase in production greater than any time in human history. And that didn't come about because of his wise view that we needed to do something like that, but it took a lot longer than he hoped it by about 30 years. That's a detail, right? But we got there because of what you described, which was free innovation, capacity to pursue the innovation of hydraulic fracturing, the capacity to have free capital markets, so the ideas and the markets flowed, and the country was able to do something that was really quite remarkable. Finally, as it relates to AI, one could say a lot about the energy use of AI. For those who follow the news at all, you saw the headlines last week that Microsoft announced the power purchase agreement, which is a way to fund the refurbishment of the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant to bring it online. It's a city-scale power plant, 800 megawatts, and they're bringing it back online so they can purchase all of the city-scale worth of electricity for one data center that will be primarily AI-infused data center. The number of data centers like that that are currently planned are numbered in the hundreds. The number of nuclear power plants available for refurbishing, you can count on one hand in the United States. The time it takes to build a new nuclear power plant, you need two hands, maybe three, to count the years, not months, to get there. So this has been blamed on AI, but in a technical fact, all of the surprise, which was the proximate reason for the Senate hearing in May, on the surprise of the massive increase in electric demand being reported around the country, is on data centers, and the attachment to that as being AI interesting but technically not correct. Only about 10%, maybe in some regions 20% of the surprising increase in electric demand is coming from AI itself. It's actually coming from a massive expansion in the physical infrastructure of the cloud, which is what my book's about. So the trillions of dollars that private markets have devoted annually to building out cloud infrastructure surprised everybody, since it all has to be plugged in, to suddenly require more electricity than the markets have planned to supply, because the supply side has now been constrained by regulators, politicians, and planners. The demand side, using electricity to do something creative, which is not deep fakes to embarrass political candidates. That's not the primary use of AI. It's the most fun use of AI, frankly. I mean, some of the latest ones going around that Elon Musk has retweeted have been quite fun. But the primary use of AI in markets is because of its profound efficacy in improving conventional compute. That's essentially. So both are expanding. And the AI is an accelerant expanding conventional compute and consuming its own energy at the same time. So they're intimately linked. Since if we don't produce the power, you won't build the data centers here. China will produce the power because they're building coal plants at a furious pace, and they will build the data centers there.
What's China doing with regard to nuclear power? Because, of course, that becomes also I won't say fast track, but certainly a key way in which you can increase energy outputs exponentially in ways that make even fossil fuel plants seem rather sort of slow and ineffectual.
Well, China, we gifted China essentially no net price the Westinghouse designs for nuclear power plants, which was a political move a few years ago, almost 2 decades ago now. So the Chinese have been furiously building and improving on conventional reactors that we invented, we built. They're the largest builders of new nuclear power plants in the world at the moment. Number 2 is Russia, selling conventional light water reactors to other countries. And France, of course, has announced, and I think they'll stick with their pledge, to double their nuclear fleet. So they have a very significant capacity. But China is at the moment leading in the actual deployment of both current generation of reactors, which are the large reactors like 3 Mile Island, next generation reactors, so-called molten salt, and different types of breeding reactors, as well as space reactors. If we want to talk about geopolitics, you don't do interesting things in space without nuclear power. Solar power doesn't get you what you need, whether it's for weapon systems or putting things in orbit. To go to Mars, we're going to need nukes. And at the moment, we led the nuclear space propulsion development for years, and that went into the back burner. There's still things going on, but I would say China is leading there. And for a space station of consequence to do meaningful things, solar arrays don't provide enough power. So space-class nuclear reactors, leadership's in China. I would suspect some leadership is in Russia there, but I think it's probably classified.
Yeah. Brian, we've got 3 concepts now that we've come into play. One introduced by President Nixon, which is the idea of energy independence, which was a long-time goal, especially after the Arab oil embargo, when the U.S. realized that having once been a leader in energy output and production, it had now fallen way behind what it was that the most volatile region in the world, the Middle East, had now taken the lead in the 1970s. We've got energy dominance, as Mark has been talking about, in a discussion about how you can use America's energy output as leverage in the geopolitical competition, not just with China, but also in terms of supporting our allies and helping to build a worldwide energy network that can support growth and sustain it over time. But there's a third aspect I want you to talk about specifically, and that's energy security, and the way in which a lot of the work that you've done with regard to infrastructure and protecting critical infrastructure will have a huge impact on how we think about where America's energy dominance can go and where it's headed, but also about how AI dominance is also going to require a lot of attention to how we protect those energy resources that can sustain that growth.
Absolutely, and thank you, Arthur. And I've read several books, very colorful, always entertaining. Thank you. And one thing about consistency, here it is 45, 50 years later, and the Middle East is still volatile. So we've got some consistency in the world of inconsistencies. Yes. I think, to step back and look at energy security through a grand strategy, and I think that's what we're all here today to discuss, this grand strategy from various perspectives. When you look at energy security over time, it's been a challenge that predates President Nixon, but really it's hyper-escalated in this digital era with cyber. So I could sit here and bore you all with how vulnerable we are due to cyber, and we can talk about how shiny objects such as AI can be used as tools to secure infrastructure. But at the same time, you have to understand our adversaries are also going to be using AI as a mechanism to defeat those measures to mitigate. So one of the things we looked at when I was at the National Security Council was we do a subpar job of prioritizing funding towards critical infrastructure, security, and resilience. And I think just to hit pause on that right there, on where the NSC was at, and I'll talk to you about where we are today, and then we'll go back to that conversation. Where are we today on energy security resilience? We have a vision that lacks a long-term view. The current administration has taken this approach that we're going to mandate a lot of uses against our energy production. So you've mandated the purchase and use of EVs. You've mandated the elimination of certain appliances. All of this is putting a strain on the energy grid. Simultaneously, we've also mandated a move, in my opinion, an irresponsible move, away from current forms of energy to renewable clean energy. I am not opposed to renewable clean energy, but I think it needs to be done in a little bit more of a thoughtful, grand strategy way. You can't just flip a light switch off and move into the next sector. If you look at it, we only produce about 7% of our energy resources from renewables right now that are plugged into the grid. Of those, the vast majority require some sort of battery storage solution. Now, I think AI presents a unique opportunity to integrate renewable energies into the electric grid, combined with more traditional forms of fossil fuels and nuclear energy. But I think the approach now has been we need to rush to this new place based on this climate emergency or crisis that's being manufactured, and it's being done so in a way absent any thought to national security, absent any thought to what it does to the economic security, and you're seeing that play out today. Currently, President Trump talks about on an economic solution, his first words are, we need to fix the energy problem. He's absolutely correct. We've created this ditch that we've trapped ourselves in, and we have to dig out before we can start solving all the other plethora of problems. So I think really the first approach is understanding where we're at with energy and how do you plug in solar? How do you plug in wind with fossil fuels? How do we looked at, look at China's 20 nuclear reactors under construction right now today. The United States is decommissioning 4 this year.
Building 0.
We had 2. Where the
Vogtle plants?
Yep.
Vogtle plants in Georgia, yeah.
Yep. So we've added 2 in 30 years. They're going to add 20 over the next several months. So from a standpoint of looking at how Arthur started this conversation, where great power comes from the 3 characteristics of innovation, free flow of information, and free flow of energy, we've already done a disservice eliminating the free flow of energy. And when it comes to innovation, I don't like to call it AI policy. I like to call it innovation policy, and a vector of innovation policy is AI. We're starting with our hands tied behind our back because we don't have the resources to power the innovation. Now I will take you back to the NSC and kind of trying to tackle this problem. You look at charging agencies with, let's understand what we have in terms of critical infrastructure and how do we prioritize what we're going to do with it, and how do you bring in an entity like Office of Management and Budget to work with you at solving that problem. In 2019, President Trump signed an executive order strengthening national resilience to electromagnetic pulses. Very nerdy, wonky topic. Not many people probably read it. Very few realize that was the first president to ever sign an executive order on electromagnetic pulses. But hidden in that EO was a directive to the Department of Homeland Security to come up with a list of national critical functions. And what was driving that conversation back in 2018, 2019 as this policy was developed was the Federal Emergency Management Agency had come out with their 7 community lifelines. They had learned a lot of lessons over the last 2 decades. There's not many shining lights on FEMA. But one of the takeaways from a lot of the mistakes was what are the 7, they came up with 7 things that they have to do to be able to quickly get into a community, get them up and running, and be able to get the federal government out of the way and let the state and local community resume the recovery. And that was their 7 community lifelines. My hope was to have DHS come back to me and go from 16 sectors of critical infrastructure, too many to throw any meaningful solution at, and come back and say, here are something as simple as your 3 characteristics. What are the 3 things we need to make sure we have to meaningfully address some of our gaps? I think we've spent many hours beating our head against the brick wall, proverbially. But what we're really looking for is how do we solve for energy issues, how do we solve for communications issues, and how do we make sure the finance sector can continue to move? You have those 3 sectors covered, and the rest of them will fall in line. So here we are. We still don't have that policy out, and we still don't have a way to take federal government spending and bring it in through the NSC and OMB process to prioritize and make sure we're actually addressing something in a grand strategy and doing it in a way that actually moves the needle for the administration and future administrations.
Can I add something important to what you said, of course, is that the hope, as you pointed out, artificial intelligence will improve our ability to integrate difficult and chaotic things. This is a valid point that's made by the AI advocates. The problem, of course, is AI can't make the sun shine, and it can't make the wind blow. So self-evidently, what you're doing is you're trying to manage the assets that we still have, the hydrocarbon assets, to fill the holes in, because you don't make energy with AI, you consume energy. And the vector to do that, which has not been thought through, is that you put more communications and controls on the energy consuming and producing systems so that you can delicately manage it. Well, this is called, in your world, increasing the attack surface for cyber attacks. And we saw that the administration is worried about having connected AI cars, your infotainment system using Chinese parts makes them vulnerable to hacking. Well, this is sort of a technical no-duh. All the power conversion hardware that goes onto solar and wind machines are made from power electronics that are dominantly manufactured in China. I don't know. Color me cynical. I'm going to say this: the firmware in the simple power control switch and conversion going from DC to AC is got some stealth code in it.
I've got to tell you from firsthand experience, you look at something as simple as bulk power generators, and there's a big effort under President Trump to address the security of bulk power generators. This is something that used to have 14, 16 companies globally manufacturing these bulk power generators. You're down to 3, 2 in China, 1 in Europe. They've undermined the economy, eroded everybody else. And what we did was we took a look at one of the bulk power generators coming from China to a U.S. government-owned energy utility, and we looked at what was in it. And it's amazing, the engineers continued to find things. They're like, there's no reason why this...
What a shock. Who knew?
This component doesn't belong in something as simple as this. So that is a tremendous threat space that we've just begun to scratch the surface.
And do you think something about Hezbollah pagers? And by the way, I asked all the panelists to leave their pagers behind when they came to join us today. Do you think that the Hezbollah pager exploit has sort of heightened awareness and maybe a little anxiety about these questions, about components, about you don't know why they happen to be there?
If it didn't, you're asleep.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, the supply chain vulnerabilities that were highlighted by Israel's manipulation of the Hezbollah supply chain, that was done in an environment where they were able to do some intelligence tracking. They had a very easy outcome. China is not targeting military and government installations for its intelligence collection, its cyber features, its cyber effects. They've moved to civilian infrastructure. So in a world where you're dealing with an adversary who does not care what the target surface looks like, you do have to worry about civilian commercial features.
In fact, it epitomizes where Arthur started, at the intersection that seem to be unrelated worlds. Those who are, happily promoting a more connected grid, babbling about real-time controls of the grid, which has been and still is largely air-gapped, literally physically air-gapped. Most of the critical power controls are done either with data diodes, as you know, or by phone call. Old-fashioned, can you turn that off? Because we don't want them hacked. But that whole universe of energy policy is pushing interconnectivity using Chinese hardware, overtly or implicitly. Then you have the information cyber universe acting like the energy, except in where you come from. This is a mistake of profound proportion. And if AI matters, it matters because it does two things. It not only increases demand for reliable energy, which is why Microsoft is buying a nuclear plant, not a wind farm. If the trope were true that wind and batteries together were the cheapest new source of electricity, Microsoft would not be spending billions of dollars buying an old, decrepit nuke. They'd be building these magic new solar panels with magical batteries. And they're doing that too, but that's not their solution.
Let me ask you both about that question on technological innovation and its impact on both energy. I won't talk about it in terms of AI because AI is, in a sense, a prime exhibit of how technological innovation can grow and accelerate. You know, Robert Noyce, founder of Intel, used to take the example of comparing computer industry, this is the 1990s, computer industry with the airlines industry. And he said, if there was a Moore's law of being able to increase an output by 150% every 2 years, he said if a Moore's law worked in the airline industry, then you would be able to you would have an airplane that we would carry in your pocket, that you would open up, jump in, fly to a destination, fold up again, and then put back in your pocket. That obviously hasn't happened. When it comes to clean renewables, the issue of technological innovation, it seems to me, is one of the main stumbling blocks. Now, when I was in junior high school, back shortly after the
during the FDR administration,
actually just after the Civil War, when I was actually it was not 1870, it was 1970. In shop class, we had experiments that we did with solar cells. And it was really interesting, all the kinds of, you could get these interesting results of electric charges from the solar cells from the power of the sun. Basically, solar energy hasn't really grown much faster or better than the cells that we were using in 1970. Wind power, well, let's say that's a power source that's introduced in the 12th century. We think about the transformation that's happened in energy production, in nuclear power, with introduction of fracking for fossil fuel extraction here. I just want you to speculate for a minute and think about clean renewables. What important technological innovations would be necessary where we could turn to the clean renewables to carry a major share of the burden of the energy grid and of energy output in this country?
I will take the first crack at that and say that we need to have the government stop directing what the R&D should be. We should let the commercial sector, we should let the universities actually explore R&D. The government's not great at innovation. They're great regulators, they're great roadblocks to innovation, but they're not great at genuine innovation. So I think we need to get the government out of the driver's seat on mandating what tomorrow is going to be, which is kind of where we've been for the last 20 years, is heavy mandates on what we want to see in terms of clean renewable energy. I think you leave companies out there, especially in an entrepreneurial way, they will find what the next solution is going to be, absent the need to direct what that solution will be.
In many ways, it's very difficult to foresee what those would be once you turn private enterprise. As I always like to say, that the private sector is built around the goal of making things happen, whereas government is about making sure things don't happen.
Yeah,
and sometimes that's good. Sometimes you want a government that's able to prevent disasters and that has an eye out for risk that may be so severe or catastrophic even that you want to be able to take important steps to prevent that from happening. But it does mean that in the realm of innovation, that government is always going to lag far behind where the private sector and where private entrepreneurs are going. Mark, what about you? What's your take on this?
So Brian and I agree, especially when it comes to foundational innovation, because there's no evidence in history that bureaucrats, policymakers, and politicians are innovators. The best of them are great rhetoricians, Churchillian in their quality and leadership of that kind. But this is finding foundational innovation, to use Bill Gates' line, which is typical of a former coder, has no predictor function, is what he said. So we don't know when or what will appear if you unleash basic research. What governments tend to do is subsidize what already exists, or put differently for innovation, they put more money into yesterday's technologies rather than allow innovators to unleash themselves.
If I may jump in on that, touching the subject of subsidies, I think when an average American looks at a $35 trillion debt, the last thing they want to see is the government subsidize more things that are not going to move the needle.
Well, except they've believed a fiction that's quasi-implicit in your question, Arthur, which is that we're subsidizing magic new free energy. The sun is free, the wind is free, and we just get to tap it with the silicon. So they invoke tech. And you got, in fact, a Credit Suisse analyst and a few others have now recently said, producing electricity too cheap to meter, resurrecting that hoary old historical anachronism, which is actually not true. He didn't say that, but it's a whole separate piece of history. Nuclear power is going to be too cheap to meter. So here's the problem in the physics of energy. There is no innovation that will make solar energy high energy density to match the energy density of hydrocarbons.
You want to explain a little bit about what energy density is and how that works in terms of comparative analysis of, let's say, fossil fuels versus wind and solar versus nuclear?
And not to go down into the high school physics rabbit hole, but it's important in terms of how people think of an innovation. Electric cars are terrific. Teslas are wonderful vehicles. But the inherent problem you have making cars or airplanes, especially airplanes, is if you're engineering a system, you start with a material that contains energy, that can release energy. So you talk liquid hydrocarbons. In the case of batteries, you have liquid lithiated chemicals with a highly reactive atom. Lithium is very reactive. And so it makes a really good battery. So you start from that and you build machines around it. There's 5,000% more energy per pound in the liquid hydrocarbon, oil, than lithiated.
Say that one more time. How much?
5,000% more. So if you are an airplane designer or you're making a missile and you want to think, I want something to fly fast, far, and carry a load, what do I start with? Well, you don't start with batteries. Now, in the way the physics of energy works, you'd say, well, why aren't my cell phones powered by oil? Well, because the inconvenient fact of how physics of systems work is the combustion engines that can unleash the astounding energy density in liquid hydrocarbons don't scale down. So there's 1/100th the amount of power per cubic centimeter of an internal combustion engine the size of an ant versus the power per pound for an engine in your car. So as you scale it down, you lose 100-fold of the capacity to release the energy in the hydrocarbons because of thermodynamics, another physics problem. So we have policymakers saying silly things. The sun is free. Well, yes, so is oil. The cost of oil is tied up with permissions to get it from where it is and the machines you can use to get it and convert it. The cost of the sun is tied up in permissions to use land where the sun shines the most and machines you can build to get it. And when you count all those things, you find two things happen. There is no innovation that will make the sun at a system level cheaper than natural gas or oil or coal. It just won't. There are geopolitical consequences because the machines that we're building, connecting these two worlds, use materials almost entirely refined and produced in China. Battery separators, the electrolytes, the refined minerals, they hold market dominance, double OPEC's dominance. So at the time President Nixon worried about our geopolitical exposure to oil, that was a world in which OPEC, in particular the Middle East, wasn't OPEC. OPEC was formed contemporaneous with our imagination. Let's say the Middle East had incredible market dominance in oil supply to the world. China has double that dominance today in the energy minerals needed to build the green machines. And yet we have policymakers naively believing that geopolitical and economic dominance will never be exercised.
Yeah. And that the push for clean renewables, in fact, plays into someone's geopolitical hand, but it's not our hand. Let's talk about AI for a second. We can talk about it in terms of its, in its relationship to the power grid. We can talk about it in terms of the development of a smart grid and the role of AI. What about AI and its potential impact, or even impact now, with regard to energy production in particular? A couple of years ago, I tried to organize a conference on energy production and AI and the way in which those two technologies could come together when we think about pushing the fracking revolution to the next level, pushing the nuclear power to the next level in terms of efficiency, in terms of its efficiency, of its cost, and also its safety as well. You want to say a few things, both of you, about how AI can be this powerful aid to building our energy dominance and even energy supremacy as an energy power?
Well, it's, as you know, the economists would call AI a general purpose technology. It has utility in many areas.
Across the board.
So it accelerates and improves discovery, which is important to the future. So next generation catalysts that might make getting hydrogen cheaper and easier are not impossible. We just don't know what they are yet. It's exactly the same as discovery of biological molecules for therapeutics. It's
right.
Complicated. Supercomputers using AI will accelerate. We already know they're accelerating. So the fundamental thing is that what AI does is bring information acceleration into the two areas, not just discovery, but operations, design, and planning. We've already seen the evidence of that. AI has been in widespread use in the industrial sector for years, for 2 decades. I wrote about it in my book before ChatGPT became hot because everybody's using it. The fund I'm a part of invests in AI companies that help oil companies and solar companies figure out how to deploy faster, work faster, use supply chain more efficiently, identify supply sources, de-risk things by doing real-time risk analysis instead of sending, the staff out into the closets to look at things. So it's a genuine accelerant in terms of improving across the board, though. So what's happened is we've found ways to integrate solar more efficiently into a grid dynamically. That's great. You can't make the sun shine. It doesn't make solar cheaper, but it makes it less destructive in integrating into the grid, which is important. It gives it a higher level of penetration than zero. It's not going to replace everything. It doesn't change the physics of energy, but it changes the velocity. It also has changed the velocity of deep water work. So that whole domain of deep water, the third largest, if you had the biggest oil producers in the world, were OPEC, United States, and deep water. That is, broadly speaking, the deep water wells, if it were a country. The timeline from discovery to production has been cut in half, from a decade to 5 years. This all came about because of the information revolution. We didn't discover anything new in terms of the fundamental materials. We discovered, the industry's doing this across the supply chain, use information tools to rapidly accelerate planning and deployment and take a lot of risk and uncertainty out of the game. And this is the holy grail in the military. The military would love to do the same thing, but it turns out that's a lot harder.
Brian, do you have some thoughts on this?
No, I think I completely agree with Mark. And the word I would use to describe AI is an integrator across all the critical infrastructure sectors and across most of the common uses we would see day to day. It's a great integrator and it's a great predictive modeler. I think in my opinion, there's still a need to have a human in the loop, so to speak. And that's, we're not at a place, and I don't think we'll arrive at a place where you want to eliminate the human in the loop. But in terms of integrating complex systems and finding ways to maximize the efficiency, that would be the way I would describe AI.
And that's another reason why the effort to try and regulate and put the brakes on AI development will have implications across the economy, but including in our ability to build a strong energy dominant sector.
I think my biggest fear would be in the United States, we regulate our way out of being a global leader. I think you look at that with...
That's an interesting way to put it. That's a very interesting way to put it.
Well, we've already done that in manufacturing. So the hubris or naivete to think that if you hand money to a manufacturer, that's all they need to come back here. you have to ask first, why did they leave? And it wasn't just because labor was cheaper. It's because the regulatory environment for heavy industry manufacturing is hostile to that manufacturing. The National Association of Manufacturers every 2 years publishes a survey of regulatory compliance costs for small and large-size manufacturers. The latest one's out this spring. If I remember the numbers correctly, for a large industry, the per person, the per employee regulatory compliance cost is about $18,000 per employee per year. For small businesses, it's $30,000.
$30,000
per employee per year for compliance, not building stuff. So in China, what do you think the number is? I think it's not zero, it's a negative number. But it's certainly closer to zero. And that's why you build factories more quickly there, because the economics of it are inherently better in the structures we've chosen. The get-out-of-jail card for us is probably AI. If we still want those regulations, we want to implement them in a more efficient way. We should cut regulations and improve their efficiency.
Let's talk for a minute. We've got about 10 minutes left. Let's talk about, since we're talking about grand strategy, let's talk about the international dimensions of all of this, and in particular the way in which energy dominance, energy security, energy production will affect our alliance system and our ability both to work more closely with like-minded and trusted allies on the one hand, but also as a form of deterrence for the plans that Russia, China, and Iran have for all of us, not just for the citizens and for their regional dominance here. And again, I have to bring it back to President Nixon, and in particular his Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, who in the aftermath of the Arab oil embargo told his aides, you know what? The oil-producing countries have their lobbying group. Oil-consuming nations need their lobbying group. And this was the genesis of what became the International Energy Agency, which was the idea, which was to pool the resources and data and knowledge about oil and it's particularly oil consumption then, but energy consumption for the developing nations as a way to understand and plan as ways to be able to resist the kind of leverage that oil-producing countries through OPEC were able to exercise over the global economy. And it's an interesting sidelight that in the course of the discussion with allies, including NATO allies, that with the one country that held out against the idea of creating the IEA and fought vociferously against it was France. President Giscard d'Estaing was totally opposed to the idea of such an organization. It's ridiculous to put it all together. And so Kissinger suggested, well, what would France's position be if the IEA were headquartered in Paris? And Giscard d'Estaing all of a sudden realized that the idea of creating an international energy agency was a great idea, a wonderful idea.
You don't think that was a negotiating tactic?
Why it's still headquartered in Paris today, as a matter of fact. But let's think about where the international implications of this discussion we've just had, how that will spill over and what we need to be aware of as we strategize America's energy and AI strategy. Brian?
I think when you step back and look at it, our adversaries have already acknowledged this is the future. And so what you're seeing is a coalescing between North Korea, Iran, Russia, and China in the energy sector. And to some extent, I mean, nobody's touching China out of those four. No one of that four is going to touch China in terms of where they're at with the IT space. Now, the vast majority of that was obtained through IP theft, so I don't think that they have the innovation leg of that, the three pillars figured out yet. That being said, all of them acknowledge U.S. regulations as the obstacle for us to have success. And when you're talking to other private sector companies, whether they're owned by U.S. or now international companies, now that I'm out of government, most of these folks that I'm talking to are telling me, well, you know, other countries are finding ways to make it so I have more access to IT needs. They're going to give me more fiber, more data. They're going to give me more access to energy. We talked about China's rapid expansion of nuclear, but that's not just happening in China. You're looking across the GCC. They're rapidly expanding and growing their energy capabilities and capacity. So I think everyone has acknowledged what the future needs to have this global dominance, this global success to achieve power. And for me, again, I just go back to this fear that until we figure out how to to relax some of the regulation and the burdens we've put on ourselves. You look at the EPA was stood up in was that the 1970s, and we had a serious problem with clean air, clean water. You look at a photo of LA, and it was disgusting. I'm not saying we're perfect, but we are far below the standards we set for ourselves in the 1970s, yet we continue to try and regulate ourselves to zero. And I don't know if that's healthy in a geopolitical competition sense to regulate yourself to a place that nobody else in the world can get to at your own detriment. So for me, I think it's just, again, we're going back to this regulation, and we continue to push and push and push to what ends other than to just knock ourselves off the pedestal of global power.
So that's a salient point, that the regulatory regime which we impose on our domestic energy and economic output, right, has international implications, and they're not good. Mark?
Well, we're already seeing that. In fact, let's for those who follow the weeds on this, the European Union asked for and announced their study on their economic competitiveness and their industrial challenges. As everyone here doubtless knows, Europe is furiously deindustrializing itself. But the question that this analysis was asked was, why did that happen and what can we do about it? The word energy appears in the final report something like 400 times. So what the European Union, this is the European Union, mind you, so we're talking now about EU bureaucrats, not about Americans, who are pointing out that the deindustrialization of Europe is the principal vector, or the regulators, policymakers, who have made energy expensive and unreliable. So the industries themselves are shrinking, not expanding, not just staying status quo, but shrinking. And they raise that as both an economic problem and specifically a geopolitical problem. The fiction that you can regulate a emission standard and then hand money to somebody to leave China and manufacture a product that's made with coal-fired electricity, but do it in Europe with wind and solar, is a fiction. That's not what's happening, whether you do it by fiat or inducement. So the evidence, I don't know what's going to happen with the study because they're confessing they made a mistake, but it's a different universe. They're not the energy planners that made this. The other thing I would say, just from the obvious linkage between geopolitics of energy and our hope for innovation could be epitomized by just give you three numbers to think about, because we in Washington think in money terms, not BTU terms, because money is the lubricant of everything. $1 billion of cars requires about $200 million of energy purchases over a decade. $1 billion of chip factories requires about $300 million of energy purchases over a decade. And it needs to be cheap. $1 billion of data centers requires $700 million of electricity purchases over a decade. We want all three. We're trying to repatriate the factory part on the strategic side. And this is for strategic, not just economic reasons. While the energy policies are antithetical to expanding low-cost energy production. The two worlds didn't get that connected, and they are being connected in China because their energy policies are deliberately to have high value, high reliability in terms of high value, low-cost energy, while they export to the world 80% of the things that we're buying to make our energy more expensive.
One of the things I take tremendous pride in, and you'll probably laugh me out of here for saying this, is during my time on the National Security Council in the last administration, my team brought in the first ever EPA regulator into the National Security Council as a director, policy director. And I remember when we submitted the package to the National Security Council Resource Management Director, she said, "Is this a typo? Is this supposed to be CIA?" I said, "No, it's actually EPA." And one of the, we've been charged with getting rid of regulations, and we need to do it in a way that's meaningful and has insight. So we wanted to bring in somebody who understood the regulations from their side. But at the same time, we brought that person who had never been into some of these national security conversations into the tent to see what's happening on the national security side. And that gentleman left terrified. He's like, that is where I first heard we are going to regulate ourselves right out of being a global leader. So that came from a regulator themselves.
Yeah, that's even more amazing and powerful. On a personal note, towards the end of his life, I got to know T. Boone Pickens, who was, of course, one of the great pioneers in the modern energy industry in America, but also someone who was an enormous champion of natural gas as being the most important of all of the fossil fuel energy sources that the fracking revolution had made possible. And T. Boone used to say to me, he said two things. He said, number one, that we've just begun to see what natural gas can do and how transformative that can be as a clean fossil fuel, as a clean source of energy and power. He also said, we've only just begun to see the impact of the fracking revolution and where that's going to take this country and where that's headed. As you look out with those eyes, the far horizon of American energy future and of American energy grand strategy of how we bring together all of these elements as a way in which to strengthen not only us as a great power and our economy, but also strengthen the forces of freedom, which is really what we're talking about here. Where do you see the most important breakthroughs coming, and where, both as a society, but also in terms of where government can play a constructive role in bringing that future about? I'm going to start with Brian, and Mark, I'll let you finish.
I think it comes in terms of the innovation in the nuclear side. We are on the precipice of seeing small modular reactors really take hold and really be able to start doing what they were ever imagined to do a decade plus ago. I think you're going to see, as we move towards these data centers, and DoD is going to need a lot of these data centers to do the things they want to do. And they're not going to be able to put them overseas. They're not going to be able to put them away from a power supply. So I think there's going to be a real drive to get SMR technology up and running. And I think once we develop that and refine that, and some of the things I'm hearing from individuals working on that technology and the ability to use recycled or once disposed of nuclear waste to create these SMRs, I think we unlock a lot of potential that just wasn't there a decade ago.
So I agree with you, Brian. I'm a nuclear bull. Before I joined the Reagan administration, I was at the accident at 3 Mile Island, defended the virtues of nuclear energy. There are 60 new designs for nuclear power plants around the world today. The IAEA tracks these things. Technically, all of them will work. Which ones will work economically? This is what we need. The United States led the commercial nuclear revolution. It should do it again. But here's if a president wants to make a generational change, it would be to do two things. And it's not independence. We want to restore our leadership, call it dominance if you like, in commercial nuclear energy. We have the capacity, we have the knowledge, but that's a decadal goal. That's like it's like a Kennedy class goal, because we're not going to be building many of those new nukes until we build the first ones, test them and try them. In the short term, the generational opportunity is really easy to identify geopolitically. On the margin, the marginal new energy sources, the dominant source of marginal new energy in the world is natural gas, overwhelmingly, not wind and not solar. The magnitude of natural gas demands that are emerging for the world are astronomical. The U.S. is the single most efficient, largest producer of natural gas on the planet. In my view, it could double its capacity of exports and do it rapidly, not in a decade, but in years. What it would require is a president to base, and this would, by the way, result in an astonishing flood of foreign direct investment into the United States, because if you're a consumer of energy, you want to at least have some significant share of your supply coming from here, not from Qatar and not from the Middle East and Iran. So the single most effective geopolitical thing a president could do in the short term, long term, nukes, full bore. Short term, it's unleash natural gas exports, which, because we have the capacity, T. Boone Pickens was correct. However, we don't have, we are nibbling around the edges with feckless legislation relating to this right now. No one is being bold. And the boldness that needs to come from a president doing something like President Nixon did, set a very specific goal. The United States could set the goal that we will be the go-to supplier for natural gas for the world for the next decade. You want it, you come to us first. It'll be cheapest, the most reliable, and we'll get it to you fastest. We actually have the technical capacity to do that in the next few years, not in a decade.
Audience, thank you so much for joining us for the last panel for our discussion. And And let's give a special thanks to our panelists for what has been, I think, and I hope has been a really eye-opening discussion.
Thank you, Arthur. And thank you, panel, ladies and gentlemen. I think, as Mark just said, I mean, this is really the perfect way to sum up a discussion about grand strategy, which is really what we're here to do. So, as we conclude this year's Grand Strategy Summit, we eagerly look forward to next year's. And I have to say as well that all of our conversations today were streamed live on X and on YouTube. And at its peak, which was about an hour and a half ago, we had 6,800 people watching live across both platforms. So I think we're on to something here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for joining us. And if you don't follow us on social media, please check us out on any of your social media platform of your choosing at Nixon Foundation. Thank you. We'll see you next year.